In the autumn of 2017, the weather was sweltering. The sunlight streaming through the window intensified the stuffy atmosphere in the room. Phuong Vu Tuet sat on the sofa with her legs crossed, her face full of impatience. Nan Muk, take out 100,000 yuan. My brother wants to buy a car. Nan Muk gritted his teeth, clutching the piece of paper in his hand. After a long while, he wearily uttered his sentence. I don't have any money. Phuong Vu Tuet couldn't believe it and shot to her feet with a whoosh. What? No money? Where's your salary for this month? Didn't I tell you to go get the pension money from those two old folks? As she spoke, she fumbled through Nan Muk's pockets, but they were empty. With a loud slap, Phuong Vu Tuet, unable to control her anger, gave him a resounding slap across the face. She demanded sternly, You useless thing, where's the money? Where did you hide it? Hand it over. A glint of sarcasm flashed in Nan Muk's eyes. Ha, money. Always money. Phuong Vu Tuet suddenly snatched the water cup from the table and threw it hard at his head. The cup fell to the ground, shattering into pieces. She shrieked piercingly, You stupid, useless thing. You still have the face to laugh? From his head to his shoulders, Nan Muk was soaked, a humorless smile on his face. Ha, I am useless. I have no money. His anger suddenly erupted, and he couldn't help but vent all his resentment. Your mother buying a house and a car, your brother getting married and buying a house. Which of those wasn't paid for with my money? Even if I earn $1 million a month, it wouldn't be enough for your whole family to leech off me. Phuong Vu Tuet questioned him coldly. Someone like you thinks you can earn $1 million a month? Isn't the Phuong family your family too, Nan Muk? Are you that cold-blooded and heartless to not care about your relatives? Relatives? Ha ha ha. Nan Muk laughed loudly in despair, the wound on his head mixing with the water that trickled down to the corner of his mouth. He suddenly roared, To hell with you. What damn relatives? This kind of relative, I've had enough. Phuong Vu Tuet sneered, mocking. Had enough, have you? Then go and die. Death will settle all debts. Nan Muk suddenly threw the paper in his hand, roaring, Fine. You think I don't dare? Seeing his determination, Phuong Vu Tuet quickly picked up her phone and said, You really want to die? You've got guts. Nan Muk, wait until I buy you an accident insurance policy. Then you can die. That way you'll have some final value. Nan Muk stared at her coldly. Good, very good. Phuong Vu Tuet, you're ruthless enough. With that, he abruptly turned around and rushed towards the window behind him. Phuong Vu Tuet screamed in horror. You. In a moment of freefall, he shed tears, hazily recalling his medical report, terminal stomach cancer. The world before him faded to black. Time rewound to early July 2009. In the same spacious and bright room, a woman spoke in a puzzled tone. Nan Muk, why did you suddenly kneel down? A young man with blonde hair looked over with contempt. Kneeling as soon as you walk in. Is this a tradition in your family? Nan Muk panted, his eyes suddenly flying open, shocked to find himself kneeling on the ground. He raised his head in a daze. I'm still alive? The woman crossed her arms and said impatiently, If you're not alive, are you dead? Don't play dumb with me. Nan Muk stared at her blankly. Mom? She immediately snapped. Who's your mother? At another 400,000 in bride price. Then you'll have the right to call me Mom. Nan Muk felt as if he was in a fog and asked doubtfully, Andy, you said bride price? He scanned the faces of those present and finally realized he had returned to 8 years ago, to the moment he proposed to Phuong Vu Tuet. Phuong Vu Tuet's mother was still pressing. Another 400,000. What have you decided? I've thought it through. Nan Muk slowly stood up, thinking to himself, In my past life, I walked right into the Phuong family's den of bloodsuckers. He smirked, deliberately drawing out his words. I agree. Her eyes immediately lit up, and she eagerly asked, You agree? Nan Muk's face suddenly darkened, and he yelled, Agree my ass. He had made up his mind. If he could do it all over again, he would absolutely not repeat his past mistakes. Phuong Vu Tuet's mother stood up in disbelief. You rotten brat, what did you say? Isn't my daughter worth $1 million? Phuong Vu Tuet was also silent, frowning at him in displeasure. Nan Muk looked back at them grimly. I said, Is there something wrong with your ears? Or is there something wrong with your head? This bride price. I'm not giving a single cent. Phuong Vu Tuet shot to her feet, her face a mixture of anger and shock. Nan Muk, how could you be like this? Nan Muk calmly walked up to her and asked, Like what? 1 million? Is your mother marrying off her daughter or selling her? She explained in a softer tone, But it wasn't easy for my parents to raise me. Isn't it right to give some bride price? Nan Muk looked straight into her eyes. Then what can you give me? A useless little brother who only knows how to ask for money? Phuong Vu Tuet's brother, having been suddenly called out, immediately stood up in anger and roared. Nan Muk, who are you calling useless? Nan Muk glanced at him and said expressionlessly, I'm talking about you. Useless at everything. Good for nothing. Damn it! Unable to control his anger, he clenched his fists and rushed forward, wanting to give Nan Muk a beating. Nan Muk frowned. Do you really think I'll be like before, not fighting back when hit, not talking back when scolded? He deftly leaned aside to dodge the opponent's punch, causing the man to lose his balance and stumble forward. He then reached out and slammed the man's head onto the floor. Phuong Vutuet's mother screamed in horror. You brat, let go of Vu. He's your younger brother. He's your family. Hearing this, a cold glint flashed in Nan Muk's eyes. Family? We're not married, so he's not my brother, and certainly not my family. He slowly stood up and said word by word, from this day on, your family and I have absolutely no relationship whatsoever. Phuong Vutuet opened her mouth to question him. Nan Muk, is our relationship not even worth this little bit of money? Nan Muk didn't answer, but instead asked her, have you ever thought about how hard my parents worked to scrape together $500,000? Even now, thinking back, his heart ached unbearably. In his past life for the bride price, his parents had no choice but to pin their hopes on buying a lottery ticket and unexpectedly won $500,000. But because of this prize money, their spirits were crushed. What you people want is a money tree, not me. He left with that cold remark, then turned, opened the door, and walked straight out. Outside, the sky was blue with white clouds. In front of the welfare lottery shop, Nan Muk's gaze was fixed on the paper posted on the door. The first prize for this period's dual-color lottery has reached 100 million. His heart stirred. This is the one, no doubt. This period's first prize, just one number off from the one his father chose, was worth a whole 100 million. For various reasons, this sequence of numbers was deeply etched in his memory. After a moment's thought, he decided to step inside. Boss, I want to buy a lottery ticket. The shop owner quickly handed him the ticket. This period's dual-color lottery draw is at 9:15 tonight. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly saw a familiar figure outside the door. It was his father. He immediately stepped back, hiding in a corner. Very quickly, his father walked in, rubbing his eyes and muttering, I think I saw Chumuk. Isn't he supposed to be at the Phuong's house today? Am I seeing things? Nan Muk stared at his father's stooped back and couldn't help but think. It's lunchtime now. Dad definitely hasn't had a proper meal. At this thought, he suddenly felt a sharp pain, as if cut by a knife. His father didn't leave right away, but stood at the door praying, I must win the grand prize, so I don't have to worry about Chumuk's bride price anymore. Heavens, please grant this wish. I must win this time. Nan Muk leaned against the wall, silently making a resolution. Dad, from this day on, I won't let you and Mom suffer any more hardships. As soon as he had this thought, the space around him instantly transformed, and a mechanical voice rang out. Congratulations, host, for successfully binding with the Moon Eye Over God system. Novice Guidance Mission. Acquire 100 million in assets and own your own business. Mission time limit, 24 hours. Remaining time to complete the mission is 21 hours. The host is expected to complete the mission seriously or face death. Survival points. 1. Nan Muk stared blankly at the screen before him. What is this? A moment later, in Nan Muk's residential complex. As he walked upstairs, he looked at the crosshair eye symbol in his palm and muttered, This system, is it saying my life only has 21 hours left? What kind of joke is this? I was just reborn. Suddenly, a terrified scream cut through his thoughts. What are you doing? Let go. Nan Muk was startled. That voice belonged to Mong Dao. The scream came again, He immediately panicked and ran up the stairs, calling out, Mong Dao, what's wrong? Mong Dao and I are childhood sweethearts. She's like a real sister to me. In my past life, Mong Dao's mother was cheated out of 500,000 while playing mahjong, and Mong Dao came to my house to borrow money. At that time, I was at the Phuong family's house and didn't answer Mong Dao's call. Later, I heard they couldn't repay the debt and were hounded to death by loan sharks. He blamed himself for this for a long time. So in this life, he must protect her well. A blonde thug pinned Mong Dao's hands against the wall and said contemptuously, Go ahead and scream. Let's see who can save you. A brown-haired man snatched her phone and said, Oh, who are you planning to call? Nan Muk. The sound of footsteps echoed in the quiet corridor. Let her go. Nan Muk rushed forward and punched the blonde thug in the face, sending him stumbling into his accomplice. Then he asked Mong Dao with concern, Are you okay? Mong Dao threw herself into his arms, sobbing, Brother Nan Muk. The blonde thug rubbed his nose, staggered to his feet, and glared, asking, Damn it, where did this bastard come from? Daring to hit me? The brown-haired man angrily swung his arm and charged forward. You dare to hit the victorious infinite heavenly lord? I think you're tired of living. Seeing this, Mong Dao cried out in fear. Brother Nan Muk, be careful. Nan Muk turned coldly and twisted his arm back. With your shoddy skills, you dare to call yourself the infinite heavenly lord? The brown-haired man cried out in pain. Ow, ow, ow. Let go of me. The blonde thug's face darkened, and he pulled out a weapon, threatening. You rotten brat. You injure my brother. I'm going to cripple you today. Nanmuk let go of the brown-haired man and calmly looked at them, saying, You're here to collect a debt, right? If you dare take another step, then don't even think about getting this money. The blonde thug asked suspiciously, You have money? The brown-haired man whispered in his ear, Bro, you can tell he's dirt poor just by looking at him. Doesn't the big boss need money urgently? Hearing this, the blonde thug brandished the knife in his hand, sneered, and asked, Kid, do you even know how much it is? 500,000. Looking like you do, can you possibly come up with that kind of money? Nanmuk held up 3 fingers and replied, 3 days, I guarantee I'll pay the full 500,000. Not a cent less. All right. The blonde thug glanced at his accomplice who was clutching his arm and wincing, then added, Add another 100,000 for my brother's medical bills and interest. If you don't have the money by then. His eyes turned vicious, and he licked his lips, pointing straight at Mong Dao. He said maliciously, I'll take this girl to settle the debt. Nanmuk patted Mong Dao's shoulder to comfort her. Then his face darkened as he said, In 3 days, I'll bring the money. But you have to kneel and apologize to her. Fine. Our big boss is the owner of Pudat Real Estate. If you can't produce the money, he'll personally break both your legs. Let's go. After saying this, the 2 thugs left aggressively. In midair, the system suddenly displayed a notification. This mission's keyword, Pudat Real Estate. 20 hours remaining for the mission. The host is urged to complete the mission quickly. Note, the host's life is linked to survival points. The current survival points are too low, and the host's body will experience random, unstable symptoms. Survival points, 1. Nanmuk fell silent. Pudat Real Estate? Is that the real estate company that's about to go bankrupt? Moreover, his life was determined by survival points, which was hard to believe. This was just a virtual indicator. While he was still deep in thought, Mong Dao suddenly spoke apologetically. Brother Nanmuk, it's all my fault. They find me wherever I go, and I've even implicated you. Nanmuk patted her head and said gently, Mong Dao, don't worry, money is not a problem. In 3 days, I will definitely make them apologize to you. Don't overthink it. Let's go home first. Just then, a jolt of electricity seemed to shoot through Nanmuk's head, and he clutched in discomfort. Why am I suddenly so dizzy? Seeing that he was not well, Mong Dao asked worriedly, Brother Nanmuk, are you unwell? Nanmuk suddenly fell forward, and Mong Dao cried out in surprise. Ah? With a thud, his face landed between Mong Dao's 2 undulating hills, his mind instantly in chaos. Damn it. Mong Dao's face flushed red, but she still managed to ask, Brother Nanmuk, are you sick? Nanmuk quickly sat up and explained awkwardly, Mong Dao, I didn't do it on purpose. I probably didn't eat lunch, so I have low blood sugar. Mong Dao turned her face away and replied shyly, It's okay. I'll go make you something to eat. Nanmuk, drenched in sweat, looked at the flashing symbol on his hand. Is this the random instability symptom? It seems this system will really control my life. At the same time, at the Phuong family's house, Phuong Vu Tuet's mother asked worriedly, How is it? Hasn't Nanmuk answered your calls yet? Phuong Vu Tuet shook her head dejectedly. Not yet. Her father stood up angrily, raising his hand as if to slap her. Useless thing. You can't even handle one man. What's the use of raising you? Phuong Vu Tuet cowered in fear. Her mother quickly hugged her, then said irritably, Mr. Phuong, what's the rush? Didn't you notice that Nanmuk kid was a bit off today? Phuong Vu Tuet's father's face darkened as he recalled. He did seem a bit off. He's usually so obedient to Chiu Tuet. Why the sudden change? After thinking for a moment, Phuong Vu Tuet's parents suddenly exclaimed in unison. Could be that Nanmuk has struck it rich? He hurriedly pulled Phuong Vu Tuet to her feet and said, Chiu Tuet, for your own happiness, you should go over there yourself. What if someone else snatches Nanmuk away? He secretly calculated. If he really has struck it rich, then we'll demand more betrothal money and make all of Nanmuk's money ours. Hearing this, Phuong Vu Tuet's mother also hurriedly pushed her out the door. That's right. Look at how Nanmuk beat up Tu Vu. He has to give an explanation. Phuong Vu Tuet didn't dare to disobey her parents and had no choice but to agree. All right then, I'll go over. For some reason, she always felt uneasy. Nanmuk must be hiding something from me. He would never have treated me like this before. At Nanmuk's house, he brought out a plate of peeled fruit and said attentively to Mong Dao, Here, eat more fruit. Ding dong, the doorbell suddenly rang. Mong Dao immediately stood up and said, I'll get the door. Ah, it's Sister Vu Tuet. As soon as she saw Mong Dao open the door, Phuong Vu Tuet's expression immediately darkened. She stormed into the house aggressively, as if catching him in the act. Nanmuk, Explain yourself to me. Nanmuk looked at her without any expression. What are you still doing here? There's no relationship between us anymore. Was I not clear enough, or has your money-grubbing mother still not given up? Phuong Vutuet was stunned for a moment as his words hit a nerve. Then she questioned him sternly. No, it can't be. Nanmuk, you tell me, have you found someone else? Is that why you clearly prepared the betrothal gifts and then changed your mind? Nanmuk sighed helplessly. I haven't. But it's absolutely impossible between us. He looked at Phuong Vutet and finally decided to give her a piece of advice. For the sake of our many years together, I'll give you one last piece of sincere advice. Leave that house of yours soon. Maybe you can live a little more freely. Phuong Vutuet acted as if she didn't hear, turned and left, leaving behind a resentful sentence. Ninmuk, you bastard, I'll make you regret this. After Phuong Vutuet left, Mong Dao finally spoke hesitantly. Brother Nanmuk, you and Sister Vutuet, how did? She couldn't understand. Weren't Brother Nanmuk and Sister Vutuet very much in love? How did it suddenly become like this? Nanmuk replied perfunctorily. It's nothing. I'm going out for a bit. I might not be back tonight. You can just stay here tonight. His mood right now was like a cup of bitter coffee. How could so many years of feelings be forgotten just like that? Oh well, I'll go out and see if there are any business opportunities and also to clear my head. A moment later, on the streets of Jongtan, citizens and reporters crowded the entrance of a lottery shop. Sir, are you the third prize winner of this two-color lottery? We found that the first prize and third prize numbers are only off by 1 digit. Do you feel any regret? As soon as Nanmuk heard this, he guessed. Dad came to claim prize too? His father was currently stammering through an interview. I just want my son to be able to buy a house and get married. Nanmuk held a newspaper to cover his face and stealthily slipped out of the shop. Luckily, I had staked out the shop beforehand and claimed the prize early. Otherwise, being hounded by these reporters would have been a lot of trouble. He walked to a quiet street corner and began to flip through the information in newspaper. The system's intention is probably for me to acquire Fudat real estate. From the current situation, Fudat real estate is indeed the most convenient enterprise to invest in. Right now, everyone looks down on Fudat's location. But who would have thought that the largest commercial center in Jongtan would be here? As long as I acquire Fudat, in a few years, I will be the richest person in Jongtan. Nanmuk clenched the newspaper in his hand, a determined look on his face. That's right, this piece of land is the starting point of my career. My money-making opportunity is coming. The next morning at 9:20, a crowd had gathered in front of Fudat real estate. Nanmuk couldn't help but be surprised. Isn't Fudat about to go bankrupt? Why are there so many people here? Could someone have beaten me to it? The system suddenly displayed a notification. Only 1 hour remaining until the mission ends. The host is urged to complete the mission quickly, or they will lose their life. Warning, survival points are critically low. The host's body will experience random instability symptoms. Survival points. 1. Just then, Nanmuk's heart suddenly throbbed with intense pain. Damn it, my heart hurts so much. If it weren't for going to the bank to cash the prize-winning check, I wouldn't have wasted more than an hour. Suddenly, a loud voice interrupted his thoughts. Make way, make way. The banner is here. Nanmuk curiously asked them, Everyone, what is this? A worker in a hard hat wiped his sweat and said, Oh, young man, we're on strike. They owe us wages. It's been almost half a year. Hearing this, Nanmuk was even more confused. Isn't it normal for construction sites to be in arrears with wages? Why is it so chaotic? A worker with a buzz cut explained excitedly. We heard the big boss has run off with the money. The second boss, Kong Tui, suffered heavy losses, is deep in debt, and has no money to pay wages. Now everyone is here demanding an explanation, demanding our hard-earned money. Nanmuk's eyes widened as he exclaimed, What? The big boss ran off with the money? Is this news reliable? The buzzcut worker replied, This news came from inside the company. That Kong Tui guy is coming today. We're all here to block him. He smiled and said, Thank you, uncle. Then he turned and headed towards the chaotic crowd. Less than an hour, there's still a chance. Having been reborn, I won't die so quickly. I must live. Nanmuk tried to squeeze through the crowd, getting close to the car surrounded in the middle. His ears were filled with noisy shouts. Kong Tui, pay up. If you don't give us the money today, don't even think about leaving. You owe us migrant workers our hard-earned money. Are you even human? Inside the car, the boss of Fudat Real Estate, 40-year-old Kong Tui, didn't say a word. Meanwhile, his bodyguard, 35-year-old Lai Bu, cursed through gritted teeth. These migrant workers are like mad dogs. They don't care about their lives anymore. He suggested, CEO Kong, How about I contact some people to come over? These country bumpkins are all bark and no bite. Find some people to teach them a lesson and they'll behave. Kong Tui sighed and said, what's the use? There are several hundred people outside. Are you going to find several hundred people for a gang fight? If someone gets injured or dies, will you take responsibility? Knock, knock, knock. Lai Bu reflexively looked over and immediately saw Nan Muk's huge face pressed against the car window. He was startled and cursed. Damn it, what the hell is that? At the same time, the system displayed another notification. 25 minutes remaining in the mission countdown. With limited time, Nan Muk didn't wait for an invitation. Opened the car door himself, smiled, and climbed inside. Lai Bu's eyes widened as he said angrily, what the hell? Who let you in? Get the hell out. Nan Muk ignored him and looked at Kong Tui, asking, CEO Kong, right? My name is Nan Muk. I have important business to discuss. Lai Bu was furious, grabbed him by the collar, and said viciously, didn't you hear what I said? I told you to get out. If you don't get out, you'll bear the consequences. Nan Muk said without any fear, what I'm about to say concerns whether CEO Kong will spend the latter half of his life in prison. Are you sure you want me to get out? Lai Bu snorted contemptuously. I spit on you. You're no different from the people outside. You're here to demand money. Kong Tui suddenly sighed and said, young friend, I don't want to see wage arrears either. I'm already figuring out a way to get the money. It's useless for you to pressure me now. Nan Muk replied calmly, CEO Kong, you've misunderstood. I'm here to give you money. Kong Tui thought he had misheard and took off his glasses, asking in astonishment, what do you mean? Nan Muk said seriously, what I mean is I will help you cover all the economic losses, including the owed wages. But I want to acquire Fudat real estate, and from now on, I will be the boss here. Kong Tui scoffed, thinking he was inexperienced, and reminded him, young friend, do you know how much the economic loss for this project is? Let alone an acquisition. Just covering the workers' wages is an astronomical figure for you. Nan Muk didn't want to waste time and urged, I don't have much time to waste with you. Just give me a number. He had just received a system notification. 10 minutes remaining in the mission countdown. This was really cutting it close. Kong Tui put his glasses back on and said decisively, without 50 million, don't even think about touching Fudat real estate. Nan Muk was quite surprised. Only 50 million? That's even better. After hearing this, Kong Tui waited for him to brag, a wet behind-the-ears kid daring to boast here. Lai Bu, see our guest out. Lai Bu was just waiting for this. Upon hearing the order, he grabbed Nan Muk's collar to show his authority. Kid, why don't you do something useful instead of just showing off? Do you think you're in a kindergarten? Without a word, Nan Muk flipped around and pressed his arm tightly against Lai Bu's neck. He cried out in alarm. Damn it, this kid. Seeing this, Kong Tui was also secretly astonished. Judging by this person's attire, he didn't look like a martial artist, nor did he look rich, yet he could subdue Lai Bu. At this moment, he also wavered and quickly stopped them. Wait. Kong Tui seriously decided to concede and said, young friend, Kong Tui, may not be able to give the workers much money right now, but I don't have time to mess around with you here. If you're playing tricks on me, then don't blame me for not being polite. Nan Muk also replied seriously, rest assured, even if this land is 50 million, I'll take it. I can even transfer the money to you immediately. Also, he paused for a moment, calculating in his mind. The news said Kong Tui also has several construction plots in this area. If I acquire them all now, I can sell them for double the profit later. So he continued, I want to buy all the plots of land under your name. Kong Tui stared at him with his mouth agape. Young friend, you're not muddle-headed, are you? He suddenly felt tense. If it weren't for his own impulsiveness, he wouldn't have ended up ruining all the construction land with his own hands. Can you really buy all these construction plots? If so, it could really solve my urgent crisis. Nan Muk said grimly, CEO Kong, do I look like I'm joking? Stop talking so much. Name your price. The cold voice rang out again. The system announced, 5 minutes remaining in the mission countdown. Kong Tui asked again in confusion, are you serious? Even Lai Bu looked at him as if he were an idiot. Is this guy crazy? Who doesn't know that land prices in this area are plummeting, yet someone is willing to buy a high price? Isn't this just a lack of foresight? The system kept urging. The system announced, less than 3 minutes remaining. The host has been penalized with the loss of the 5 senses. If the mission is not completed by the time the timer ends, the host will die on the spot. Nan Muk tried to endure the intense pain in his body and calmly asked, well, has CEO Kong made up his mind? He cursed the system inwardly. Damn it, die on the spot. Then he thought, Kong Tui is in a mountain of debt, just hoping to get it off his hands immediately. He was confident he could win Fudat. Finally, Kong Tui named his price, 20 million. As long as you give me 20 million, I will immediately transfer this construction land to you. Nan Muk suddenly clutched his head, thinking hazily, what did he say? Why can't I hear anything? Have I lost my hearing? He hurriedly concealed his abnormality, nodding and saying, "All right, let's do the paperwork directly. I'm in a hurry." He vaguely guessed from the man's lip movements and gestures that he must have said 20 million. Kong Tui immediately ordered Lai Bu, "Quick, handle the acquisition transfer procedures for CEO Nan." The system's notification panel flashed again. Mission completion, countdown 10 seconds. The host's life is slipping away. 10. As soon as he received the contract, Nan Muk's vision blurred. "I'm about to lose my sight." 10 seconds. "I must sign this contract." 9, 8, 7, 6. He swiped the card, drenched in sweat. 5. The payment screen showed the transaction was successful. 3. Suddenly, the countdown sound disappeared. Nan Muk leaned his head back against the chair, exhausted. The system didn't say the time was up. Maybe I've completed the mission. But he couldn't feel happy. Why did he still feel the strength draining from his entire body? "My life has just begun. How can I die here?" Ting! The system displayed another notification. "Congratulations to the host for completing the novice tutorial mission, receiving a reward of 10 survival points, and an additional reward of 3 survival points. Unlocked the basic store system. Survival points, 13. Nan Muk breathed a sigh of relief, just in time. He composed himself and read the system's explanation of survival points. Survival points come from the host's income, investments, and system mission rewards. Based on the host's current state, each day of survival requires the consumption of 1 survival point. The higher the survival points, the better the host's physical condition will be. At the same time, survival points can be used to purchase items in the system store. A brick suddenly flew in and shattered the car window, making Kong Tui jump. The crowd outside roared angrily. "If you don't pay our wages today, don't even think about leaving. We can't let him go. If we let him go, where will we find him?" Lai Bu turned back worriedly and asked, "CEO Kong, are you alright? What do we do now? Or I can call some people to drive them away." Kong Tui hesitated and asked for Nan Muk's opinion. "CEO Nan, what do you think about this?" He adjusted his tie and said, "The money is already in the account, so just pay them their wages." He still had other worries in his heart. His body was gradually recovering, but with only 13 survival points, it meant he only had 13 days left to live. He didn't know when the next mission would be announced. He had to find a way to accumulate survival points. Kong Tui hurriedly instructed, "Just do as CEO Nan says. Tell the people outside that their wages will be paid tonight." Lai Bu replied, "Yes." The car door opened, and Lai Bu got out with a megaphone to announce, "Listen up, the boss has spoken. Everyone go home for now. All the back wages will be paid tonight." The crowd immediately broke into a commotion. Is it true or false? They've owed us for half a year. Are they really paying all the back wages today? All right, let's give them one last chance. They can't run away anyway. Everyone disperse for now. We'll come back tonight. With that, the crowd gradually dispersed. Lai Bu returned to the car, breathing a sigh of relief. They finally dispersed. "CEO Kong, what do we do now?" Kong Tui instructed. "Now we'll go back to the company and show CEO and the planning map." A moment later, at the Fu Dat building, Kong Tui and Nan Muk stood together in front of a huge map. Kong Tui held a document and said, "CEO Nan, this planning map is what we..." Nan Muk's hand quickly circled several areas on the map, interrupting him. "Don't worry about that plan anymore. Leave this circled area empty. Don't build on it and don't touch it." He pointed to a spot and continued. "After that, acquire this piece of land, buy it immediately. Also," Kong Tui hesitated that. He pointed to the location Nan Muk had just circled, saying hesitantly, "CEO Nan, this piece of land in the eastern part of the city is too remote. It's all wasteland. Although the price is cheap, it really has no development value. To put it bluntly, no one would want this land, even if it were free. It's truly in the middle of nowhere." Nan Muk smiled and said, "You don't need to worry about this, just listen to me." He had already calculated everything. Several new schools would be built near the land in the eastern part of the city, so using it to build a commercial district couldn't be better. He continued to instruct. After buying this land, build a large shopping center, specialty restaurants, a food street, a blacksmith shop, and also a capsule hotel. This is very important. In terms of decorative design, it must be novel and unique, catching up with the trends of the youth. I'll leave finding a construction team to you. It doesn't need to be fast, just steady, but the quality must meet the standard. Kong Tui nodded repeatedly. "Rest assured, CEO Nan, just leave these matters to me." Nan Muk patted his shoulder in satisfaction. "Don't worry. Just follow me and do a good job. I won't treat you poorly. Trust my judgment." Kong Tui suddenly remembered something and said, "All right, CEO Nan, tonight at the Kambang Hotel there's an investment banquet. I heard there are many projects. If you're interested, I can go with you to check it out." An investment banquet? Nan Muk was immediately intrigued. Survival points come from his own income and investments. If he could invest successfully, he could probably earn quite a few survival points. In the evening, at the Kambang Hotel, Nan Muk stood at the reception desk and asked, "Hello, may I ask what floor the investment banquet is on tonight?" Suddenly, a surprised voice rang out. "Miss Phuong?" Hearing the voice, Nan Muk glanced at Phuong Vu Tuet. What was she doing here? Today, Phuong Vu Tuet was wearing a rather revealing, tight-fitting dress. The fat, blonde man next to her casually put his arm around her shoulder and said, "The last time I saw you was 3 months ago. Seeing you again today, I didn't expect Miss Phuong to be even more beautiful." Phuong Vu Tuet lowered her eyes, a feeling of disgust rising in her heart. If Nan Muk had obediently paid the bride price, she wouldn't have had to come to places like this to socialize. What a bastard. Seeing her silence, the fat, blonde man pulled her forcefully towards him. "Miss Phuong, why are you so lost in thought while walking? Let me support you." Phuong Vu Tuet was startled, looked up, and then froze. Nan Muk was looking at her with a gloomy expression. She hurriedly turned her face away. The fat, blonde man immediately noticed the unusual atmosphere between the two. Could this kid know her? Nan Muk's heart grew cold, and he turned to leave first. "It's only been a few days since we broke up, and she's already dressed like this with another man. Whatever, this has nothing to do with me." With a thud, someone bumped hard into his shoulder. Nan Muk's face darkened as he looked at the fat, blonde man and asked, "What are you doing?" The fat, blonde man arrogantly raised an eyebrow. "What am I doing?" "You're standing in the middle of the path, blocking people's way." He pointed at Nan Muk's chest, mocking loudly. "Hey kid, do you know where this is? This isn't a place a broke loser like you should be." Nan Muk ignored him and glanced at Phuong Vu Tuet, asking, "You came here dressed like this, was it voluntary?" Hearing this, the fat, blonde man angrily shoved him and yelled, "This kid, you've got some nerve, not knowing your place and daring to get friendly with my woman right in front of me." Nan Muk still didn't give up. Looking at Phuong Vu Tuet, "What is your relationship with him?" Phuong Vu Tuet said irritably, "It's none of your business." After saying that, she linked arms with the fat, blonde man and pulled him away. The fat, blonde man said with a smug laugh, "Kid, did you hear that? Someone like you wanting to pursue such a beautiful woman. Dream on." Nan Muk's face darkened, and a sense of disappointment suddenly welled up inside him. He had thought Phuong Vu Tuet was a simple and kind girl. It seemed he had misjudged her. He slowly clenched his fists. "Whatever, we've already broken up, let her be." He quickly moved to the 14th floor of the hotel, where the investment banquet was being held. Just then, he also received a new mission from the system. The host must sign a contract with a business at tonight's investment banquet. Reward, 10 survival points. Current survival points, 13. Nan Muk immediately started planning. Signing a contract with a business was not an easy matter. With Kong Tui having investigated beforehand, several companies that would later become wildly successful were all here. They were surely in his bag. Just as he was about to enter, he was blocked by a security guard. "Stop. Where did this fly come from? Trying to barge in. Do you know where this is? Unauthorized personnel are not allowed." Nan Muk replied coldly, "I know. An investment banquet," the guard said contemptuously. "So you know it's an investment banquet? Then do you know who's inside? They're all influential figures who can spend tens of millions with a wave of their hand. Why does someone like you have to enter?" Nan Muk looked at him coldly. "I'm also here to find a business to invest in." The guard waved his hand dismissively. "Dressed like that and pretending to be a big boss? The boss of the janitorial staff? Sorry, we don't have a housekeeping service company here. You should go where you belong. Don't just wander around." Nan Muk's expression darkened. "Even for investing, they judge you by your clothes." The guard suddenly called out enthusiastically, "Hello, CEO Ma." CEO Ma and Phuong Vu Tuet walked over. Seeing Nan Muk, he drawled in surprise. "Oh, isn't this the young brother from downstairs earlier? How come you followed us up here after just a few words?" The guard said with a sneer, "That's right, CEO Ma. This kid came from who knows where. Seems like he doesn't understand human language. No matter what I say, he won't listen. He just insists he's here to invest." After hearing this, CEO Ma laughed until his eyes narrowed. "Ha ha ha, invest? With your appearance, you want to imitate others and invest? With that time, you'd be better off thinking of a way to earn money to buy yourself a decent set of clothes instead of losing face here." He patted Nan Muk's shoulder, squinting provocatively, and said, "Young brother, being thick-skinned is a good thing. You're just using it in the wrong place." For example, when pursuing women, he paused, pulled Phuong Vu Tuet into his arms, and then continued, "What's the use of just being thick-skinned? You need to have assets, Besides, the woman next to me, Ma Dong, is she somewhat a person like you can even dream of? Nan Muk couldn't be bothered to talk to him, snorted coldly, and tried to enter, but was blocked by the guard again. Didn't I tell you can't enter? What the hell is wrong with you? At this moment, Ma Dong's eyes suddenly widened. Then he called out intimately, "Oh, Brother Kong is here. Long time no see." Nan Muk turned his head to look, taking advantage of the fact that no one was paying attention to them. He asked sadly, "Are you doing this for money?" Phuong Vu Tuet didn't even look at him and replied, "What does it have to do with you?" Nan Muk continued in a questioning tone, "Is money that important? For money, you're willing to follow just anyone? Is it worth it for you to dress like that and trade your body for it?" Phuong Vu Tuet's face darkened, and she turned away, not answering. Nan Muk fell silent, then heavily turned and walked in the opposite direction. At this moment, Ma Dong was saying with a bright smile, "Haha, Brother Kong, I heard your company was acquired by a benefactor, not only turning losses into profits, but also developing better and better. Congratulations, congratulations." Mentioning this, Kong Tui couldn't help but sigh with emotion. "That's right, I just got lucky. This time, the debt issue had me so worried I couldn't eat or sleep properly. I never expected such a turnaround. How has business been for CEO Ma recently?" Ma Dong's smile gradually faded. He frowned and sighed, "Not very good. The whole company situation has been unstable recently. I'm not as lucky as you, Brother Kong." With that said, he suddenly chuckled, trying to build a connection. "Brother Kong, our relationship has always been good. See if you can lend a brother a hand and introduce that benefactor to me, so I can get acquainted." Kong Tui casually glanced towards the entrance and suddenly exclaimed in surprise, "CEO Nan." He hurriedly said to Ma Dong, "CEO Ma, I have something to attend to. Let's talk another day." After saying that, he quickly walked towards Nan Muk and called out, "CEO Nan." Ma Dong, who had been staring at him, immediately froze upon hearing this. What did Kong Tui call that kid? Nan what? CEO Nan? At the investment banquet, Phuong Vu Tuet also looked at Nan Muk suspiciously. How could a mere lowly employee with mediocre performance make a big boss call him CEO Nan? Ma Dong walked over, asking with a look of disbelief, "Brother Kong, are you confused? Why would you call a brat like him a CEO?" Hearing this, Kong Tui unhappily reminded him, "CEO Ma, don't be disrespectful. CEO Nan is now the big boss of our food ad." Ma Dong asked in even greater disbelief, "You're saying he's the boss who acquired your company?" Kong Tui affirmed, "That's right. He is our company's CEO Nan." Ma Dong broke out in a cold sweat. Trying to force a smile to save the situation, he extended his hand towards Nan Muk and said, about what I said earlier, please don't take it to heart. Little brother." No, CEO Nan, I truly didn't know your status just now. A great man doesn't hold grudges against a lesser man. Please don't be angry." Nan Muk ignored him and said to Kong Tui, "CEO Kong, let's not waste any more time. Let's go inside." Ma Dong hurriedly threw away his pride and stopped him. "Today was my fault. If you need anything, just give me the word. I guarantee I'll get it done. To show my sincerity, later after the investment banquet ends, would I have the honor of inviting CEO Nan to a meal?" Nan Muk finally glanced at him and asked, "Ma Dong, right?" He immediately nodded repeatedly. "Ah, yes." Nan Muk walked past him and said expressionlessly, "Get lost." After that, he, along with Kong Tui and Lai Bu, entered the banquet. Ma Dong, red-faced with anger, watched his retreating back. "Damn it, you bastard. Give you an inch and you take a mile. You think you're so great with a bit of dirty money? Just you wait and see how I'll deal with you." In a corner of the investment banquet, Kong Tui asked with concern, "CEO Nan, for this investment banquet, do you have a target yet?" Nan Muk shook his head slightly. "Not for now, let's just see how things go." He needed to replan his investment strategy. The few companies he had previously targeted were already surrounded by people, so it seemed there was no great opportunity left. He looked around and suddenly saw a sign that read Xingyun Group. He let out a surprised him, not expecting to encounter the leading internet enterprise from his past life. It was just a small company now, yet no one was paying it any attention. Suddenly, a young man walked over, respectfully offering a business card with both hands, saying, "Hello, our Xingyun Group specializes in internet products, mainly wireless Wi-Fi routers. This is my business card." Nan Muk took the card and glanced at it. Zhang Pengyue, the founder of Xingyun Group, had actually humbled himself to come here and solicit investment in person. He couldn't help but admire him. It seemed his success was not without reason. Seeing him lost in thought, Kong Tui spoke up to remind him, "CEO Nan, this Wi-Fi thing was previously all produced abroad. There's probably no market for it domestically." Other investors also didn't seem very optimistic about this investment project. That's right, this kind of Wi-Fi is ahead of its time. It's not certain it can develop in the country. With that capital, it's better to invest in computer hardware. That's right, getting online isn't expensive now. If everyone can use Wi-Fi, will they really be short on that little bit of internet fee? Zhang Panhua patiently presented and persuaded them. Esteemed CEOs, I know that right now, you're not very optimistic about the prospects of routers, but please believe me, this is only the beginning of the internet era. In a few years, wireless networks will quickly dominate the market, and Wi-Fi will definitely become the mainstream trend. The surrounding investors clearly didn't believe him. This kind of unstable future product, only a fool would invest in it. Logically speaking, a small enterprise like this doesn't even have the qualifications to be here. How'd he sneak in? Suddenly, a dissenting voice rang out. I'll invest. Nan Muk said decisively. I'll invest 15 million in your company's Wi-Fi. Kong Tui hurriedly exclaimed, CEO Nan, you're being too hasty. You must think it over carefully. Zhang Panhua asked, half believing, half doubting. You said, you want to invest 15 million in our company? Nan Muk nodded firmly. Yes, you heard me right. I think very highly of your company. He said confidently. Although Xingyun Group is not prominent now, with the development of the internet, I believe that in the near future, Xingyun will have a glorious future. Zhang Panhua replied excitedly, You're not wrong. Kong Tui buried his face in his hands in despair. Suddenly, a harsh voice rang out. Humph. Ma Dong pushed through the crowd of investors, saying with a displeased expression, Everyone, don't listen to this guy's nonsense. He has no real ability, he just knows how to brag. At the door just now, he was already spouting a load of nonsense. A man with a goatee looked at him suspiciously and asked, CEO Ma, do you know this young man? The crowd of onlookers grew larger. Ma Dong deliberately spoke loudly, so everyone could hear. Know him? Ha! Just hearing his name dirties my ears. Is someone like him even worthy of my acquaintance? Kong Tui reminded him in a low voice. Ma Dong, we're sort of colleagues. I don't want to be too harsh, but you'd better restrain yourself a bit and not spout nonsense here. Ma Dong said as if suddenly realizing something. Oh right, I would have forgotten if you hadn't reminded me. He pointed at Kong Tui, his voice suddenly rising. Everyone knows we both belong to the Huaxiao Longting Group. Kong Tui was drowning in debt and deliberately withheld workers' wages. Yet he sold off company assets for money, pocketed all the money himself, and then left Jiangxing. Everyone was shocked. The man with the goatee blurted out in disbelief. Something like that actually happened? So Kong Tui and Nan Muk are birds of feather. If Kong Tui's character is that bad, then Nan Muk probably isn't any good either. Ma Dong continued smugly. Kong Tui, if you were a bit smarter, you wouldn't be Nan Muk's attack dog. Kong Tui gritted his teeth and looked at him. Nan Muk quickly held him back, then calmly asked Ma Dong, Are you that confident that I don't have 15 million to invest? Ma Dong said aggressively. I, Ma Dong, have always been confident, especially in front of people like you. He was very sure of his thoughts. He had never heard of any rich second generation named Nan Muk, and after acquiring Fudat, how much money could he possibly have left? Nan Muk nodded and said nonchalantly, Since that's the case, do you dare to make a bet with me? Bet that I can immediately invest 15 million in Xingyun and bet on the truth about Fudat. Hearing this, Kong Tui was immediately stunned and looked at him. Ma Dong puffed out his chest and replied confidently, A bet's a bet. You definitely don't have the money to invest in Xingyun. You're sure to lose this bet. Nan Muk raised 3 fingers with a faint smile and said, CEO Ma is generous. However, if you lose, you must kneel and apologize in front of everyone. Slap yourself 3 times and also clarify the matter of Fudat. Of course, if I lose, I'll be at your mercy. How about it? Ma Dong wavered slightly in his heart. This Nan Muk guy definitely doesn't have the money to invest in Xingyun, but surprises often happen. What if he loses? His credibility and reputation would be ruined. Seeing him hesitate, Nan Muk sneered. What's wrong? Don't you dare to bet anymore? Are you scared? Suddenly, a strange voice rang out. CEO Ma, everyone has been waiting for a good show for half the day. Don't spoil the fun for everyone now, am I right? Ma Dong turned his head and recognized the speaker as Tang Ning, the second young master of the top-tier Tang family in Jiangxing. He immediately asked worriedly, Young Master Tang, why are you here? Nan Muk was also quite surprised. Tang Ning, the person in charge of the Tang family in Jiangxing. In his previous life, all of Xingyun Group's raw materials were purchased from the Tang family. If he could get acquainted with him, it would be very beneficial for Xingyun's future development. Tang Ning said nonchalantly, You don't need to mind me. Just continue. Ma Dong replied nervously, Young Master Tang is joking. We were just playing around, not planning to bet on anything. We've made a fool of ourselves in front of young Master Tang. Tang Ning's face suddenly darkened. CEO Ma, you're spoiling the fun. It's rare to come across something interesting tonight. I just arrived and you want to end it. Huh? Do you have a problem with me? Ma Dong cowered in fear, waving his hands repeatedly and saying, I wouldn't dare, I wouldn't dare. Young Master Tang, you've misunderstood. I can't even admire you enough. How would I dare have a problem with you? We are making a bet. Kong Tui whispered worriedly to Nan Muk. CEO Nan, you have to think carefully. Are you really going to make this bet with Ma Dong? Nan Muk reached into his pocket, fumbling around, and answered vaguely. Of course we have to bet. Huh? Where's my bank card? A female voice suddenly rang out. Hey Nan Muk. Phuong Vu Tuet walked up to him and said, I advise you to stop making a fool of yourself here and leave quickly. Seeing Nan Muk constantly rummaging through his pockets, she felt very annoyed. It seemed Nan Muk's claim of getting rich was just a joke. Moreover, because of him, she was left at the door by Ma Dong. Ma Dong suddenly put his arm around her shoulder, pulling her forcefully into his embrace. Miss Phuong, see? This kind of trash who only knows how to brag is fundamentally untrustworthy. It's come to this, and he still won't admit defeat, still pretending and faking it. Truly someone who won't admit his mistakes. Just then, Nan Muk's eyes lit up as he took out a card. Found it. He immediately looked at Zhang Pengyue and said, CEO Zhang, in life as in business, one must value integrity. There is money in this card of mine. If you agree to cooperate, I could transfer the investment funds to you right now. A glint appeared in Zhang Pengyue's eyes. Okay, I agree to cooperate. Let me go get the POS machine. He thought to himself, although this young man is dressed simply, his demeanor exudes stability. He is a trustworthy person. Ma Dong suddenly snatched the card from Nan Muk's hand. You're really addicted to pretending. He held the card high and said loudly, everyone, tell me, would someone who can casually take out 15 million use this kind of ordinary bank card? What is this paper money for the dead? Trying to fool ghosts? Quite a few people in the crowd echoed his words. That's right. If there were tens of millions in the card, he would have been a VIP client of the bank long ago. Why would he still be using this kind of regular card? That's right. Nan Muk coldly snatched the card back. Whether there's money or not, we'll know with one swipe. Zhang Pengyue hurriedly passed the POS machine over. CEO Nan. Here, Nan Muk swiped the card. The POS machine beeped and a message appeared. Insufficient account balance. Transaction cannot be completed. Seeing this, Ma Dong laughed smugly. Ha ha ha. Now that it's come to this, what else do you have to say? Still talking about 15 million? Nan Muk, it's a waste of your acting skills from earlier that you're not an actor. Nan Muk was secretly flustered. Why is the balance insufficient? Kong Tui broke into a sweat for him and stammered. Xiao Nan, what should we do about this? Zhang Pengyue scratched his head, looking bewildered. Could it be that he was just an idle person who came here deliberately to mess with him? But what he said earlier didn't sound like he was lying. Ma Dong said with feigned magnanimity, Nan Muk, I, Ma Dong, am not an unreasonable person. Out of respect for Miss Phuong, just say you're sorry to me, and we can forget about the kneeling. Tang Ning also smiled and said, young man, the most important thing in life is integrity. You dare to bet, you dare to accept the consequences. As soon as he spoke, Ma Dong smiled fawningly. Since young Master Tang has spoken, I can't go against young Master Tang. Everything is up to young Master Tang to decide. Kong Tui couldn't take it anymore. Stepped forward with a tense face to negotiate. Ma Dong, I don't think it's that simple. We all know that when transacting large sums of money, the banking system can also have issues. I'll contact the bank now and have them send a professional over to see what's going on. Ma Dong flatly refused. No way. I have things to do later. I don't have time to dawdle here with you people. With that, he yelled towards the door. Security? Send some people over here. Hurry up. Kong Tui was hurriedly contacting the bank when Nan Muk frowned and said, CEO Ma, who's right and who's wrong will naturally become clear when the bank staff arrives. You're in such a hurry. Are you afraid that when they find out there's so much money in my card, you won't be able to back down? Ma Dong retorted stubbornly. I'm the dignified boss of a company. Would I be afraid of a brat like you? A few security guards ran over and asked, So, Ma, what are your orders? He immediately pointed at Nan Muk and ordered, surround him for me. Ma Dong threatened fiercely. Kid, I'll give you one last chance. If you don't kneel and apologize, I'll beat you until you kneel today. Nan Muk replied calmly. Isn't it a bit too early to be saying these things? Besides, I haven't lost to you yet. Why should I kneel? I think you're the one who should be kneeling. He sneered inwardly. Do you really think I'm easy to bully? Ma Dong's face darkened as he said, You really won't cry until you see the coffin. Pin him to the ground for me. Make him kneel and apologize immediately. Lai Bu immediately stood in front of Nan Muk. Let's see who dares to touch CEO Nan. A thought flashed through his mind. He could handle 2 people on his own, but how would he deal with 5 or 6? Suddenly, a figure flashed past him like a gust of wind, rushing straight into the group of security guards, cursing, a bunch of amateurs. Lai Bu was instantly stunned. Good heavens, is this even human? The security guards couldn't withstand a single blow and were beaten to their knees by Nan Muk. Ma Dong said angrily, "If you have the guts, just you wait. Besides some brute strength and a talent for bragging, you're completely useless." Phuong Vu Tuet's eyes widened in disbelief. Since when did Nan Muk know how to fight? Tang Nin couldn't help but admire him inwardly. He hadn't expected his speed to be so fast, taking down several security guards in an instant. You really can't judge a book by its cover. Just then, a polite voice was heard. "Please make way, everyone. We received a call from CEO Kong and are here to check on the situation." Ma Dong angrily yelled at the bank staff. "My business isn't finished. It's useless no matter which staff member comes." Tang Nin took the initiative to mediate. Since they're already here, it won't take more than a few minutes. Just let them check what's really going on and let him lose convincingly. Since he had spoken, Ma Dong had no choice but to let it go for the time being. Out of respect for young Master Tang, "I'll give you a chance. If it really is your problem, I'll make you die a miserable death." The bank employee skillfully operated the computer. In just a few minutes, the screen showed the available balance as 0. The employee suddenly turned to look at Nan Muk and asked, "Sir, may I ask, has your recent cash flow exceeded 50 million? Ma Dong scoffed contemptuously. "The balance is 0. How could the cash flow possibly reach 50 million? Nan Muk calmly replied, "That's right." The employee understood the issue and explained, "Sir, it's like this. The cash flow in the bank card is too large, which could trigger a freeze. As long as your source of funds is legitimate, we can lift the freeze for you, and at the same time, we will upgrade your service." Ma Dong and Phuong Vu Tuet were both startled. "How could this be? How is this possible?" Nan Muk said gently, "You can check my source of funds, but with the current situation, can I still proceed with the transfer?" Ma Dong couldn't sit still and roared, "Damn it, are you scammers that Kong Tui called over? With his appearance, he has a 50 million cash flow? Are you kidding me?" The employee quickly took out his business card to prove his identity. "This is my business card. It has my information on it. If you still have doubts, I can give you my employee ID number, and you can call to verify." Then he turned around and returned the card to Nan Muk with both hands. "Sir, your bank account can now be used normally. When you have time, you can come to the bank to apply for a personalized custom gold card." Someone who heard this said enviously, "A personalized custom gold card? I have a friend whose cash flow is also not small, but he still doesn't qualify for this card." Ma Dong was unconvinced and started to act shamelessly. "This doesn't count. It doesn't count. Unless he immediately transfers the money to Xing Yun right now. Otherwise, he still loses." Nan Muk waved the card in his hand and couldn't help but say, "You really won't cry until you see the coffin." He swiped the card on the POS machine again. Very quickly, the screen displayed, "Transaction successful. CEO Nan." The transaction was successful. Kong Tui immediately questioned Ma Dong in a stern voice. "Do you have anything else to say now?" Ma Dong backed away in fear, his voice weakening. "If you people have it in for me, you want to deal with me. You must have pulled some trick. I can't kneel. A man's knees are precious." Suddenly, someone kicked him hard in the leg. "Ah!" Ma Dong let out a miserable scream, his hands and feet hitting the ground, and looked blankly at the person behind him, asking, "Young Master Tang, what are you doing?" Tang Nin kicked him hard on the shoulder again, his voice grim, refusing to admit defeat. "Who was it that just said that? To know you're wrong and not correct it, you're not worthy of being a man. Do what you're supposed to do. Don't waste my time." Ma Dong clumsily knelt on the ground, slapped himself a few times, and then apologized to Nan Muk. "Just now, I was blind to judge a person by their appearance. I had eyes but failed to see Mount Tai. I shouldn't have provoked Pho Nan. I beg you, a great man of great magnanimity, to spare this lowly one." Nan Muk looked down at him and said, "There's more. Have you forgotten something?" He hurriedly replied, "That's all. Kneeling, slapping myself, apologizing. I've done it all." Nan Muk jutted his chin towards Kong Tui, reminding him, "What about the truth regarding Fudat? Are you planning to let CEO Kong be wronged like this?" Kong Tui felt a warmth in his heart and said, "Thank you, CEO Nan." Ma Dong's face scrunched up like a bitter melon as he admitted, I said Fudat was acquired because I was jealous of Kong Tui's good fortune, so I just made it up." An uproar immediately broke out in the surroundings. So that's how it was. Everyone looked at him with disgust. This Ma Dong is truly a petty person who loves to spread rumors. Who would dare to do business with him anymore? Who knows how badly they'd be cheated? Ma Dong couldn't bear the shame and hurriedly fled, secretly holding a grudge against Nan Muk in his heart. "I'll remember your face. This pit you dug for me. Sooner or later I'll pay you back." On the other side, Zhang Pingyue was saying sincerely. CEO Nan, thank you for investing in our Xingyun Group. Xingyun Group will definitely not disappoint you. Nan Muk nodded, then politely turned to shake Tang Nin's hand. Regarding tonight's matter, thank you for your help, young Master Tang. If you need me for anything in the future, just say the word. Not far away, Phuong Vutuet looked at him with complicated feelings. Has Namuk really made it big? But if it weren't for him, how could I be standing here today? Phuong Vutuet recalled an earlier time when her mother suddenly asked, Xiao Taet, do you still remember that boss Ma Dong that Annie Wong introduced to you? You've met him before. Xiao Vu also chimed in. I heard there's an investment seminar at the Jingpeng Hotel tonight. Boss Ma will definitely be there. Sis, you should go and check it out tonight. She subconsciously refused. I don't want to go. Her father's face immediately darkened. Is this a matter for you to decide whether you want to or not? That useless Nan Muk is a lost cause. You have to bring home a son-in-law for your father. Otherwise, what's the point of raising you? Her mother, with tears in her eyes, continued, Xiao Tuet, it's not that your father and I are forcing you. If Xiao Vu can't get married because he has no money, our family line will end. Can you bear that? Not to mention, was it easy for me to raise you and your brother alone? Phuong Vu Tuet pressed her lips together tightly. She was already sick of this place and quietly turned to leave. Over here, Tang Nin suddenly took out his business card and said, Meeting is fate. If you need anything in the future, you can contact me. As soon as he finished speaking, the system immediately announced, Congratulations to the host for completing the mission, receiving a reward of 10 survival points with an additional bonus point. In light of the host's good performance, from now on, every time the host receives survival points, the system will deduct 10% to reserve for upgrades. Survival points, 23. Nan Muk couldn't help but frown. What does this mean? This system not only controls my life, but it also wants to charge me a handling fee? Just then, Lai Bu suddenly ran over in a panic to report. CEO Nan, CEO Kong, it's bad. The workers at the company are causing commotion again. Kong Tui asked tensely, Didn't I tell you to find the accountant to pay them their wages? Why are they causing trouble again? Lai Bu reported in a panic. These people are insatiable. Their wages have been paid, but now they're surrounding the company gate, saying the company has a new owner and asking what they'll do if they don't have jobs in the future. Kong Tui asked for advice in a fluster. CEO Nan, what should we do? The new project won't start for a while. We can't just keep paying them for nothing. Nan Muk thought for a moment and then decided, let's go back to the company and check the situation first. Without any hesitation, they quickly bid farewell to the others and left. Young Master Tang, CEO, Zhang, I have something to attend to. Please excuse me. At the same time, at the Fudat building, the scene was chaotic. The workers were crowded together, trying to force their way in. At the door, two gangster-like thugs, one with blonde hair and one with brown hair, blocked them and shouted loudly, You ungrateful lot, you've been paid, now get lost. A chubby worker accidentally pushed the blonde-haired thug down during the scuffle. Let us see CEO Kong. We've been paid, but the project was just stopped like that, so what are we supposed to do in the future? The others also chimed in with complaints. That's right. Isn't this the same as us suddenly being unemployed? The blonde-haired man fell to the ground, looking to be in great pain. He angrily jumped up, pulled out a knife, and roared, Damn it, you dare push me? I'll kill you. Without hesitation, he plunged the knife straight into the chubby worker's chest. The worker stood stunned on the spot. The surrounding workers screamed in fear. He's killed someone. Call an ambulance quickly. Nan Muk had just arrived, and the ambulance also arrived just in time. He asked, Why is it so noisy? Let's go inside and see. Kong Tui hurriedly cleared a path through the crowd. Make way. CEO Nan and CEO Kong are back. The blonde and brown-haired thugs, unaware of the situation, were aggressively brandishing their knives and cursing. You took the money and still came here to cause trouble. If we don't teach you a lesson, you'll never learn, right? Let's see who dares to rush in. Big Brother is right. Whoever doesn't want a beating should get lost now. Don't dirty CEO Kong's place. The chubby worker knelt on the ground in pain. Muttering, You bastards. The other workers clamored. CEO Kong is back. As soon as he stepped in, he saw the bloody scene and was horrified. Who did this? What's going on? The blonde and brown-haired thugs stepped forward to smugly take credit. CEO Kong, we're helping you establish your authority. This matter can be settled with just a few tens of thousands in compensation at most. Nan Muk quietly asked a worker beside him, Has an ambulance been called? The worker stammered, It's been called, but the ambulance will take another 10 minutes to arrive. He's bleeding so much, I'm afraid he won't make it. He squatted down in a panic, holding his head and sobbing. The project has stopped, many of us have lost our jobs. My daughter is sick. The doctor said she needs a minor surgery. I've lost my job. What am I going to do about the rest of the surgery fees? Others also began to murmur. That's right, I've already started looking for other work. But it's not easy to find a job now. Nanmuk frowned, the image of his own father groveling and begging unconsciously appearing in his mind. Suddenly, someone shouted with a trembling voice. He stopped breathing. The ambulance. Why isn't the ambulance here yet? Libu knew this was no joke, sweat pouring down like rain, and asked, CEO Kong, what should we do? He gritted his teeth in anger. Tie those two bastards up for me. Seeing Libu approaching menacingly, the two thugs tried to curry favor. Brother Bu, with the two of us taking action today, no one will dare cause trouble here in the future. Brother Bu, what's wrong? Did we do something wrong? He cracked his knuckles, the joints making cold cracking sounds. Why would CEO Kong even find two idiots like you? You're about to cause a huge disaster. Over here, Nanmuk was checking the chubby worker's condition. He stopped breathing. The system kindly reminded, still breathing, but can't be saved, he's a goner. Hearing this, he remembered. That's right, the system controls his life. Maybe it also has a way to save others. System, is there a way to save this person? I can't let him die here. Nanmuk quickly opened the system interface to check. After the system upgrade is complete, the system store will sell resurrection medicine, which can be purchased with survival points. System store. In the store, only 3 types of potions were unlocked: strength, agility, and stamina, which were completely useless now. He silently asked, is there any other way? The system replied, you can consume survival points to extend this person's life minute by minute. After the system's calculation, the host needs to consume 12 survival points to ensure this person can continue to live. If the host confirms saving him, please reply with a confirmation. Note, this function can only be used once. The host should consider carefully. He confirmed without hesitation. If I just stand by and watch him die, how am I any different from those two scumbags? Moreover, his death here would have a huge impact on a new real estate sales center. The system announced, survival points -12, remaining points 11. Immediately after, the worker took a few weak gasps of air. His colleagues were overjoyed. He's breathing again. He can be saved. Hang in there. The ambulance is on its way. Li Biao tied the two guys up and threw them to the ground. CEO Nan, CEO Kong, these two pieces of trash have been tied up. They fearfully tried to justify themselves. CEO Kong, Brother Biao, we did this for the company. You can't do this. Nanmuk's face darkened as he sneered. For the company? The blonde-haired man was startled. Stunned, it's you? He sneered contemptuously. That kid ran out of money. Did he come to beg our CEO, Kong? Kong returned to Nanmuk in confusion. CEO Nan, what's going on? He crossed his arms and answered curtly, ask them. Li Biao flew into a rage and kicked the blonde-haired man hard. Cut the crap and talk. The blonde and brown-haired men were scared out of their wits and quickly confessed everything. I'll talk. This guy's owes 500,000 from Mahjong loan sharks, and he said he could pay it back, but the deadline is tomorrow. That's right, CEO Kong. Even if this guy can't pay, there's no rush. His sister is very pretty. Selling her on the black market could fetch 800,000 to $1 million. Kong Tui's face turned green with anger. Do you think my company is a gang? Are you trying to get me killed? He quickly turned to Nanmuk and explained sincerely. CEO Nan, you know the company situation before. Ma Dong said he had a way to make money and told them to follow me. I had no other choice, so I just let them be. But I never thought of harming anyone. Nanmuk asked doubtfully, Ma Dong? Kong Tui nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. Yes, but now that food that has been acquired by you, there are no more external debts. Without another word, Nanmuk gave the two men a sound beating. The other workers watched, stunned, and remarked, these two have bullied us workers many times in the past. It's true that heaven has eyes. What goes around comes around. That young man is actually the boss who bought the company. Just then, police sirens wailed. The ambulance is here. The paramedics rushed over with a stretcher. Move aside. Move aside, a doctor shouted. He can still be saved. He needs a blood transfusion immediately. Everyone clear the way. Kong Tui breathed a sigh of relief, thanking heavens that it wasn't a major incident. He carefully asked Nanmuk, what should be the next arrangement? Nanmuk thought, we need to stabilize these workers first. Kong Tui hesitated, but he cut him off decisively and ordered, we'll decide today. No need to find another construction team. Keep them. That way, we don't have to worry about the work issue. The workers were both happy and worried, and voiced their unease. We were already owed half a year's wages before. If we stay now, will our wages be withheld again? That's right. If you withhold our wages again, this time, and run off with the money, Where are we supposed to find you? Nanmuk slowly and resolutely promised. Everyone, don't worry. The company will sign labor contracts with all of you, guaranteeing your wages and ensuring your safety at work. There will also be a year-end bonus. He couldn't help but sadly recall his past life. His father had fallen and broken his leg at a construction site. Because there was no contract, there was no compensation. He ended up with a limp and lost his job. The men happily murmured among themselves. I heard only people with decent jobs get to sign contracts. If the company doesn't follow what's written in the contract, they'll be fined or taken to the police station. Then this is a good thing. You're not tricking us, are you? Li Biao whispered, expressing his dissatisfaction with Nanmuk's approach. CEO calm. This is the first time I've heard of signing contracts and giving bonuses to workers. At this rate, we'll go bankrupt sooner or later. Kong Tui sighed. If it weren't for him, the company would have gone bankrupt long ago. Li Biao was still not convinced. Even if he's rich and talented, he can't just do whatever he wants. I think his investment in the company today and all these things, isn't there something wrong with his head? He pointed at the two men. Oh right, what about these two brats? Kong Tui glanced at them with disgust. We'll see what CEO Nan thinks. Nanmuk arranged the tasks. Deal with it as it should be dealt with. We must protect the company's reputation, so we don't suffer losses later. Also, for the worker who is injured tonight, the company will cover all his hospitalization and treatment costs. This kind of situation must not happen again in the future. Although Kong Tui was a bit confused, he still complied. All right, CEO Nan, I'll handle the next steps. I guarantee there will be no problems. Nanmuk waved his hand. Okay, I'll be heading back first then. Kong Tui quickly ordered. Li Biao, see CEO Nan off. He waved his hand in refusal. No need, I can go by myself. After he had walked some distance, Kong Tui patted Li Biao's shoulder and reminded him, he is a man with a vision. In terms of business, he is indeed more talented than me. Just wait and see. Maybe you'll change your opinion of him. Let's just trust him this once. Afterwards, at Nanmuk's house, he looked at the lit up but empty house and guessed to himself, could it be that mom and dad aren't coming home today? As soon as he opened the door, he saw Meng Yao waiting at the entrance. She asked worriedly, Brother Nanmuk, why are you back so late? He replied gently, there was something to take care of at the company, so I'm a little late. Meng Yao smiled teasingly. Brother Nanmuk, I see you're much more hardworking now. Is it because you're about to marry Sister Vu Tuet that you're trying so hard to earn money? He affectionately patted her head and chided. What nonsense are you talking about? Tomorrow, I'll take you somewhere. Nanmuk always remembered that Meng Yao's dream had been to live in a big house, and now he could finally make this dream come true. The young girl asked curiously, where is it? Can you tell me now? Nanmuk shook his head firmly. No, you'll know when we get there tomorrow. After speaking, he turned and walked away. It's too late now. We should rest. Meng Yao watched his back, silent. For the past 2 days, Brother Nanmuk has been so mysterious. It's as if he's become a different person. Nanmuk lay on his bed, deep in thought. The system, the main god, the moon eye, it controls my life and can also extend the lives of others. What other functions does it have? He looked at the symbol in his palm, puzzled. Is this all there is to it? Suddenly, a notification sound rang out. Surrounding environment detected as safe. Host may enter the system space. Nanmuk was startled, and before he could mentally prepare himself, the scenery around him distorted and changed. It continued to ask, is the host ready to receive the inheritance? Nanmuk stood dazedly in the vast space. Inheritance? What inheritance? He looked at the blurry reflection at his feet. It was himself before his rebirth. The system explained, the host's rebirth has caused a collapse in space-time. The survival points the host consumes daily are also used to maintain the stability of space-time. But space-time has been affected by an external force. The host is now required to receive the main god's inheritance. Otherwise, the world will soon be buried. He was shocked. The world will soon be buried? The system announced curtly, preparing inheritance. Before he could react, a huge and powerful stream of energy descended from the sky, rushing straight into his body. Hey, I'm not ready yet. What on earth is going on? After the inheritance is complete, the system will be restricted and will no longer issue tasks to the host. Nanmuk's eyelids grew heavier and heavier, and his vision went dark. This damn system, it's been tricking me from the very beginning. A long time later, the familiar and cold voice sounded. Inheritance successfully completed. He jolted awake, his head buzzing and aching. Nanmuk clutched his head while trying to read the notification. Host, please check your interface. He looked at the interface doubtfully. Didn't it say the inheritance was complete? Why is the progress only at 1%? Survival points, 10. Strength, level 3. Advanced attribute wealth. Agility level 3. Advanced ability fortune. Stamina level 3. Inheritance unlocked 1%. The system explained. Due to the host's insufficient basic attributes, you're temporarily unable to receive the full inheritance abilities. He sighed wearily. What a scam. Whatever. As long as I'm alive, I'll figure everything out sooner or later. Meng Yao stood outside the door holding a tray of food, thinking worriedly. It's already past noon. Why isn't Brother Nanmuk awake yet? Is he too tired? After waiting for a long time, the door finally opened. Nanmuk was startled. Meng Yao? She pouted at him, looking him up and down. Seeing that he was physically fine, she said, Brother Nanmuk, didn't you say you were taking me somewhere today? He smiled and patted her head, coaxing. I almost forgot. We'll leave in a bit. Afterwards, on the streets of Jiangsheng, Nanmuk took Meng Yao for a walk. Suddenly, she happened to see, isn't that Sister Vu Tuet? Fluang Vu Tuet was leaning weakly against a rich, fat, blonde man. Meng Yao hesitated. Brother Nanmuk, she worriedly tugged at his shirt hem. Are they going to a hotel? Sister Vu Tuet looks a bit different. Why is she here? Nanmuk coldly pulled her away by the hand. That's her choice. Don't mind them. A moment later, they arrived at the Blue Water Harbor real estate sales office. All the way there, Meng Yao anxiously peppered him with questions. Brother Nanmuk, what on earth happened between you two? Why? He didn't say a word, only gently urged her. Don't say any more. Let's go look at houses first. The sales office will close soon. As they walked in, a saleswoman yawned and sized them up. Hello, sir. Are you here to look at houses? Nanmuk nodded. I want to see the villas. She smiled and explained. Sir, you can't afford the villa area. If you want to look at houses, go over there and look at the small apartments. You just need to make a down payment, and the rest can be paid in installments. Meng Yao asked in a low voice. Brother Nanmuk, this is a property of the Changtian Group. The prices are very expensive. Do you really want to buy? He nodded firmly. Yes, I want to give you a villa. Haven't you always wanted to live in a big house? Meng Yao's jaw dropped in astonishment. Give me a villa? The saleswoman named Zhan said with a slightly mocking smile. Sir, do you know how much the villas here cost? Are you sure you want to buy one of our villas? Nanmuk decisively affirmed once more. Yes, I want to buy a villa. Meng Yao shyly tugged at his shirt hem. Brother Nanmuk, maybe we should just go. Zhan was blunt and contemptuous. Look at the clothes you're wearing. They don't even add up to 200 yuan, and you want to buy a villa? Meng Yao said angrily. Don't talk about my brother Nanmuk like that. She insisted on pulling his hand. Brother Nanmuk, let's not look anymore, let's go. Suddenly, a voice interrupted them. Nanmuk? Is that you, Nanmuk? Su Fei laughed and greeted him. Wow, what a coincidence, it really is you. I saw you just now and couldn't quite believe it. Nanmuk extended his hand for a handshake, but the other person pulled back. Su Fei said, it's been many years. He stroked his chin thoughtfully, not hiding his judgmental gaze at all. You really haven't changed a bit. I remember your family wasn't well off. You always bought your clothes at the market, and you'd wear the same shirt for several years. He is Su Fei, 23 years old, a somewhat successful businessman, and Nanmuk's high school classmate. Nanmuk calmly withdrew his hand and asked, what are you doing now? In his mind, he recalled that if he remembered correctly, Su Fei had a small business, but it went bankrupt after a few years. Su Fei laughed smugly. Just some small business, looking to buy a house to save up. Are you here to look at houses too? Let me tell you, don't buy those small apartments. It's embarrassing to even mention it. Zhen fawningly chimed in. That's right. A house is a testament to a person's status. People who live in small apartments are, of course, not the same as those who live in villas. Just like Boss Su here, he's a truly talented young man. Su Fei laughed smugly. Not at all, not at all. I just have a little money on hand. He suddenly looked down at his watch and asked, I have a business deal to discuss later. Nanmuk, I see you're probably not busy, right? How about I choose my house first? I won't waste your time, will I? Nanmuk smiled nonchalantly. Sure, I'm not busy anyway. You go ahead and choose first. Don't let your business deal be delayed. Meng Yao was fuming. They were being too outrageous. Nanmuk silently watched the saleswoman Zhan try her best to flatter Su Fei. Boss Su, would you like to see our high-end apartments? We have one. The environment and location are both quite good. He turned and said to Meng Yao, I'm going outside to make a call. I'll be right back. In a deserted corner, a murderous glint finally appeared in his eyes. A bunch of short-sighted rats. Su Fei pretentiously took out his gold card, ready to pay. No need to say more. I'll take this unit. I'm in a hurry. I'll take it now. I can pay right away. Zhen was overjoyed and confirmed again. This house is 2 million. You're taking it right now, sir? She was ecstatic inside. As long as she closed this deal, she could get a commission of several thousand, which was just too good. He frowned, his face darkening. That's right, I'm taking it now. Is there a problem? Inside, he was secretly competing with Nanmuk. Nanmuk's achievements had always been better than his, and he was more popular with the girls. Now, he finally had a chance to one-up him. Let's see what he had to compete with. But when he turned around, he didn't see his old classmate. Only Meng Yao was left. Su Fei sneered and walked over to provoke him. Where's Nanmuk? What? Couldn't handle the blow and ran off by himself. Nanmuk's cold voice came through. I want to buy a house. Why would I run? He walked in from outside. Something came up. Sorry to keep you all waiting. Su Fei smiled probingly. What kind of house are you planning to buy? Do you need my help for reference? He deliberately spoke loudly to humiliate him. Oh right, Nanmuk, is your father still working at the construction site? Tell him to come to my place. I'll let him carry 2 fewer bricks a day and add a few hundred yuan a month. It's better than suffering elsewhere, anyway. Seeing you live so miserably, it's so pitiful. Helping you out is like accumulating good karma. Meng Yao shouted angrily. Don't think you can just trample on others' dignity because you have a little money. The money Uncle Nan earns is from his own hard work. You're no nobler than him in any way. He spread his hands, a look of innocence on his face. I'm helping him. How? Is that trampling on his dignity? Anyway, in this society, having money is the only truth. Meng Yao was so angry she was speechless. Nanmuk put a hand out to stop her and reminded him coldly. Su Fei, I'll accept your good intentions. If you say such things again, don't blame me for not respecting our old friendship. He acted as if he'd heard a joke, contemptuously pointing at Nanmuk's chest. I'm kind enough to help you, and you want to lecture me? It's true that the poor have their own twisted logic. You don't understand a damn thing. Ajin curled her lip in contempt and said impatiently, Are you buying a house or not? What's the point of all this useless talk? Su Fei even spat on the floor and ordered, Is there no security here? Hurry up and throw him out. He's ruining my mood for buying a house. Just then, an employee hurried over. Mr. Nan, this is our bank's gold card. He nodded politely. Thank you for making the trip. The employee bowed respectfully. It is my honor to serve you, sir. At this moment, the manager also heard the argument and ran downstairs. What's all this arguing about? Ajun, what's going on? She immediately tattled, pointing at Nanmuk. Manager, this person clearly can't afford our houses and is causing trouble here. He gave a cold smile, held up the card, and asked, You said I can't afford it? Manager Duong was astonished. She hurriedly bowed her head and said sincerely, Sir, I'm so sorry. We've caused you trouble just now. I will now personally serve you. May I ask what you need? Ajun, still clueless, yelled, Manager, what are you doing? You just came to our sales department to cause trouble. Manager Duong was scared out of her wits and hurriedly apologized. Sir, my employee is blind and has just been disrespectful. Please forgive her. Su Fei also pretentiously stepped forward to interject. Manager Duong, is it? I'm the big client buying a house here. The person you should be respecting is me, not him. At the Blue Water Harbor Real Estate Center, the atmosphere was as tense as a drawn bowstring. Manager Duong's face turned cold as she looked at him seriously. Mr. Su, I wonder if you recognize the gold card in Mr. Nan's hand? He glanced at it contemptuously. Isn't it just a card? I'm also a VIP client of the bank. Halfway through his sentence, he suddenly fell silent. His eyes widened and his jaw dropped. You didn't steal it, did you? Nanmuk paid him no mind and walked forward. I remember these 2 villas are in a prime location. In a few years, the housing prices will skyrocket. Making a profit several times over is no problem at all. He observed carefully and then asked, How much are the 2 villas in the middle? Manager Duong frowned and quoted the price. These 2 villas are the same price. Both are 10 million. Nanmuk decisively placed the card on the table. All right, I'll buy them. Meng Yao was so shocked she couldn't believe her ears. At this moment, the thick-skinned Ajun ran over with a bright smile. Yes, sir, I'll go handle the procedures for you right now. Nanmuk impatiently averted his gaze and pressed his hand on the card. Did I say you could touch it? This 20 million deal of mine can be credited to anyone, except you. Manager Duong immediately arranged things. I will personally handle this transaction for Mr. Nan. Ajun, starting tomorrow, you don't need to come to work anymore. She was too scared to speak. Su Fei, seeing the tables turn, sheepishly said, Old classmate, I never expected you to become so successful. In that case, I was wrong. How about we go for a few drinks later? Manager Duong coldly ordered someone to escort him out. The staff immediately moved to drag him away. Don't move, be cooperative. Su Fei shouted unwillingly. What are you doing? Old classmate, say a word for me. Are you just going to stand there and watch me get dragged out by security? Nanmuk let out a sneer. Weren't you the one who wanted to call security to throw me out just now? Su Fei felt a pang of guilt and stammered, his voice growing smaller. Didn't I already apologize to you? The security guard said impatiently. Cut the crap, get out. Suddenly, Nanmuk spoke up. Wait. He quickly accessed the system. Can this luck skill system see other people's luck? How do I use the skill? The system introduced. With the luck enhancement ability, the host can observe the luck of a person or object with just a thought. With the fortune enhancement ability, the host can use the skill to identify treasures. Nanmuk mused. I see. So I can see other people's luck just by wanting to. It seems these two skills are quite useful. He opened his eyes and looked at Su Fei, who was still muttering to himself. Nanmuk, what are you pretending for? If you've thought it through, we can still have a meal together. Nanmuk put his hands in his pockets, looked at the black smoke surrounding him, and reminded him, I see your brow is dark. Things must not be going smoothly for you recently. As an old classmate, I advise you to be more careful. Otherwise, it'll be too late for regrets. Su Fei was so angry he started cursing. Damn you, are you jinxing me? Nanmuk, so what if you have money? Even with money, you're still a country bumpkin, a hick. He sighed, his kindness mistaken for malice. On the other side, a Jeanne was bowing her head, begging the manager, I know I was wrong. Please give me another chance, won't you? Manager Duong said coolly, no need to say more. Go to the finance department and collect your salary. She was so scared her whole body trembled, and she collapsed to her knees on the ground. Manager, my father has been sick for many years. If I lose my job, he'll just have to wait to die. Meng Yao couldn't bear to watch and said softly to him, Brother Nanmuk, she's so pitiful. Nanmuk took the opportunity to speak up. Let her come back. Life isn't easy for anyone. Just give her another chance. Manager Duong reminded her seriously, since Mr. Nan has spoken, then we'll give you a chance. She was ecstatic and thanked him profusely. Thank you, Mr. Nan, for forgiving me. I will definitely work hard from now on. Nanmuk looked at the golden aura around Meng Yao and assessed. Meng Yao's luck is golden. She will definitely live a very good life. The surrounding ladies and aunties giggled. What a good young man. Young, talented, and generous. Are you looking for a girlfriend, young man? Annie can introduce you to my daughter. She's about the same age. With quick reflexes, Nanmuk pulled Meng Yao into his arms and declined with a smile. Thank you, aunties. She's my girlfriend. I brought her here today to buy a house. He whispered in her ear, I don't want to go on a blind date, Meng Yao. Just play along with me for a bit. Only after a moment did he notice her ears were bright red. He asked, confused and concerned, Meng Yao, what's wrong? Why is your face so red? She quickly dodged away and said shyly, I'm fine, Brother Nanmuk. Suddenly, his phone rang. Nanmuk frowned. Phuong Vu Tuet. Meng Yao looked at Nanmuk doubtfully, thinking to herself, why is Brother Nanmuk suddenly? At this moment, the phone vibrated gently, indicating a new message. It was a message from Phuong Vu Tuet. I'm in room 606 of the Tan Tien Hotel. Save me. Nanmuk looked at the message, lost in thought. Could be that Phuong Vu Tuet didn't go to the hotel with Ma Dong willingly? Meng Yao urged him anxiously. Although I don't know what happened between you two, but Sister Vu Tuet is in danger now. If you don't go, you'll definitely regret it. But he still acted indifferent and replied, this matter no longer has anything to do with me. Hearing him say that, she became so anxious she couldn't help but say loudly, Brother Nanmuk, what nonsense are you talking about? If you don't go now, it'll really be too late. Nanmuk glanced at Meng Yao and hesitated. Then she quickly reassured him. It's okay. I'll wait here for you to come back. Hurry and go save Sister Vu Tuet. She pushed his shoulder, urging him to go quickly. After hearing that, he quickly ran off, leaving only a short sentence behind. Then I'll make a trip. You wait here for me. Don't wander off. At this moment, in room 606 of the Tan Tien Hotel, Ma Dong, with a towel wrapped around his waist, had a lecherous expression as he sized her up and said contemptuously, You look skinny, but I didn't expect you to have some meat on your bones. Even better than I imagined. Phuong Vu Tuet retreated to the end of the bed in fear. Don't touch me, don't. He impatiently grabbed her wrist and said loudly, Don't what don't? I have money and power. What's there to be dissatisfied about by being with me? Your family introduced you to me. Wasn't it so I could take an interest in you? At this point, she could only beg him in a small voice. Don't. I beg you, let me go. Let me go. His ugly face twisted as he spoke contemptuously. You already agreed to come here with me, and now you're pretending to be innocent. Playing hard to get, are we? Then he started tearing at her clothes. What's the point of pretending to be a chaste martyr at this point? Didn't you come here willingly? She resisted weakly. Don't. But knock on the door from outside made him stop. He shouted impatiently, Who is it? The door opened, and a tall figure walked in. Only then did Ma Dong see Nanmuk's face clearly. Oh, it's you. How did you get in here? But he just replied calmly, Don't worry about how I got in. What you just did, I've recorded it all. After hearing this, He lunged at him in fear, trying to snatch what was in his hand. Who allowed you to do that? Give me the phone. But a knee from him stopped his action. An intense pain hit him, making him gasp. He trembled as he knelt on the ground, clutching his stomach and cursing. You bastard, you dare hit me. I'll not just go to sleep with your woman. I'll also have someone teach you a lesson and show you who you're messing with. His words were cut off by a kick to the face. He said angrily, say that again. Ma Dong continued to provoke him. I said you're just a broke loser. No matter how hard you try, no woman will ever look your way. You useless piece of trash. But under Nan Muk's continuous, powerful kicks, he quickly begged for mercy. Stop hitting me. Stop hitting me. I was wrong. Let me go. You'll ruin my face if you keep hitting me. He snorted lightly, paid him no more attention, and looked towards Phuong Vu Tuet. At this moment, Phuong Vu Tuet's clothes were in disarray, and she kept calling his name. I feel so uncomfortable. Nhan Muk. He looked at her, puzzled. What's wrong? How did it come to this? Then he realized Phuong Vu Tuet had been drugged by Ma Dong. He carefully picked her up. I'll take you to the bathroom to splash some water on you and sober you up, placing her in the bathtub. Then he stepped outside. I'll be outside. Call me if you need anything. After giving his careful instructions, Nan Muk turned and walked out. At this moment, Ma Dong was about to sneak away. That bastard, Phuong Vu Tuet, served herself up on a platter. Let's see how many times you can save her. But he was quickly blocked by him. CEO Ma, planning to leave just like that? Ma Dong now played the victim. You've already beaten me, and I haven't even touched her. What more do you want? He no longer blocked him, calmly saying, how you brought Phuong Vu Tuet in here in the first place. You haven't forgotten, have you? The security cameras are witnesses. If you're not afraid, you can leave now. The man glared at him angrily. Damn it, Nan Muk, what the hell do you want? He thought for a moment. For survival points, extorting some money from this Ma Dong guy probably isn't going too far. After all, it's ridding the public of a pest. He turned to the man, threatening. Aren't you rich? Wanting to use money to buy women. Well then, if you don't want the camera footage to be released, pay a little hush money. It's not a loss for you, is it? The man's face contorted, the corner of his eye twitching at this proposal. Blackmail? You want to team up with Phuong Vu Tuet to set me up? Want to get money from me, Ma Dong? No way in hell. Nan Muk shrugged, fine. If you refuse, don't regret it when you see it online tomorrow. CEO Ma. Ma Dong looked at Nan Muk with contempt, mocking. What did you just say? You think everyone at this Tan Tien hotel listens to you? The manager will let you see the security footage? I'm not falling for your trick. You might not believe this, but I happen to know the manager of this hotel. Nan Muk said while dangling a card. Ma Dong stared, stunned. How do you have a hotel's VIP card? He raised an eyebrow and asked him, well, have you thought it over, CEO Ma? He silently felt lucky that Manager Duong had come along, which was how he got this room card. The man was terrified inside. If this guy released all the video footage online, the rest of his life would be over. He had no choice but to compromise with Nan Muk. How much money do you want? Is 5 million enough? But number made him disbelieve his own ears. 40 million. The shout was so loud that Phuong Vu Tuet, who was showering inside, also heard it. 40 million. He hesitated, bargaining. That's so much money, I really don't have it. 30 million. How about 30 million? After hearing this, Nan Muk didn't make it difficult for him, saying, all right, 30 million then. I hope CEO Ma is a man of his word. Otherwise, I don't know when these photos might get leaked. At this moment, Phuong Vu Tuet finished her shower and walked out wrapped in a towel. Her curvaceous body was still steaming, making the man gulp. Nan Muk looked at him unhappily. CEO Ma, you still haven't left? It seems 30 million is just a small matter to you. The man hastily wrapped his towel and scurried away. You bastard. I was just unlucky today to fall into your hands. You just wait. Nan Muk looked at her and asked softly, sober now? She shyly thanked him. Nan Muk, just now. Thank you. Seeing that she was all right, Nan Muk excused himself and turned to leave. It's nothing. I'll be leaving then. She looked at him and hurriedly asked, Nan Muk, you're planning to invest 15 million in the Xinyan Group. Is that true? He didn't mind answering. Weren't you also there and saw me transfer the money to Xinyan? She asked worriedly. How did you suddenly get so much money? Where did you get this money from? But he just gave a perfunctory reply. To you, is money more important than feelings? If you value money so much, then why were you with me in the first place? Then he heartlessly turned and left. You're safe now. Find your own way home. At this moment, at the Blue Water Harbor sales office, Meng Yao was sitting on a chair reading a book when she heard someone call her. Meng Yao. She saw him and asked, "Brother Nanmuk, is everything settled?" He replied happily, "It's settled." He quickly turned to the person opposite him and said, "Thank you this time, Manager Duong." She also said politely, "We are all part of Tantian Enterprise, and you are a major client of ours. Helping you is what we should do." Nan Muk gently patted her head. "Have you been waiting long?" She also said shyly, A little. Mainly, it's almost closing time, and Manager Duong stayed here with me." He handed the card to Manager Duong and said, "Then I'll pay first. We can do the other procedures tomorrow. I've taken up too much of your time." At this moment, in Ma Dong's office, Ma Dong's underlings were being relentlessly cursed at by him. "You bastards, do you even know how to apply medicine?" They timidly asked, "CEO Ma, who beat you up like this? We brothers will find someone to take care of that person." He became furious at the mention of Nanmuk. Who else could it be? Whoever beat the two of you into that state. Go find that person. The underling, bruised all over and looking no different from Ma Dong, quickly realized who he was talking about. "It's Nanmuk again. He's ruined our plans several times. And this time he even bullied CEO Ma." The man yelped because the medicine was applied too forcefully. It hurts like hell." He clutched his battered face and said, "Hold off on investigating Nanmuk for now. I, on the other hand, want to see what that woman from the Fuang family is trying to pull." As he spoke, he calculated in his mind, 30 million, no matter what. I have to get that woman first. Fuang Vu Tuet's father looked at the clock and asked impatiently, "It's been all day. Why isn't Xiao Tuet back yet?" Fuang Vu Tuet's mother looked at him and smiled. "You're really something. Isn't it a good thing that she's not back? Ma Dong must have taken a liking to our girl and kept Xiao Tuet overnight." Just as the two were basking in their satisfaction, Fuang Vu Tuet opened the door and greeted them. "Mom, I'm home." As soon as she saw her daughter, she excitedly approached and asked, "Xiao Tuet, how did it go with CEO Ma? It's so late. Mom thought you weren't coming home today." Fuang Vu Tuet's reply carried a hint of disappointment. It didn't work out with CEO Ma. She heard something beyond her imagination and was astonished. How could that be? At this point, Fuang Vu Tuet tearfully recounted, "Mom, I was drinking with Ma Dong all evening. He drugged my drink and even took me to a hotel. It was Nan Muk who saved me." Her father, hearing that it didn't work out, disregarded his daughter's feelings and turned to complain. "Nan Muk is causing trouble even after breaking up. What on earth does Nan Muk want?" She gently wiped her tears and said, "Nan Muk doesn't seem to be the same as before. He invested 15 million in a company at the investment conference, and I heard he also bought a real estate company." After hearing this, her mother immediately started calculating eagerly. "It seems he struck it rich. No way. We absolutely cannot let such a good son-in-law slip away." Seeing this money-grubbing look, she had to remind her mother of the reality. "Mom, Nanmuk and I have already broken up." She gripped Fuang Vu Tuet's shoulders tightly and said loudly, "Silly girl, I forbid you to say that. He has money now. You have to chase him back. Do you hear me?" At this moment, in an internet cafe, Fuang Vu Tuet's younger brother was controlling his night, and the friends around him were praising him endlessly. "Whoa, bro, that's some skill. You're not a professional player, are you?" He took off his headphones, feigning modesty with a smile. No, I just play for fun. How can I compare to a professional player?" Hearing this, the other person didn't hold back their praise, taking out their phone to add him as a friend. "Too modest, aren't you? I think your skill level is truly extraordinary. Let's be friends. How about a few rounds? Solo." But he quickly refused. It's late. Before he could stand up, another person blocked Fuang Vu Tuet's brother. "I've been watching you all this time. You play so well, buddy. Let's have a fun match." Another person chimed in, provoking him. "Just competing is boring. How about this? Whoever loses buys a pack of cigarettes for all the brothers here and calls the winner dad. How about it? All right, let's do as you say." He was also competitive, so he agreed upon hearing this, thinking smugly to himself, "In such a hurry to call me dad?" 2 hours later, the match ended with a score of 3-20. The opponent won. Xiaovu looked at the result on the screen. Reality hit him like a slap. He was stunned, not knowing what to do. The other person laughed heartily, contemptuously feigning sportsmanship. "It's okay. Winning and losing are common in battle. Just relax." As he was about to slip away, he was blocked by another person who asked with a fierce expression, "Buddy, where do you think you're going?" A man can't go back on his word. Xiaovu immediately put on a face thicker than a concrete road, quickly denying his earlier promise. He swatted a hand away and cursed. "What did you just say? Don't block my way." silently cursing his bad luck. Such bad luck, his girlfriend is nagging him for money, and now he runs into two scammers at the internet cafe. But another person quickly ordered his underlings. Trying to break the rules? Beat him up for me. As soon as the words were spoken, a fist flew straight into Xiao Vu's face. At this moment, at Nanmuk's house, he looked at the screen displaying his survival points, 13. Nanmuk thoughtfully stroked his chin. Buying the house used up points, but I spent some more yesterday. Why does it feel like the survival points are getting fewer and fewer? This system, hearing Nanmuk's complaint, the system immediately explained, because the system has deducted the necessary survival points for an upgrade. But since it's the host, it should be fine. He asked back with a disgusted look, what on earth do you want to upgrade into? How many survival points do you need? It also quickly replied, the system's appearance after the upgrade will be determined by the host's thoughts. However, after the upgrade, the system will have a physical form, so please be mindful of your thoughts, host. He seriously thought about the system's words, determined by my thoughts. At this moment, his phone rang with an incoming call. He frowned in confusion. Why is it Phuong Vu Tuet? He still quickly answered the call, politely asking, hello? At this moment, a familiar, shrill voice came from the phone. Hello, Nanmuk? I have something to tell you. He rubbed the bridge of his nose and asked, what is it? Feeling annoyed inside. What does this family try to pull now? What followed was a long speech from her. Nanmuk, haven't you always wanted to marry our Xiao Tuet? It's not impossible. First, all your bank cards must be handed over to us for safekeeping. It's useless for a married man to have so much money. Second, once you marry into the Phuong family, you are a member of the Phuong family. You must unconditionally help with any family matter, no refusals allowed. As long as you can do these two things, you can marry Xiao Tuet. Do you have anything to say? He helplessly interrupted. I have one thing to say. She also said gleefully, then say it. But you'd better be careful. But cutting her off was a short, powerful curse that was enough to hit home. Get lost. At this moment, at the Blue Water Harbor sales office, Nanmuk and Meng Yao were sitting with manager Duong discussing business. Manager Duong quickly took out a folder of documents. Mr. Nan, your contract and procedures have all been arranged. Seeing that Nanmuk didn't react after Manager Duong finished speaking, Meng Yao quickly prompted him. Brother Nanmuk, what's wrong with you? Manager Duong has been standing for a while, and you haven't even noticed her. Only then did he notice, taking the contract. Oh, sorry. But Manager Duong still said politely, it's all right. Does Mr. Nan need to check the items in the document again? No need. Thank you, Manager Duong. He waved his hand to indicate it wasn't necessary, then stood up to leave. Manager Duong also politely bid the two farewell. We welcome Mr. Nan to visit again next time. If there are any issues, you can find me anytime. After saying goodbye, the two of them walked together on the streets of Jiangcheng. Seeing a familiar figure, he blurted out, Phuong Vu Tuet. Hearing her name, she immediately looked towards them. Nanmuk, you really are here. He frowned and asked, what do you want from me again? Impatiently thinking to himself, I've already made it so clear. Why hasn't the Phuong family given up yet? Xiao Vu got into a fight at the internet cafe. Now the other party is demanding we pay 500,000 to get him back. She said hesitantly, but before she could finish, he uttered a sentence and turned to leave. Your brother caused trouble. What does that have to do with me? Phuong Vu Tuet quickly grabbed Nanmuk's hand, begging despicably. Nanmuk, we can go to a hotel. Haven't you always wanted to take things further with me? I agree now. But he forcefully shook off her hand, coldly uttering a few words. The Phuong Vu Tuet I liked was someone with self-respect and boundaries. Not the Phuong Vu Tuet now who would sell her body for money. She was on the verge of tears, choking up as she said, but Xiao Vu is still at the internet cafe now. My family simply doesn't have that much money. I'm really out of options. He pressed his lips together, finally looking at her and saying, I can help you, but I have one condition. From now on, don't bother me with the Phuong family's matters anymore. She also replied, but they are my family, and besides, you're the only one I can turn to. After hearing this, he didn't hesitate to take Meng Yao's hand and turn to leave. If that's the case, then there's nothing more to say. Meng Yao asked worriedly, Brother Nanmuk, are you really not going to help? Vu Tuet looked heartbroken, but he was resolute and didn't look back, replying, I'm not going. What does Phuong Vu Tuet have to do with me, Nanmuk? Watching his retreating figure, Meng Yao couldn't help but sigh. Brother Nanmuk, you weren't this cold before. She slowly voiced her thoughts. Although I don't know what happened between you and Sister Vu Tuet, she must have run out of options to come looking for you. Can you really just cut off so many years of feelings just like that? He replied indifferently. It was all worn away in a past life. Even so, His heart still wavered a little. Has she really run out of options? But the Fuang family causes trouble every other day. It's basically, forget it. After speaking to Meng Yao, he turned and left. Meng Yao, you go back first. I'm going to the internet cafe. She quickly called after his retreating back. Then be careful. As soon as he left, he gritted his teeth in annoyance. A tiger that doesn't show its claws is treated like a Hello Kitty? Just you wait. In the internet cafe, Xiaovu had been beaten black and blue. The man grabbed his hair and said, "You hurt my brothers, you got some nerve? Huh? Where's the money? Hurry up and give it to me." Xiaovu stubbornly cursed back at them. "You're all in this together. You tricked me." The group burst into triumphant laughter. Ha ha ha. After a whole night of beating, this idiot finally figured it out. Who told your family to be so blind as to mess with our CEO, Ma? If you don't hand over the money, I'll chop off one of your fingers and send it to your family. Seeing a dark figure enter from a distance, the man in the tank top spoke up. Who's there? The internet cafe is closed today. Come back another time. But the figure stubbornly kept walking in, making the man lose his patience and roar. I said we're closed today. Are you fucking deaf? Before he could confirm if the other person was really deaf, he received a heavy punch from Nan Muk. Get out, don't block the way. He was punched once by Nan Muk, and his nose immediately started bleeding. Hearing the commotion, they turned around, all exclaiming in shock. Nan Muk. Nan Muk turned to them and said something that sent a chill down their spines. Quite a few people, just right for a warm-up. Nan Muk calmly popped a pill into his mouth. At this moment, a data panel appeared. Strength level 7, agility level 3, stamina level 3, survival points 10. Hearing the level increase, Nan Muk thought to himself, spending 3 survival points for a strength pill should be more than enough to deal with these bastards. Xiaovu, oblivious to the situation, yelled at him. Nan Muk, my sister must have called you here, right? Hurry up and take out the money. What are you standing there posing for? Nan Muk, you still owe us 500,000. $1 million in total. Hand over the money, and we'll let him go. He looked at them and asked calmly, why should I give you the money? Xiaovu said impatiently, stop standing there watching me get humiliated. No wonder my whole family dislikes you. Why are you so slow? Hurry up and take out the money. A furious aura erupted from his body. Say that one more time. Seeing him approach, the man immediately blocked him. Don't move. You stay right there. But very quickly, a hand swung toward his face. He was slammed onto a table by him. Another person saw this and yelled, fuck. They quickly rushed towards him. Everyone, get him. The man who was just hit clutched his stomach in severe pain and called Ma Dong for help. CEO Ma, Nan Muk is here. On the other side, Nan Muk was landing one blow after another. Oof. Xiaovu watched, utterly terrified, thinking, how did he get so good at fighting? Then, a wicked smile appeared on his face as he thought, doesn't this mean I don't have to pay the ransom? Then isn't the 500,000 ransom all mine? He stood up and said in a commanding tone, if you're so good at fighting, why didn't you act sooner? You let me suffer in this place for so long. If my mom finds out, you're in for it. If you don't want my family to come after you right now, immediately get on your knees and apologize to me. Then give me the ransom money. Hearing these brainless words, Nan Muk was at a loss for words. Get on my knees and apologize to you, and then give you the ransom money? He lifted his chin, his expression matter of fact. That's right. Otherwise, when I get back, I'll tell my sister to find another boyfriend. But he was quickly cut off by a slap from Nan Muk. Have I been too easy on you? He clutched his bruised cheek. Nan Muk paid him no mind and turned to leave. If you don't want to go home, just say so. If your sister hadn't begged me, I couldn't be bothered to deal with a troublemaker like you. Just then, Ma Dong walked in from outside. Nan Muk, where do you think you're going? Seeing him, he was surprised. Ma Dong? Brothers, beat him to death for me. He immediately ordered his men, thinking smugly to himself, as expected, if I mess with the Fuang family, this guy will take the bait. A crowd holding clubs rushed towards him. As he dodged, he thought worriedly, there are too many of them. If I can't escape, I'll be beaten to death here. Another pill appeared, along with a system notification. At the host's request, the system has exchanged an agility pill for the host. Agility 7, survival points 7. He thought in confusion, what the hell is this? Exchanging a pill for me on its own? But in the end, he quickly swallowed the pill. He dodged the club flying towards him and let out a soft sigh of relief. That was close. Ma Dong then taunted him. Nan Muk, aren't you supposed to be a great fighter? Fight back now. A dirt poor bastard dares to fight me. Ma Dong, you must be tired of living. Suddenly, Nan Muk appeared behind Ma Dong. It seems CEO Ma is celebrating a bit too early. He was startled and turned toward the voice. How? Then, looking at the pile of his underlings groaning in pain, he couldn't believe his eyes. How? How is this possible? Before he could finish his thought, Nan Muk kicked him to the ground. He cried out in pain. Nan Muk's foot stepped on Ma Dong's face. His smile, making Ma Dong's hair stand on end. CEO Ma, I think I heard you wanted to beat me to death? With Nan Muk's foot on his head, he still stubbornly cursed. I did say it, so what? You keep opposing me. Am I not allowed to get revenge on you? He looked at the boasting Ma Dong and sneered. That seems to make sense. But aren't I the one being opposed? As he spoke, he twisted the man's arm behind his back, causing the man to scream in pain. It hurts, he said impatiently. Because of you, I've wasted a lot of time. How do you plan to compensate me? Nan Muk resentfully thought about his lost points. 2 pills system cost me quite a few survival points. At this moment, Ma Dong quickly and cowardly negotiated. I'll pay 20 million too. Don't come looking for me. I have elders to support and children to raise. Hearing him say that, Nan Muk quickly let go. The bank is right next door. Add that to the 30 million from yesterday. Transfer it to me now. The two of them went to the bank together. He watched as his account chimed with a notification. Your account has received 50 million. Not bad. Ma Dong was in so much pain that he stammered. CEO Nan, it's been transferred to you. Nan Muk didn't say much more and dismissed him. All right, you can go. Ma Dong quickly turned and left, cursing inwardly. 50 million, sooner or later I'll get it back from you. Nan Muk turned to Xiao Vu. Can you get home by yourself? That foolish Xiao Vu looked at him angrily and said, Nan Muk, I'll remember you. The suffering you made me endure today. I've memorized it all. Nan Muk looked helplessly at this idiot and said, Is this how you treat your savior? If it weren't for me, you would never have gotten out of there. But Xiao Vu stammered and argued stubbornly. If you hadn't deliberately provoked those people, I wouldn't have had to suffer like this. Nan Muk looked at this foolish appearance and impatiently shooed him away. You're really twisting black and white. Get lost, you useless thing. This cold remark startled Xiao Vu, who turned and ran. Nan Muk, just wait until I get home and tell my parents you're dead meat. Just you wait. He sighed, thinking that it was finally quiet. System, show me my survival points. Looking at the screen, displaying survival points. 7. He was extremely confused. I clearly just received 50 million. Why haven't my survival points changed at all? The system heard this and quickly explained, because that 50 million did not come from a legitimate source. It is not counted as the host's income. The system has used it all as resources for an upgrade. Nan Muk trembled with anger. Don't you think you're going too far? You suggested buying the pill yourself, and now you want to swallow all the survival points. It also quickly comforted Nan Muk. The system is also doing this for the host's own good. After the system upgrade is complete, the host will receive more benefits. But hearing this unreasonable command, he couldn't help but want to chop it into 100 pieces. Benefits? What benefits can you give me? Don't tell me you can turn into a beautiful woman. At this moment, at the Phuong family home, Phuong Vu Tuet was being scolded by her mother. Tell me, what use are you? You can't even handle one Nan Muk. Do you want to just stand by and watch Xiao Vu get beaten to death at the internet cafe? She looked at her mother in fear and said, Nan Muk has completely given up on me. What can I do? Just then, Xiao Vu arrived home. Dad, Mom, I'm back. She immediately switched to a sweet tone, completely different from before. Oh, my darling son, why are you back so suddenly? He looked at his mother, still a little unhappy, and raised an eyebrow to ask, What? Aren't you happy that I'm back? She quickly said, I couldn't be happier, son. How did you get beaten up like this? Hearing this, Xiao Vu resentfully pointed at Phuong Vu Tuet. Isn't it all because of this useless Phuong Vu Tuet? She asked Nan Muk to come and ransom me, but Nan Muk only came to humiliate me even more. Hearing this, Phuong Vu Tuet asked in surprise, What did you say? Nan Muk came to save you? He pointed to his swollen, bruised cheek and complained angrily. Useless, look at this. Nan Muk hit me. Even my captors weren't this vicious. Yet Nan Muk beat me up like this. Looking at the bruise, she worriedly examined the wound. How could he beat you to this extent? How outrageous. But Xiao Vu quickly pushed her hand away. And another thing, do you two know where his money comes from? He scammed it all from Ma Dong. She looked blankly at Phuong Vu Tuet. Xiao Tuet. Is Xiao Vu telling the truth? She also answered naively, I think so. Last night, when Nan Muk came to save me, I think I heard him demand 30 million from Ma Dong. The mother immediately questioned her. Is that the man you chose in the first place? Using you to make money, then turning his back on you. He's worse than an animal. She also felt her mother's words made sense and said, I'll go ask him for a clear explanation right now. So this was Nan Muk's purpose for being with me? Nan Muk and Meng Yao were having a meal. He still couldn't help but blame himself. What an unscrupulous system. Seeing him frowning and and dejected. Meng Yao couldn't help but say, "Brother Nanmuk, why you look so unhappy since you got back?" She asked worriedly. "Did someone bully you?" Nanmuk quickly waved his hands. No. He put some food in her bowl, quickly changing the subject. "I'm fine, Meng Yao. You should eat more. Eat up." But Meng Yao was still hung up on the issue and continued to ask, "Are you still thinking about Sister Vu Tuet? Is there something you can't talk out slowly? Maybe you too will speak of the devil, and he shall appear." A loud shout caught their attention. Seeing the familiar figure, Meng Yao quickly greeted her, "Sister Vu Tuet." Fuang Vu Tuet ignored Meng Yao and went straight to Nanmuk to question him. "Nanmuk, what is the meaning of this?" Seeing this, Meng Yao couldn't help but ask, "Sister Vu Tuet, why are you here? Would you like to eat with us?" Nanmuk wiped his mouth, cutting off Meng Yao's intention. "Don't mind her, she won't sit here." "What is it?" But his heart still fluttered a little. Did she come looking for me because she missed me or because she wanted to eat? She slammed the table, looked straight at Nanmuk, and said harshly, "You just beat up Xiao Vu, and now you're here being intimate with another woman. What exactly is the meaning of this?" Nanmuk couldn't understand this unreasonable accusation. "Is that what Xiao Vu said? Lin Meng Yao is my sister. It's not like you don't know. What are you going crazy for?" Fuang Vu Tuet crossed her arms and sneered. "Sister? What a nice way to put it. Then let me ask you, if you want to save Xiao Vu, why did you beat him up like that? Is it because I dumped you and you were unhappy, so you took revenge on my brother, and then find a woman who's not as good as me to provoke me, right?" Hearing her insult Meng Yao, Nanmuk angrily asked, "Fuang Vu Tuet, is there something wrong with your head?" Fuang Vu Tuet paid no mind and continued her tirade. "You couldn't bear to spend money to save Xiao Vu. Is it because all that money was scammed? You don't actually have any money?" Nanmuk let out a cold laugh and said softly to her, "I knew it, so this is what you were waiting for. You better remember this, whether I have money or not. Not a single cent of mine will be used by you bloodsuckers." She trembled hearing these insults. "Our family are bloodsuckers?" Seeing the tense atmosphere, Meng Yao dazedly said to herself, "What on earth happened between them?" Fuang Vu Tuet pointed at Meng Yao. "You think you're so great, Nanmuk? The moment you broke up with me, you turned around and hooked up with another woman. You're disgusting." Nanmuk roared. "That's enough," startling Fuang Vu Tuet, making her a little scared. "So what if I'm with another girl? Did you think I would never forget you? The world doesn't stop turning just because you're not in it. If you insist on believing your brother's nonsense, then suit yourself. Don't come looking for me again." Fuang Vu Tuet looked at him with disappointment. "Nanmuk, have you ever once thought about me? You just wanted to use me." He couldn't be bothered to explain, replying perfunctorily, "Can't you even tell right from wrong anymore?" She shouted angrily, "Nanmuk, make yourself clear. What gives you the right to treat me like this?" She raised her hand to slap him, but he quickly blocked it. "Fuang Vu Tuet, we've already broken up. Don't act like a madwoman." She wrenched her hand away. "You said it. I'll make you regret this." Watching Fuang Vu Tuet run off, Meng Yao said worriedly, "Brother Nanmuk, you should go check on Sister Vu Tuet." He ignored her and asked Meng Yao with concern, "I scared you just now. I'm sorry." Meng Yao quickly shook her head. "It's okay. But will Sister Vu Tuet be all right on her own?" He comforted her. "Don't worry about her anymore. I'm afraid she's probably thinking of ways to get revenge on me right now. She's changed." Meng Yao thought to herself, "Brother Nanmuk is so good. How could Sister Vu Tuet treat him like this?" Nanmuk quickly changed the subject. "Let's eat quickly. I'll take you home after we finish." Meng Yao obediently complied. "Okay." At the CEO's office of Tin Van Group, Truong Bang Doak handed Nanmuk a data sheet and said happily, "CEO Nan, thanks to you, the previously underfunded project has started to turn a profit as of today. Please take a look." He looked at the paper in front of him, his eyes crinkling with a smile. "Finally, some good news today." Nanmuk carefully examined every detail and asked in confusion, "I remember the company has a dedicated material supplier, right? Why do we choose to use low-quality materials?" Truong Bang Duok also shared honestly. "To ensure product quality, we are currently using the latest type of material. But because the profits weren't good, the supplier didn't receive funding and refused to cooperate. Moreover, during the development testing phase, as long as the machinery passed the tests, there weren't overly high requirements for the materials. So, after listening, Nanmuk rubbed his chin thoughtfully. "This is indeed a big problem. It was my oversight." Nanmuk immediately proposed a solution. "How about this? Send someone to the information company to negotiate. They definitely need wireless networks." Truong Bang Duok had a moment of realization, his eyes widening. "Why didn't I think of that? The information company needs to process a large amount of information every year. Wouldn't they desperately need a wireless network for signal transmission? But as soon as he thought of a problem, his voice quickly dropped. But as for the materials, Nan Muk quickly reassured him. Leave the material issue to me. I'll find a better cooperating supplier soon. On a bustling street in East Gyeongchang, Nan Muk held a business card and blended into the crowd, thinking with anticipation. It would be great if the Duong family could become Tin Van's cooperating supplier. But will the Duong family agree to cooperate with Tin Van? A loud noise caught Nan Muk's attention. What are you doing? Let go of me. Shut up. It was a man and a woman arguing. Nan Muk quickly recognized the familiar figure. A Tran? Isn't she working in the sales department at Blue Water Harbor? Why is she at a bar now? A few passersby saw the conflict and stepped forward to intervene. Let that girl go, or I'll call the police. But the man pulled out a knife and threatened them, forcing them back. Mind your own business, or I'll stab you to death. Doing this in broad daylight, they have no regard for others. A voice rang out. Nan Muk restrained the man from behind, startling him. Am I right? The scar-faced man quickly threatened him. You dare to touch a woman that CEO Ma has his eyes on? Nan Muk mercilessly twisted the man's wrist and said coldly, Ma Dong again? Even Ma Dong has to call me dad. When he sees me, who the hell are you? The man immediately cried out in pain. It hurts, it hurts. Big brother, I was wrong. I won't take her away, okay? Hearing this, Nan Muk shoved the man away. Get lost. Don't let me see you again. He turned to help a Tran up, and she stammered her thanks. Thank you. Mr. Nyan. Nan Muk then asked about her situation. Aren't you supposed to be at work? Why did you come to a bar? She quickly explained, I have the day off today, but my father's condition has worsened recently, and he needs money for surgery. I'm taking advantage of my free time to work a second job. He carefully asked further, by the way, do you know Ma Dong? A Tran said honestly, I'm not close to him. The first time he met me here, he wanted to keep me as his mistress. I refused, so he kept causing trouble for me. If it weren't for you today, hearing this, he comforted her. It's all right now. You should go home and rest. She also bowed her head in thanks. Thank you, Mr. Nan. Then she quickly turned and left. Watching her walk into the bar, he took out his phone and dialed a number from his contacts. The call connected quickly. Nan Muk quickly gave his instructions. Libu, get some people to tail Ma Dong. He might be at the hospital right now. Meanwhile, in a hospital room, Ma Dong was covered in injuries, but he was still teasing the person opposite him. Miss Phuong, I've arranged things at the bar as you said. Shouldn't you sit a little closer now? Phuong Vu Tuet tucked her hair behind her ear and said in a coquettish tone, What's the rush, CEO Ma? Nan Muk has just taken the bait. The real show hasn't even started yet. He snorted softly. What if things go wrong at the bar? If Nan Muk comes looking for trouble with me again, I won't be able to afford the loss. She crossed her arms, looked at him, and said, Don't forget, Seoma, I'm the one helping you get revenge right now. Besides, Nan Muk has deep feelings for me. As long as I apologize to him in a bit, he'll definitely soften up. Her smile gradually lost its kindness. Phuong Vu Tuet called Nan Muk and gently made an invitation. It's me, Nan Muk. I want to invite you out for a meal. Her voice was full of sincerity and guilt. I was wrong at the restaurant today. I caused you trouble. I want to apologize to you properly, and we can treat it as our last breakup meal. Let's meet tonight at the restaurant where we had our first date. Looking at her from behind, Ma Dong couldn't help but praise her in his heart. This Phuong Vu Tuet is truly a stunning beauty. Phuong Vu Tuet turned around to report to him. CEO Ma, I'm done on my end. The Tran is all yours. She picked up a vial of medicine and said with a smile, After this succeeds, I want 30 million. You'll also get what you want. A pleasure doing business with you. CEO Ma. Meanwhile, at Nan Muk's house, he seemed to have understood the whole story. So these two are teaming up to plot against me. He asked the system, how many survival points do you need to upgrade? A data panel quickly appeared before him, 1%. It will probably take about 20 more points to complete the upgrade. He asked, how many survival points can 30 million be exchanged for? As soon as he asked, the system replied, 10 million can be exchanged for 10 survival points. 30 million is enough for the system to upgrade. Hearing this, he silently lamented the blood-sucking nature of this system. So 100 million is 100 points. Just how many survival points has the system secretly deducted from me? He stood up helplessly, grabbed a jacket, and left. Forget it. I'll take this opportunity to upgrade you. I also don't know what you'll turn into in the end. Before setting off, Nan Muk took the time to call CEO Kong. CEO Kong, help me find some documents. I might need them tomorrow. He quickly arrived at the Western restaurant they had agreed on. Seeing Nan Muk, Phuong Vu Tuet quickly waved to welcome him. You're here. I've already ordered. It's all your favorite dishes. She raised her wine glass towards him, gently making peace. Shall we have a drink? Consider my apology for what happened today. At this moment, the system issued a warning. Host, the system has detected sleeping pills in the wine. However, the host has received the inheritance of the Lord God and has a certain resistance to poison. This small amount of drug poses no danger to the host. He thought coldly to himself, it seems she's determined to make a move on me. Seeing that he hadn't touched his glass, Phuong Vu Tuet, feeling guilty, was startled. Why hasn't he drunk it yet? Could he have discovered something? Without waiting for Phuong Vu Tuet to prompt him again, Ninmuk quickly picked up the wine glass and took a sip, then placed the empty glass on the table. He also replied amicably, "It's okay, let bygones be bygones." She also added cheerfully, "I never thought we would end up at this point. I used to imagine what our life would be like after we got married." Nanmuk said while cutting his steak, "After marriage? Your family would probably keep demanding money from me for Phuong Vu until they've squeezed me dry and driven me to my death." She slammed her wine glass on the table in frustration. She thought anxiously, didn't CEO Ma say this drug works instantly? Why is nothing happening to him? He raised an eyebrow and asked back, "What's wrong? Could it be that I wasn't wrong?" Phuong Vu Tuet stammered in reply, But Phuong Vu is my only brother." He couldn't help but mock her. "Does your family have a throne that he needs to inherit? Can't keep up the act anymore?" She retorted angrily, "He's my only little brother. Shouldn't he be spoiled?" Seeing that he was still conscious, she thought anxiously. Ma Dong said this dose could knock out 3 people without a problem. What on earth went wrong? Just as she reined in her thoughts, she saw Ninmuk slump onto the table. She shook his shoulder to test him. "Ninmuk, are you okay?" Seeing this, she let out a cold laugh. "Humph, and I thought you were so capable. Whatever you took from Ma Dong today, you'll have to spit it all back out for me tomorrow." In a hotel, a Tran slapped Ninmuk across the face, gritting her teeth and cursing, "You bastard." Ninmuk clutched his stinging cheek and asked dazedly, "I was clearly having dinner with Phuong Vu Tuet. How did I suddenly?" A Tran covered her face and sobbed in fear. "You texted me to come over last night. I thought you needed me for something, so I came." "I never thought you. You're worse than an animal." A Tran ran away, crying, cursing him nonstop, "And I believed you were a good person. You're too much." Nanmuk also chased after her helplessly, calling out, "Hey, Atran." Nanmuk watched the scene that had just unfolded with satisfaction. "You want to fight me? Then I'll put on a good show with you." In a coffee shop, Phuong Vu Tuet and Ma Dong were already sitting there. Atran came to meet them. "CEO Ma, Miss Phuong, I'm here." Atran handed her phone to her and reported on the progress. "Miss Phuong, I've done as you asked. The photos are all on my phone." Phuong Vu Tuet said happily, "Very good. You can go back first. I'll find you when I need you." Atran also agreed. "Yes, Miss Phuong." As soon as Atran turned around, Phuong Vu Tuet threatened, "But you must keep the photos safe. If the photos are gone when the time comes, you'll bear the consequences yourself. Let your father wait to die in the hospital." Atran gritted her teeth and said, "Don't worry, I've saved the photos." Ma Dong opened his mouth to praise her. "Miss Phuong is truly decisive to be able to take things this far. I admire you more and more." Phuong Vu Tuet said coldly, "It was Nanmuk who was heartless first. What I'm doing is just taking back what was originally mine." Ma Dong teased her playfully. "If it's for Miss Phuong, 30 million. Ma Dong wouldn't complain one bit." She ignored him and stood up. "Let's go. Today, Ninmuk must pay the price for everything he's done." She thought with hatred in her heart, "Ninmuk, I'll make you taste what it's like to be used too." At this moment, in the hotel lobby, Ninmuk saw Ma Dong and Phuong Vu Tuet standing intimately together. He raised an eyebrow and asked, "What is the meaning of this?" Ma Dong took a puff of his cigar and asked contemptuously, "Ninmuk, don't you know what you've done? We're here to demand justice." Nanmuk also played dumb in response. "I'm a good, law-abiding citizen. I haven't done anything." Phuong Vu Tuet couldn't contain her anger and roared, "Nanmuk, you bastard. Last night, you clearly had dinner with me, and then you turned around and arranged to meet another woman at a hotel." Ma Dong blew a smoke ring and said calmly, "I heard that girl was raped and has already reported it to the police. If you beg me, I might be able to save you." Hearing the clicking of cameras and seeing the flashes, he laughed smugly. "Even the reporters are here. If this gets exposed, the rest of your life is over." He looked at them seriously. "Do you two take me for a fool?" But seeing the reporters pointing their cameras at her, Phuong Vu Tuet finally realized something was wrong. "Why are these reporters taking pictures of me and Ma Dong?" Ma Dong saw his unconcerned expression and was so angry he wanted to rush forward. "Ninmuk, don't be ungrateful." But Ninmuk quickly stopped him. "CEO Ma, please wait a moment, I need to take a call." Nanmuk deliberately put the call on speaker And a trans voice came from the other end. Mr. Nan, the news about Ma Dong and Miss Fhuang threatening me has already spread online. The burning tip of the cigar fell to the ground. He cried out in horror. What's going on? At this moment, reporters shouted out various news headlines about him. Ma Dong, the boss of Long Tongue Real Estate, used his power to coerce multiple female students. Is this true? What? Also, the company under Ma Dong has a financial deficit and is in huge debt. Ma Dong loudly denied. This is all slander. This is a conspiracy. The reporters started shoving their cameras and microphones closer to him. A barrage of questions followed. CEO Ma, you say the news is slander. Do you have any evidence to refute it? CEO Ma, what is your assessment of the future of Long Tongue Real Estate? Phuong Vu Tuet couldn't escape either. Miss Phuong, may I ask what your relationship with CEO Ma is? What kind of person do you think CEO Ma is? At this moment, a system message quickly notified Nan Muk. Host, the stock of Long Tongue Real Estate plummeted as soon as the market opened. The company under Ma Dong has gone bankrupt and is also in huge debt. It may proceed to auction. Earlier, it was a Tran who had sought out Nan Muk and honestly confessed everything. Mr. Nan, Ma Dong promised me 500,000 and asked me to frame you. Otherwise, he would let my father die. Moreover, the incident at the bar this afternoon was actually also set up by them. Nan Muk showed no surprise, as if he had known all along, and calmly asked her, I now have enough evidence to put Ma Dong in prison for the rest of his life. Do you want to help me or help him? Nan Muk turned around and said happily, That's great then, his company will be taken over by me. At this moment, he secretly sighed in relief. That was close. If it weren't for the system, I'm afraid they would have succeeded long ago. Phuong Vu Tuet, surrounded by the paparazzi, looked at Nan Muk furiously. Nan Muk, you're so cruel. After Nan Muk made Phuong Vu Tuet lose all face in front of the media, 2 days later, Meng Yao was leisurely sitting on the sofa, watching the hot news on TV. The boss of Long Tongue Real Estate, Ma Dong, is suspected of embezzlement, money laundering, and other huge sums of money. Yesterday, Long Tongue Real Estate filed for bankruptcy and directly entered the emergency auction process. Then, the TV screen switched to a scene of Phuong Vu Tuet and Ma Dong standing together. She was trying to cover her face. Don't take my picture. I'm not close to Ma Dong. Meanwhile, the reporter relentlessly questioned, Miss Phuong, you and Ma Dong planned to threaten others together. Was it voluntary? The ticker at the bottom of the TV screen read, the boss of Long Tongue Real Estate, Ma Dong, is suspected of embezzlement, money laundering, and planning to threaten others. Seeing this, Meng Yao covered her mouth in astonishment. I thought Sister Vu Tuet was deceived by someone. I didn't expect her to. As for Nan Muk, he appeared very calm, looking at the system panel that appeared in midair, and said, Didn't I already win the auction to acquire Long Tongue Real Estate yesterday? Why haven't the survival points been credited to my account yet? Nan Muk rubbed his chin, looking at it doubtfully. System, you keep owing me survival points, is that even fair? Seeing no response from the system, he thought to himself, still not saying anything, pretending to be mysterious? Then it displayed a notification, 100% system upgrade successful. The screen emitted a strong light, causing Nan Muk to instinctively raise his hand to cover his eyes. So bright. Suddenly, a pink rabbit appeared in the air, startling him. What the hell? Where did this little rabbit come from? Nan Muk looked at the sparkling rabbit staring at him and connected it to something else. Could it be that you were the entity after the upgrade? Nan Muk dejectedly held the rabbit up in front of him. What I wanted was a beautiful woman. As soon as the words left his mouth, the rabbit in his hand disappeared in a puff of smoke. Not even the rabbit was left. Then, a fair hand reached out from the smoke and grabbed Nan Muk's hand. Aya, host is so impatient. The rabbit is my true form. Why do you dislike me? The system transformed into a beautiful girl, you too, and playfully raised Nan Muk's chin. She smiled beautifully and charmingly. So is host satisfied? If you're satisfied, remember to give the system a 5-star rating. As he was lost in U2's beauty, as if in a dream. Meng Yao's call woke Nan Muk up. Brother Nan Muk, have you seen the news? His face red and heart pounding. He shouted, Meng Yao, don't come in yet. Meng Yao forcefully pushed the door open and rushed in. Brother Nan Muk, I never expected Sister Vu Tuet to be that kind of person. I thought there was some misunderstanding between you two. The scene before her was you two on top of Nan Muk. This ambiguous scene made Meng Yao dizzy and blush. She stammered, Sorry. Nanmuk, embarrassed and angry, shouted, "Get off me now!" U2 complained coquettishly. "Host is so mean. Just a moment ago you were calling me little darling, and now you already dislike me." He helped the fainting Meng Yao onto the bed and stood beside it with U2, watching. Fortunately, Meng Yao had only fainted from the shock. U2 helplessly placed her hand on Meng Yao's forehead, emitting a strange light. "All right, it'll be done in a moment." She slowly woke up and asked, "Who are you?" U2 replied cheerfully, "I am your brother Nanmuk system. I just arrived today. You can call me U-Tuesday. It's a pleasure to meet you. Please take care of me." The information overload made Meng Yao feel dizzy again. "Brother Nanmuk, what on earth is going on? Am I dreaming?" Elsewhere, at the Phuong family home, Phuong Vu Tuet's mother sat beside her, comforting her. "Little Tuet, you've worked hard these past 2 days. We've finally gathered enough betrothal money for little Vu to get married." Meanwhile, little Vu sat on the side, leisurely playing a game, and said, "We only made $1 million just because reporters came to the house these 2 days. What about the future?" Phuong Vu Tuet's father, holding a cigarette, glanced over. "That's right. You did a great job sending Ma Dong straight to prison. And just like that, our family's long-term meal ticket is gone." His words reminded Phuong Vu Tuet's mother. "That's right, little Tuet. You still have to find a way to get another rich man. That's our family's long-term plan." Hearing these words, she gritted her teeth, thinking to herself, "Why does it always have to be me who finds a rich man? Why is everything my fault?" Phuong Vu Tuet's gaze turned sharp, filled with hatred. "I hate it." Suddenly, a strange voice rang out. "Young lady, want to make a deal?" Phuong Vu Tuet was shocked to see a black smoke appear in front of her. The black smoke flew to Phuong Vu Tuet's side, wrapped around her finger, and said, "I am a god. I have heard your plea and can grant your wish." Phuong Vu Tuet seemed not to believe these words. How can there be gods in this world? I must be hallucinating. The black smoke transformed into a faceless humanoid figure. It said, "I know you won't believe it right away, which is why I want to make a deal with you." The black smoke raised its hand, lifting Phuong Vu Tuet's chin. "Your ex-boyfriend framed you, used you, yet you got nothing, and you even get scolded when you come home. Aren't you angry? Aren't you resentful?" Her eyes filled with resentment. "I am." It laughed dangerously and frighteningly, luring Phuong Vu Tuet. "Come, sign a contract with me, complete my tasks, and you will get what you want." Winding black patterns gradually took over her face. "The things I want are countless. Money." Little Vu glanced at her. "Hey, why aren't you saying anything? I'm asking you. What's our family going to do now?" In response, he received Phuong Vu Tuet's terrifying gaze, which startled him slightly. "What are you looking at me for? If you weren't so useless, would our family be in this mess?" Phuong Vu Tuet's mother placed a hand on her daughter's, saying gently, "All right. Little Tuet, your brother is still young. Don't hold it against him. What about what I just told you? Have you thought about it?" Phuong Vu Tuet's whole body exuded a sinister and terrifying aura. She lowered her voice and said, "Mom, didn't you collect a lot of information on various bosses? Get all to me. For our family, these are all things I should do." Phuong Vu Tuet's mother was a little surprised. "Little Tuet, you thought it through?" Meanwhile, at Nanmuk's house, Nanmuk, Meng Yao, and U2 were sitting on the sofa. He said, "That's basically what happened." After hearing Nanmuk's story, Meng Yao was still in disbelief. "So it's really possible to travel through time and space?" U2 raised her hand and said, "But time travel comes at a price." She laughed and pointed at Nanmuk, joking. "Just like your brother Nanmuk, he has completely become a wage slave for time and space. The work pressure is immense." Nanmuk stood up to leave, not forgetting to tell Meng Yao, "I have some business to attend to outside. We'll be seeing each other often from now on. You can get acquainted first." Meng Yao said worriedly in a low voice, "Brother Nanmuk." U2 asked curiously, "Where are you going?" Nanmuk looked down at the two of them and smiled helplessly. "What are you two panicking about? I just have an appointment with young Master Tang to go look at cars." Meng Yao felt a little more at ease. "All right, then remember to come back early." U2 suddenly kissed Meng Yao on the cheek, which couldn't help but startle her. Immediately after, Meng Yao collapsed, unconscious. Nanmuk grabbed U2's hand in shock and said loudly, "What did you do to Meng Yao?" She put on a pitiful look, her eyes shimmering. "I just wanted to modify this little sister's memory a bit. It's easy for ordinary people to get into danger if they know too much." The system immediately displayed a notification box. Survival points. -1 point, 13 points remaining. Nanmuk still held U2's hand tightly, shouting loudly, "So you use your powers just to deduct my survival points?" She sighed. "Hayes, what else?" Suddenly, Nanmuk felt a pain shoot through his hand, making him cry out, "Ah." Hiss! A strange eye symbol appeared on Nanmuk's hand. He thought to himself, could it be that the system's materialization has side effects for me? U2 smiled innocently. Oh my, I just arrived. The system is unstable. Of course there will be some small glitches. He cursed inwardly. Damn it. She hugged Nanmuk's arm and shook it. Didn't host want to go look at cars? I want to go too. Take me with you. But he refused. I'll go by myself. I and young Master Tang still have business to discuss. U2 looked at Nanmuk with sparkling eyes. If the host is too far away from me, I will automatically teleport to the host side. Nanmuk imagined the scene of her suddenly appearing in front of him in Tangning and saying hello. He helplessly slapped his forehead. I really can't win against you. U2 said excitedly. Then let's go quickly. Immediately after, her eyes sharpened and her expression turned serious, as if she had sensed something. Why did the seed appear so early? The two of them observed their surroundings. Nanmuk asked her with concern. What's wrong? Ever since we came out, you seemed unsettled. Is something on your mind? U2 poked Nanmuk's cheek with her finger, smiling gently. Not at all. I was just thinking about how to work hard to improve the host's abilities. How about we use medicine? He looked at U2. What medicine? Nanmuk turned to another direction. It's not necessary just to deal with ordinary people. Besides, who would be so idle as to go around looking for fights? She asked curiously, what if the opponent isn't an ordinary person? He replied casually, if you're so good, then you go. I'm out of survival points anyway. Tang Ning and a man walked over. He greeted cheerfully, Mr. Nan. Nanmuk replied, young Master Tang. He said apologetically, something came up, so I'm a little late. The person next to him put an arm around Tang Ning's shoulder. He looked contemptuously towards Nanmuk. Is this all Jianqing has to offer? Lu Zhe, 28 years old, the young master of the Lu family in Wangjiang City. He was a little displeased. Young Master Tang, who is this? Nanmuk guessed. Lu Zhe of Wangjiang City? Tang Ning coldly pushed his hand away. This is young Master Lu of Wangjiang City, Lu Zhe. Tang Ning's action displeased him, and he questioned Tang Ning. This young master, came all the way from Wangjiang to cooperate with you. What's with this attitude? He immediately replied, CEO Lu, I already said I had something to do today. You were the one who insisted on tagging along. Seeing the situation was not good, Nanmuk interjected. So, it's CEO Lu. Hello, my memory is really bad. Seeing you walk in with young Master Tang, I thought you were his driver. He said angrily, I'm Tang Ning's driver? If your eyes aren't working, I can help you gouge them out. He grabbed Lu Zhe's hand, smiling teasingly. My apologies, CEO Lu, it's just my bad eyesight. Lu Zhe said sarcastically. That's right, a person like you has never seen the world. This young master won't stoop to your level. U2 sensed that this Lu Zhe was absorbing luck. She walked over and linked her arm with his. CEO Nan, are we still looking at cars? Didn't you promise to go to the movies with me tonight? Nanmuk rubbed his head and looked at Tang Ning. I almost forgot. Young Master Tang, want to come along? He replied, of course. I was the one who made plans with you first. The three of them walked away side by side. Lu Zhe was instantly furious. What's going on? Leaving just like that? In front of this young master, are all you people from Jianqing so uneducated? Tang Ning turned around and replied softly, young Master Lu, Jianqing is too small. You should still go back. He threatened Tang Ning. You dare to chase this young master away? If this young master wants the Tang family to disappear, it would only take one night. Hearing these words, Nanmuk walked down the steps and whispered in Lu Zhe's ear, what Jianqing is like is not for you to say. Besides, the news about the Lu family making fake wine is about to be exposed. What do you think will happen to the Lu family? He was shocked. How did you know? Nanmuk turned and left, saying smugly, if you don't want others to know, don't do it in the first place. Seeing the three of them talking and laughing happily. What kind of car does Mr. Nin want to buy? I can help you with some suggestions. The car we just saw wasn't bad, but I still want to look at other types. Lu Zhe thought angrily. Very well. Your surname is Nan, right? I'll make you disappear from this world without a sound. Outside the shop, the two men shook hands happily. Thank you for your help today, young Master Tang. Not at all, not at all. If it weren't for Mr. Nan, I'm afraid I wouldn't have gotten away from Lu Zhe so easily today. But you still have to be careful. Lu Zhe's methods are very hard to deal with. Several people who cooperated with him have disappeared without a trace. Thank you for the reminder, young Master Tang. I'll be careful. Before getting into the car, Tang Ning waved goodbye. All right then, I'll reconsider the cooperation with Xing Yun, and I'll give you an answer soon. I won't disturb you two from watching the movie. U2 said seriously to him, Host, there are some things I must make clear to you. U2 leaned against the car, saying seriously, Host, the seed has already invaded this world. Nanmuk was puzzled. Seed? She explained. Seeds are things from another dimension. They will grant humans special abilities. and then proceed to incubate. Is that kind of special ability like these two abilities of the host? He frowned. What is the result of the seed's incubation? U2 explained. In the end, the seed will become a space-time overlord, fighting for this ownerless space. At that time, this world will turn into a living hell. Nan Muk speculated. Ownerless space? Could it be that the God Lord inheritance I received was originally the god of this space? That's right. The God Lord disappeared after repairing the space-time, but still left behind many loopholes, giving the seeds a chance to take advantage. It seems that relying on survival points alone is not enough to protect the stability of space-time. Recalling the meeting, that Liu Zhe has a parasitic seed on him. When you shook his hand, he absorbed the host's luck. I'm afraid the host will have bad luck recently. Nan Muk was puzzled. Liu Zhe? Suddenly the phone rang. It was Nan Muk's father. Why would Dad think of calling me? Could it be he already knows about my breakup with Fang Yuxiue? He answered the phone, Dad. The voice on the phone said, Xiao Muk, your mom and I are home. We have guests. When are you coming back? Dad, I just got off work. I'm coming home right now. Downstairs at Nan Muk's house. He opened the door, carrying a rabbit on his shoulder. Dad, Mom, I'm home. Nan Muk's father was surprised. Xiao Muk, why did you bring a rabbit back? He put the rabbit down, making up an excuse. I saw on the road, thought it was cute, so I bought it. Nan Muk thought to himself. Good thing she turned into a rabbit, otherwise it would be really hard to explain to Mom and Dad. A little girl ran out from inside. Seeing the rabbit, she got excited. Wow, what a cute little rabbit. Dad, I want this rabbit. Nan Xiaozhou, 8 years old, the youngest daughter of Nan Zhuang. Seeing the people sitting inside, Nan Muk was a little surprised. So it's them? Compared to my previous life, this happened a few months earlier. The older man sitting on the chair saw him and greeted him happily. Xiao Muk, long time no see. You're looking more and more spirited. Nan Zhuang, 45 years old, Nan Muk's second uncle. The woman sitting next to him had graying hair. Seeing Nan Muk enter, she instructed, Xiao Muk, you probably don't remember, do you? This is your second uncle. That's Nan Xiaozhou, your second uncle's daughter. Liu Yeheo, 48 years old, Nan Muk's mother. He greeted them with a smile on his face. Second uncle? How could I not remember? But he was unhappy inside. They're here for my dad's 50,000 prize money again, aren't they? He sat down opposite them. Nan Zhuang praised. Xiao Muk has a bright future now. I saw you coming back from the window just now. Driving a very expensive car, right? He quickly denied. Not at all. I'm just a low-level employee. My boss let me drive the car back. I have to drive it back to the company tomorrow. Hearing what Nan Muk said, he became even more enthusiastic. Not bad. Xiao Muk, it seems your boss treats you very well to let you drive such a good car. Nan Zhuang asked curiously. Xiao Muk, a few days ago, I heard you appeared with the boss of Xingyan Group. Do you know him? He showed his displeasure, answering silently. I know him. It's just for work. He continued to praise him. To be able to associate with the boss, Xiao Muk has a boundless future. He turned to Nan Muk's father. Actually, I came today for another matter. If you have something to say, just say it. We're all relatives. Nan Zhuang said excitedly. It's good news. Recently, there's a pretty good investment project. I thought since we're all relatives, and Xiao Muk has business cooperation with a big company, I decided to tell you two about it. Nan Xiaozhou was still tormenting you two, laughing gleefully. Nan Muk's father politely declined. Investment? But you know our family's condition. Let's just forget it. He still tried to persuade. Hey, don't be in such a hurry. Invest 100,000 and you can earn 150,000 in a month, and there's no risk. We've all tried it. Hearing it was so easy to make money, he was a bit swayed, asking Liu Yeheo for her opinion. Can we really make that much money? How about we invest 20,000 to try? Nan Zhuang interjected. This investment requires at least 200,000 to start. Brother, didn't you win the lottery? Invest a bit more. With my guarantee, I guarantee you'll double your money. Nan Muk's father was a bit hesitant. Feeling it wasn't promising, Nan Zhuang turned to him and said, Xiao Muk, you should persuade your parents. This project of ours is very competitive. Nan Muk was puzzled. Persuade? He said in a sarcastic tone, I advise you to give up this idea. This can't be invested in. You two should leave. You two also changed her attitude, slapping Nan Xiaozhou's face, startling her with the pain. Hearing these insulting words, Nan Zhuang immediately stood up. Weren't we just talking happily? What's wrong with you? Nan Muk's father also looked displeased. Xiao Muk, why are you using that attitude to talk to your second uncle? He sat down, slamming the water cup in his hand on the table. This brat, your uncle is introducing a way to get rich to your family. If your family doesn't participate, that's fine. But you want to kick us out? Nan Muk's father patted his shoulder to comfort him. Brother, what are you saying? Since our family said we'll definitely invest, don't you worry. He immediately stopped the investment idea. Dad, money that's invested out can't be taken back. Relatives we haven't contacted in over 10 years. If there was really such a good thing, would they think of us? Nan Zhuang, as if his sore spot was hit, slammed the table and cursed. If it weren't for some trouble at my house, needing a large sum of money, I would have invested it myself. Would it be your family's turn? Your family can just stay poor for the rest of your lives. Grasping the key point in his words, Nanmuk became even more smug. All right then, tell me clearly what happened to your family. Which company is the investment project from? What's the project code? If you can't say it, then take your daughter and leave our house. The fox's tail is showing, isn't it? He started to stammer. This, family scandals can't be aired in public. As for the project, it's considered an internal secret. Even if you don't invest, you can't spread it around. Seeing he still wouldn't tell the truth, Nanmuk mercilessly exposed Nan Zhuang. If you don't say it, I'll say it for you. Nan, you tried to act like a gangster, hit on the girlfriend of a small-time boss. Now, they're demanding you pay $300,000 to settle it. Otherwise, they'll take Nan Yu's life. Right? He immediately panicked. How come my family? Nanmuk's father sitting next to him also panicked. Brother, is it really like that? Nan Xiaozhou held her face and cried. Dad, this rabbit is bullying me. He immediately ran to Nan Xiaozhou's side. Xiaozhou, what's wrong? The little girl tattled to Nan Zhuang. Dad, kill it. I want to eat rabbit meat. He stood in front of you two, bullying my daughter. I'll make you into roasted rabbit when we get back. You two angrily used her claws to scratch his hand. It hurts so much. This damn rabbit. Nanmuk, while drinking tea, glanced at Nan Zhuang. Rabbits are very spiritual. If I were you, I wouldn't provoke the rabbit anymore. Couldn't scam the money, and now you're taking it out on a rabbit. How ridiculous. Holding Nan Xiaozhou, he left while cursing. Pa, you deserve to be poor your whole life. Deserve to haul bricks at a construction site your whole life. Second uncle, take care. Nanmuk's father held his wife's hand, saying disappointedly, I never expected. You can know a person's face, but not their heart. Lu Yaheo sighed. That's right, we're old. We've both become muddle-headed. Nanmuk advised, there's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Just be more careful next time. At this moment, at the Fong family home, Fong Yushua had just returned from outside. Mom, I've transferred $300,000 to your account. Her mother immediately stood up and boasted. Today, Xiaoyu took this money to put a deposit on a car. It's been a long time since I've seen him so happy. Where did you get this money? She replied wearily. I met a young, rich, small-time boss. He has 2 houses in Blue Water Harbor, and he said we can move in there, rent-free. Her mother was instantly overjoyed. Is he from the list I gave you? Our family can finally move out of this rundown house. Haha, I have to tell your father this good news quickly. Xiao Shui has a bright future now. She hurried into her room and closed the door. A voice rang out. Our transaction is just like that. Very simple, isn't it? She recalled the scene. The man had said with great satisfaction, Miss Fong is naturally poised and generous. Even more beautiful than I imagined. The mysterious voice persuaded her, you just need to get a little closer to him. You don't need to worry about anything else. He said, I am very satisfied with Miss Fong. Besides, I have a lot of money. Consider this $300,000 a greeting gift for Miss Fong. A black smoke appeared before her eyes. Well, do you want to continue? She immediately replied, I do. My family needs money. If there's no price to pay, I'm willing to continue the transaction. In the morning, at the office in the Fuda building, Kong Rue knocked and entered CEO Nan. The eastern plot of land has officially started construction. Seeing you two standing beside Nanmuk, he was very surprised. CEO Nan, who is this? She smiled and greeted him, Kong Rue. Hello. Nanmuk introduced her. Oh, this is the new secretary I hired. Is there anything else? He handed a contract to Nanmuk, saying, someone wants to buy out Ma Dong's company for $1 billion. Take a look, taking the contract. He read it while thinking, Ma Dong's company is in the center of Jiangxing. No one bought at the auction, and now someone wants to buy it at a high price. Nanmuk said to Kong Rue, I'll leave the negotiations to you. Although it's in the city center, that might not be the case in a few years. Nanmuk thought to himself, in a few years, the city center will relocate and the hype will die down. So it's good to sell it now and make some money. He immediately nodded. All right. CEO Nan, there's another piece of news. The black market previously announced that there will be an auction today. Nanmuk was surprised. An auction? Kong Rue explained, the auction mainly sells some feng shui treasures. and also some ways to make money. It's just that without capital, you can't go down that path. But I heard from colleagues that the items there are indeed very effective. He was immediately interested. I see. Where's the black market? Taiha Street. The two of them went to Taiha Street together. Nan Muk observed the commercial street. It didn't look any different. The black market is here. You two stretched happily. It's been a while since I've been out for a walk. I have to stroll to my heart's content today. An old man walked over. You two look unfamiliar. You must be here for the auction, right? Nan Muk was surprised. How did you know? The old man pointed in another direction. Every shop on Taiha Street has an entrance to the black market. Ordinary people rarely come here for a stroll. If you two want to go to the black market, this old man can lead the way. The old man held out his hand and gestured. As long as you have this, I can provide you with all the information I know, ensuring a fair deal. He nodded in agreement. All right, we'll trouble you then. Arriving at the black market, the old man introduced, this black market is located underground at the intersection of the three cities, Jiangcheng, Wangjiang, and Dianzhong. All sorts of people from all walks of life are here. Stone gambling, antique playing, you can find anything. Both were amazed, not expecting such a large place to exist underground. The old man continued, I can only take you to this far. Straight ahead is the auction hall, but it doesn't open until evening. The old man smiled and held up 2 fingers, 2,000. Nan Muk paid, while feeling the pinch. The black market is indeed not a place for ordinary people. The old man counted the money and advised, seeing as you're a straightforward person, I suggest you try stone gambling first to get familiar with the black market. When you want to go to the auction, just spend a little money to find an introducer. Well, I'll be on my way. The two entered the black market. You two sense something, host. The aura of the seeds is very strong here. He replied, the black market is full of people chasing money, filled with human desire for wealth. It's not strange that it would attract the seeds. She said worriedly, it seems the hatching speed of the seeds is faster than I thought. Suddenly, there was a burst of noisy chatter. Master of stone gambling, have you decided which stone to pick? You guys are going too far. Xiao Cheng was sitting there, hesitating. These 2 stones have the same weight, shape, and texture. Which one should I choose in the end? Lu Zheng, sitting opposite, urged him relentlessly. Hurry up and choose. This is your last chance. If you can't beat me, the Xiao family's assets will be completely wiped out. Seeing the shape of the stone, this was the wealth-generating skill. He could spot a treasure with just a glance. That stone emitting a pinkish glow seems to be a ruby. Holding the glowing stone, Lu Zheng shouted excitedly. Everyone, the crown prince of the Xiao family, the master of stone gambling, has made his move. Come place your bets, 10 to 1 odds. No changing your mind after betting. People came forward with their money one after another. I'll bet 10,000. The Lu family will definitely win. Definitely betting on the Lu family. Xiao Cheng hasn't won once in 2 months. The Xiao family is about to lose everything. The jade in the Lu family's rough stone is already showing. It's a sure win. Lu Zheng grew even more excited. The Lu family has 200,000 in bets already. Anyone else want to keep betting? 10 to 1 odds. Xiao Cheng held his head in fear, thinking the Xiao family only has 2 million left. If I lose, someone else said, once you've bet, you can't regret it. 300,000 for the Lu family. Is no one betting on the Xiao family? He slammed his hand on the ground helplessly. This unfilial son can't save everyone. Nan Muk, standing behind, bet on the Xiao family. I'll bet 300,000. Lu Zheng was incredulous. What did you say? If the Xiao family loses, you'll have to help him pay 3 million. Nan Muk was unconcerned, saying nonchalantly, it's only 3 million. If the limit wasn't so small, I wouldn't mind investing 3 million in the Xiao family. Lu Zheng said, looks like no one else is betting. Let's go. Let's see what kind of goods your $3 million stone is. Lu Zheng thought to himself, young Master Lu instructed me long ago. In this black market stone gambling den, among the rough stones of the same price, none are better than the one in my hand. Xiao Cheng is sure to lose. Xiao Cheng advised worriedly, sir, are you new here? This batch of rough stones was tampered with long ago. There's basically nothing good in them. For you to do this, Nan Muk remained nonchalant. What's there to be afraid of? If you dare to bet, you dare to lose. At worst, I'll help you pay that 3 million. I was just sad I had nowhere to spend my money. The two left. Nan Muk said, let's go. Xiao Cheng, holding the stone he chose, replied dazedly, okay. Arriving at the place, the owner used a light to inspect it. This is probably a mid-grade jadeite. Estimated value is around 500,000. Hearing this, Lu Zheng said smugly, all right, hurry up and cut Crown Prince Zhao's $300,000 stone. Cut it carefully for me. Don't damage the man's property. The owner checked it. Hey, all right. Lu Zheng looked at you two and mocked. Beauty, even if you have money, You can't let that pretty boy spend it recklessly. He'll go bankrupt sooner or later. U2 pouted and smiled. Whether he goes bankrupt or not, we'll just have to see. The shop owner carefully examined the inside. There's something inside. It might be a ruby. Lu Zheng was shocked. Impossible. A red light shone from within the stone. The owner shouted, "It's a ruby! There's a ruby inside." Xiao Cheng was incredulous. A ruby? Lu Zheng said in shock, "Impossible, impossible." Nanmuk didn't understand. What's a ruby? U2 explained from his side. A ruby is the finest grade of ruby, with an extremely low yield. With a ruby inside, the starting price for this stone is at least 1 million. Xiao Cheng was still in shock. This young lady is right. The value of a ruby is extremely high, even for a small piece. It fetches a sky-high price at auction. The men behind them cried out in anguish. Damn it, we lost big time. Crown Prince Xiao is worthy of being a master of stone gambling. Nanmuk looked at Lu Zheng smugly. Looks like I'll just have to try and make a little money. Card or transfer? Lu Zheng replied angrily. A small matter. A direct card payment will do. Lu Zheng seethed inwardly. You cheat. I'll remember you. Standing in the black market's underground trading area, both were very excited. With this skill, it seems I won't have to worry about making money if I come to the black market a few times. Let's go eat something good tonight. Xiao Cheng ran over. Sir, please wait a moment. Nanmuk was puzzled. It's you? Is something the matter? He introduced himself. Sir, I am Xiao Cheng. If you want to go to the auction, I can get you in. He looked puzzled, though. Xiao Cheng continued, I'm sorry. I forgot you're not from the black market. Perhaps in my current state, you don't think much of me. Nanmuk shook Xiao Cheng's hand. Hello, Mr. Xiao. My name is Nanmuk. It's my first time at the black market. If it's not too late, please take me to the auction to have a look. He replied happily, of course, Mr. Nan. I want to auction off that ruby from earlier. There's an auction tonight. Just leave those matters to me. Nanmuk thought to himself, just now, those people called him a master of stone gambling and Crown Prince Xiao. It seems his identity might not be simple. Thanks to Xiao Cheng's help, Nanmuk and U2 were now sitting in a luxurious room. The auction's VIP room. Xiao Cheng sincerely extended his hand to him. Mr. Nan, you could trust me. I'm truly grateful to you. Nanmuk also replied honestly, you don't seem like a swindler to me either. He took the black card and sighed. Thankfully, I have this black card. Otherwise, with my current status, I would no longer be qualified to participate in the auction. Nanmuk and U2 watched silently from the side. Xiao Cheng's expression grew more serious. But for the past 2 years, a Lu family suddenly wanted to establish themselves in the black market. The Xiao family kindly helped them, but that Lu family wanted to annex the Xiao family, which led to today's situation. U2, who was eating fruit, immediately picked up on his words. Is it the Lu family from Vongjiang City? Is the young master Lu Zhe? Xiao Cheng was a little surprised. You two know each other? Nanmuk shook his head gently. We're not acquainted. We've only met once. Suddenly, a staff member announced, Young Master Xiao, your ruby has been appraised. The color is superb, with a starting price of 5 million. Do you need to reconfirm? Xiao Cheng held up a finger. No need. Just put it up for auction tonight. Please reserve a private room for me. He thought happily to himself, a starting price of 5 million. The transaction price will be at least 100 million. There's hope for the Xiao family. Afterwards, the scene shifted to a magnificent auction hall. The host unveiled a cloth covering an antique vase. This is a blue and white porcelain vase from the Ming Dynasty, rumored to have been passed down from a large martial arts family. She shouted loudly, starting price 20,000. Seeing Nanmuk's calm expression, Xiao Cheng asked curiously. Mr. Nan doesn't seem interested in these things, but he just smiled and replied, MHM, I came to the black market mainly to look for opportunities and to see if there's anything interesting at the auction. Xiao Cheng looked at the list of auction items for the day and said, but today, aside from the ancient artifacts, the best item seems to be my ruby. The auction hammer fell, followed by a resounding shout, 300,000. The blue and white porcelain vase is sold, but no one noticed the mysterious black smoke surrounding it. It seemed only Nanmuk could see it. He said, this thing is surrounded by a layer of black smoke. Bringing it home will bring bad luck. Afterwards, the auction brought out another item. The host said, ladies and gentlemen, today we are temporarily adding a highly anticipated item. This item has not appeared in the black market for many years. When the covering cloth was pulled away, a red ruby protected in a glass case appeared. The blood trace ruby. She began to explain. After being appraised by the certification center, this stone was confirmed to be a ruby, and moreover, the quality of the gem as well as its outer casing are of the highest grade, an absolute top choice for collectors. Its starting price is. Her next words echoed throughout the hall. 5 million. In an observation room, someone spoke up. Young Master Lu, this ruby is the one Xiao Cheng just cut open during the day. Bids rang out one after another, making the atmosphere of the entire hall lively. 6 million, 10 million, 13 million. Lu Zhe smiled with interest. It's fine, the old man saw a picture of the ruby and liked it very much. I must buy it today. Hearing this, Lu Zheng was astonished and stammered. Lu, young Master Lu, if the old man wants it, can't we just go directly to Xiao Cheng and get it? He paid no mind to Lu Zheng's words and directly shouted, 60 million. Nan Muk heard the familiar voice and subconsciously muttered, Lu Zhe. The others who heard this price all held their heads and sighed. Young Master Lu has made a bid. Should we continue? The person next to him complained. The value of this ruby is clearly over 100 million. Nan Muk shouted, 70 million. His price startled Xiao Cheng beside him. Mr. Nan, don't compete with Lu Zhe for it. You too, on the other hand, was very calm. It's fine, just watch. Xiao Cheng worriedly hesitated, but on the other side, Lu Zhe thought to himself, isn't this that poor guy named Nan from Jiangchen? He actually found his way to the black market. Lu Zheng, hearing Nan Muk's voice, gritted his teeth and said, Young Master Lu, it's this guy. For some reason, he gave Xiao Cheng 300,000 today. Lu Zhe's expression turned grim, his gaze becoming sharper and more terrifying. He said, 80 million. Lu Zhe smiled dangerously and calculatingly. This guy is a bit interesting, so let's play with him for a bit. Xiao Cheng spoke up to remind him. Lu Zhe's personality is very domineering. He won't give up until he achieves his goal, and I'm afraid he has other motives. He doesn't want to use money to buy this gem. Nan Muk calmly replied, Don't worry, I'll make him obediently fork out the money. Nan Muk's eyes were sharp, the corner of his mouth curled into a cold smile, and he continued to shout an unbelievable number. 180 million. Lu Zhe gritted his teeth menacingly. This guy looks dirt poor. Where would he get so much money to bid for a ruby? The host said in a loud voice. The ruby, 180 million going once. Nan Muk showed no fluctuation, quietly listening to her voice echo. 180 million going twice. Finally, Lu Zhe couldn't hold back anymore and shouted, I'll pay 300 million. Lu Zheng, standing beside him, heard this and said in a panic, Young Master Lu, we didn't bring that much money. On the other side, Nan Muk deliberately provoked him. Is this all the momentum young Master Lu has? 400 million. Lu Zhe didn't show any weakness. 500 million. Nan Muk also responded. 600 million. The two went back and forth, neither giving an inch. 700 million. 800 million. Seeing this scene, Xiao Cheng was terrified to the extreme. This price has already surpassed the actual value of the ruby. If they continue to bid, the chairman will stop them. Lu Zhe shouted out the final price, and Lu Zheng was extremely shocked upon hearing it. 1.2 billion. Do you still dare to follow? Then, the host's voice rang out. 1.2 billion going once. Only then did Nan Muk shrug, indicating his surrender. Young Master Lu's financial resources are formidable. I'll yield this ruby to you. That announcement continued to ring out. 1.2 billion going twice. The auction hammer came down once again, and the host shouted. The ruby, 1.2 billion going 3 times sold. Lu Zheng said worriedly. Lu, young Master Lu, we can't come up with that much money. But Lu Zhe was very nonchalant. What's there to panic about? When did I say I was going to pay? At this moment, Lu Zhe was roaring in the payment room. What did you say? I clearly just finished the transfer. The girl sitting in front of the computer observed carefully and said seriously, Young Master Lu, the amount transferred is 12 million. Perhaps you could confirm it again? If you refuse to pay, according to the rules here, the Lu family will be expelled from the black market. Lu Zhe worriedly thought to himself, it clearly worked every other time. Why not today? On the other side, Nan Muk said calmly, Lu Zhe and I have a small conflict. This was just something I did on the side. Xiao Cheng, walking beside him, still felt worried. But I'm still worried Lu Zhe will default on the payment. He has done it many times after an auction ends, paying only a small fraction and taking the item. Nan Muk asked curiously. Something like that can happen. Xiao Cheng was furious, clenching his fists. That's right, the others don't seem to have noticed this. My Xiao family ended up in this state because he used a blinding trick. Lu Zhe spoke up from a dark corner. Young Master Zhao's eye for things isn't bad. It's a pity you have no real ability. Seeing him, Xiao Cheng shouted, Lu Zhe. Then, Lu Zhe shifted his target to Nan Muk. Nan Muk, didn't Tang Ning tell you that those who oppose me all meet a tragic end? Xiao Cheng at the side worriedly reminded Nan Muk. Mr. Nan, let's take a step back. Lu Zhe really has ways to make you disappear. He took a step forward, pushed Xiao Cheng behind him, and said, "You step back, no need to worry." But he couldn't help but worry and wanted to step forward. But you two beside him stopped him. "Mr. Xiao, just leave it to him," she thought to herself. Sensing it carefully, the aura of this seed is already a bit weak. The possibility of it affecting the host is very small. On the contrary, it was me who overthought it before. Lu Zhe raised his fist, preparing to attack them. A mysterious black smoke appearing on his arm. Daring to provoke this young master, you're the first. Before he could strike, Lu Zhe was punched right in the face by a lunging Ninmuk. So much nonsense. The system's notification panel immediately appeared, displaying all sorts of parameters on it. Strength, agility, stamina. Yutu was shocked to see this. What's the situation? A faint and terrifying smoke emanated from Lu Zhe's body, screaming, "Ah! It hurts so much. Kill him quickly. We can't let him live." He raised his hand to wipe the wound, his eyes sharp as he said, "You dare hit me?" A gloomy black aura radiated from around Lu Zhe. Looking extremely terrifying, he said, "After you're dead, your things will all be mine. I want to see what you have to be so arrogant about." Then, Nanmuk threw a powerful punch. Then he landed a heavy punch straight into Lu Zhe's stomach. "With such weak combat power, you still dare to speak so arrogantly." A trickle of blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. The black smoke in Lu Zhe's body was also affected. Screaming, "Kill him quickly. My power is fading. I can't take it anymore." Seeing this, Lu Zhe was extremely shocked. "Impossible. How can you devour the Divine Envoy? Who on earth are you?" Nanmuk seemed to realize something. "Divine Envoy?" Lu Zhe smiled dangerously, but his mouth was already bruised. "It seems you don't know anything. Call out your Divine Envoy. Let's talk. I can tell you all the secrets about the Divine Envoys. If I can devour a high-level Divine Envoy, my strength will increase several times over." Nanmuk lifted his leg and kicked Lu Zhe straight in the stomach. "You're not qualified to make deals with me." He screamed in pain. The black smoke in Lu Zhe's body screamed. "We can't fight him anymore. Let's go. Half of my power has been drained." He ignored the black smoke's advice. "You really don't know what's good for you." Yutu looked at her own fading hand and thought to herself, "My power is also disappearing." She watched her energy gradually dissipate, while more and more golden light gradually appeared around Ninmuk. It seems to have transferred to him. Lu Zhe also seemed to feel himself weakening. "I underestimated you today. Next time you will surely be ruined." Xiao Cheng stood to one side, witnessing everything, shocked and horrified. What on earth is this? But yellow energy currents appeared around Ninmuk, preparing to throw another punch. Try to run? Only a wisp of black smoke remained before his eyes. Disappeared? Could he have burrowed into the ground? Xiao Cheng stammered, "Nyan, Mr. Nyan." Nanmuk frowned, suddenly feeling a wave of dizziness. He clutched his head and thought to himself, "The power just now feels like it was drained. The attribute points have also returned to normal. What on earth is going on?" Xiao Cheng beside him worriedly tugged at his sleeve. "Mr. Nan, are you alright?" Nanmuk shook his head slightly and replied, "I'm fine, let's go." He thought to himself, "I'll wait until we get back to ask you too." Xiao Cheng gestured with his hand to ask, "Did you notice something is missing?" You two had now turned back into a pink rabbit, standing at Nanmuk's feet. He stammered a little tense. This is the rabbit I raise. It's always been with me." Xiao Cheng picked up Yutu and said, "Mr. Nan, no need to be tense. I've been able to see some strange things since I was a child. Rest assured, I won't reveal anything." Then he handed Yutu to Nanmuk. "Your eye for things and your knowledge are both superior. If you don't mind, after I rebuild the Xiao family, I hope you can be the appraiser for the Xiao family." He answered honestly, "I'm just a merchant. I won't have many opportunities to come to the black market in the future." Xiao Cheng still smiled cheerfully. "Everything is up to you, but to thank you, I will give you a big gift. I'll send it to you later." Nanmuk held Yutu and gave his business card to Xiao Cheng. "Alright, this is my business card. You can contact me anytime." He thought to himself, Xiao Cheng is not a bad person. After the Xiao family is rebuilt, it would be good to build a relationship with him. He cheerfully said his goodbyes. "Thank you, Mr. Nan. I'll see you off to here then. Just follow this alley out and you'll reach Jiangchen." Nanmuk replied, "Alright, got it." He held Yutu, thinking in confusion. Yutu suddenly turned back into a rabbit. Could it be related to my recent burst of power? System, can you explain a bit? Suddenly, the system displayed a notification panel in front of Nanmuk. Temporarily unable to connect to the Master God's power, the system is undergoing recovery, unable to accurately respond to commands. Seeing this, he thought to himself, what the hell is this? Then he muttered to you, "Tuesday, don't you know how to explain, how to talk?" Nanmuk thought in confusion. Has she become dumb? He placed her on his shoulder. Whatever, let's go home first. Nan Muk rested his head on the table, his voice full of dejection. It's been 3 days. You two still shows no signs of recovery. The system is also constantly in an updating state. He looked at his palm, calculating to himself. According to the currency exchange rules, plus the 3 million won from stone gambling at the black market, the survival points should be 12. Thinking this, Ninmuk took out his phone and made a call. Hello, Meng Yao. At the Blue Water Harbor residential area, Meng Yao and Nan Muk were strolling by the roadside. She looked at him as she walked. Nan Muk, did you buy this house? You didn't even come to take a look. Nan Muk put his hands in his pockets and replied with a smile. What's there to see? Aren't they all just houses? As long as you're comfortable living here, that's all that matters. Meng Yao's eyes were full of admiration. It would be great if I could also buy a villa like this someday. Just then, a couple approached from a distance. The newcomers were Su Fei and Fong Yushue. She quickly recognized Nan Muk and called out, Nan Muk. Seeing that it was Fong Yushue, Nan Muk frowned. Why are you two here? Meng Yao also subconsciously called out, Sister Yushue. Su Fei beside her was not polite at all, directly showing contempt for Nan Muk. That's right, Nan Muk. I remember Miss Fong is your ex-girlfriend, right? You didn't want such a good girl, and instead went for a university student? Nan Muk had no interest in confronting this kind of person. He pulled Meng Yao's hand to leave, leaving behind only one sentence, causing trouble for no reason. Seeing that Nan Muk was ignoring him, Su Fei angrily shouted, Nan Muk, I'm the one who bought Ma Dong's company from you. What did you say? Nan Muk turned his head and glanced at Su Fei. So you bought it. A company that, unlucky, I was afraid it would go bankrupt in my hands. He thought to himself, making $1 billion for nothing. Only a fool wouldn't take it. Meng Yao asked in surprise, Nan Muk, you own a company? Nan Muk calmly replied, I won the lottery a while ago and bought a company. I was planning to tell you after things settled down. Hearing this, Meng Yao finally understood. She said in a low voice, So, Yushua was really just after your money. Seeing Meng Yao's sadness, Nan Muk placed a hand on her shoulder and gently comforted her. It's okay. From now on, if we see them, we'll take a detour. Those two don't have good intentions. Nan Muk glanced at the two of them, thinking to himself, there's an aura of death on Su Fei, and even Fong Yushue has a similar seed-like aura. This isn't a good thing. Meng Yao suddenly took out 2 tickets from her pocket and said with a smile, All right, Nan Muk, I participated in an event a few days ago and won 2 amusement park tickets. Today is the last day. Do you want to go together? Nan Muk immediately agreed. Okay, he recalled the amusement park. It seemed he and Meng Yao had never been there before. The two walked for a while and finally arrived at the amusement park. Meng Yao excitedly held the map and walked ahead, her small mouth chattering nonstop. We can go on the roller coaster and the swing ride first, then play whack-a-mole, bumper cars, and there's the pirate ship too. Nan Muk broke into a bit of sweat. Why does this kid like such thrilling things? A mascot bear on the side of the road handed Meng Yao a flyer, saying sweetly, Please take a look. Meng Yao replied politely, Thank you. Then she pointed to the area ahead. Nan Muk, there's a timed air rifle competition over there. If you hit 10 rings, you can get a limited edition park panda. Nan Muk indulged her. Want to go? The competition area is over there. After the two left, the mascot bear took off its head, revealing the beautiful face of Qin Yinong. She gulped down some water. Looking very tired, Qin Yinong lowered her head, her eyes filled with sorrow. There are still so many flyers left. Will I not be able to finish today's work again? She recalled her boss's words. If you don't want to be subjected to the unspoken rules, that's fine. You have 1 week to hand out all these flyers, and I'll make you an A-list star. Otherwise, on the other side, Meng Yao cheered excitedly. 10 out of 10. Nan Muk, you're amazing. The stall owner praised. This young man's skill must be at a professional athlete's level, right? To be able to shoot so steadily. But in his heart, he was screaming 100 times. Don't come back next time. Nan Muk humbly accepted the oversized panda, smiling politely. You're too kind. This is my first time playing this game. Nan Muk handed the panda to Meng Yao and asked gently, Do you like it? Meng Yao hugged the panda tightly and said happily, Thank you, Nan Muk. I love it. Just then, a sleazy voice came from not far away. Little sister, it's so hot. Working so hard, huh? How about we brothers help you out? Qin Yinong's voice was filled with panic. Get away from me. The week isn't over yet. I will finish the job. Qin Yinong. Nan Muk turned his head and immediately recognized her. Meng Yao also cried out in surprise. Senior. Nan Muk turned back in surprise and asked, You two know each other? Meng Yao then explained, "She's a senior from my department, 2 years above me. She's very talented in music and debuted right after graduation, but I haven't heard anything about her for the past 2 years." A bald man had now aggressively grabbed Qin Yinong by the neck and was covering her nose with a wet cloth, shouting loudly, "Finish the job? There are only 2 days left and still 10,000 flyers to go." The boss has lost his patience. Meng Yao and Nan Muk rushed over. "Stop it." Nan Muk handed you two to Meng Yao to hold. Then he approached the group and said in a low voice, "Let her go, or I'll call the police." Wang Ji jutted out his chin and asked, "Who are you?" Daring to meddle in everything. Nan Muk put his phone to his ear and replied nonchalantly, "I am Lei Feng." Wang Ji angrily slapped Nan Muk's phone away. "You're looking for death." The other 2 bald men were just as aggressive. "Let's deal with this kid first." They closed in on Nan Muk, cracking their knuckles. Try to be a hero saving a damsel in distress, without even looking at what you're made of. Behind them, Meng Yao hurriedly dialed her phone. "I have to stay calm. Right, call the police." But the stall owner helplessly advised her, "Young lady, calling the police is useless. These thugs have already been here several times this week. By the time the police arrive, they'll be long gone." Wang Ji threw a punch, saying fiercely, "Don't you know who you're dealing with? This whole area is Boss Hua's territory, and you dare to stick your neck out." Nan Muk was not afraid at all. He ducked, dodging Wang Ji's punch, then smoothly grabbed a bald man and punched him in the stomach. Then Nan Muk lifted his leg and kicked Wang Ji in the face. Suddenly, the remaining bald man rushed up from behind, trying to lock Nan Muk's arms. He snorted coldly, "Trying to sneak attack me?" Nan Muk elbowed backward, hitting the man right in the face. Looking at the 3 men kneeling on the ground, Nan Muk said contemptuously, "You guys are just too pathetic." Just as he turned to help Qin Yinong up, the sound of police sirens blared. "Don't move." 2 police officers had just arrived. They exclaimed in alarm, "What's going on here? Who called the police?" "At the hospital." After taking Qin Yinong to the hospital, the 2 police officers also finished taking statements. "Due to the special circumstances, we had to ask you to come to the hospital to give your statements. Thank you for your trouble." Nan Muk replied politely, "Cooperating with the police is what we should do." He then asked, "But I heard those 3 say that this area is Boss Hua's territory. Are they people who can't be touched?" But Nan Muk already had a suspicion in his heart. If I remember correctly, this Boss Hua is also involved in smuggling prohibited goods. Qin Yinong successfully reported Boss Hua, which is how she was able to make a comeback. A police officer recounted, "He is the owner of an entertainment company. We suspect he is involved in smuggling prohibited goods. If you have any evidence, you can provide it to the police." At this moment, Qin Yinong, who was lying on the hospital bed, suddenly spoke up. "I have evidence." She took out a small piece of paper and said weakly, "This is what I stole from the company. Boss Hua often locked me in the basement, and the prohibited goods are also hidden there." Qin Yinong paused for a moment, then continued, "I had a very hard time getting out, but I was followed every day and had no chance to escape. Today, they probably discovered that the quantity was low, so they came to get me." The 2 police officers took the packet of white powder from Qin Yinong's hand and replied seriously, "Your evidence is very important. Rest assured, the police will strictly protect your identity." A look of resentment appeared on Qin Yinong's face. "I could provide more evidence. I don't care if I have to take him down with me." After the 2 police officers left, Nan Muk approached, smiling in praise. "Miss Qin, I greatly admire your intelligence, courage, and wisdom. After everything is settled, if you're willing, you can come work at my company." With that, he placed a business card on Qin Yinong's bedside table. Qin Yinong asked doubtfully, "You are?" The police officer standing next to Nan Muk quickly introduced him. "This is the man who saved you today." Seeing that everything was done, Nan Muk said nonchalantly, "Officer, if there's nothing else, I'll be leaving now." The police officer immediately nodded. Okay." At Nan Muk's home, Nan Muk pushed the door open and found it was dark inside. He sighed and thought, "Are Mom and Dad still not back?" But just then, his body fell into a strange space. A large screen appeared in front of Nan Muk. Safe environment detected. System restarting. Nan Muk stepped into a divine temple, where everything inside was in ruins. Nan Muk said calmly, "This doesn't seem to be the same space I saw last time." He walked over to read the characters carved on the wall. "I was born from the great wasteland at the beginning of the world to enlighten the age of ignorance. Is this Pangu?" U2 appeared at this moment and explained, "This is a description of the creator god. Pangu is merely his incarnation in the mortal world. If you place your hand on the wall, you can understand all the text." After hearing this, Nan Muk immediately placed his hand on the wall. Afterward, he could indeed understand it. "Since I created living beings, 10,000 ages have been peaceful. In the void of time, I only collected all kinds of rare treasures and observed the changes of the world. However, a guest from afar suddenly arrived, wanting to seize all that was mine. I fought them for 10 days, but a thief attacked the treasury. I could not save it in time and was wounded instead. The more Nanmuk read, the more astonished he became. In my anger, I slaughtered them all, resulting in grievous injuries. However, there was no aura in the world to help me recover. The chaos cracked, and more invaders entered the world. Therefore, I sealed myself to protect the world, reincarnating endlessly with mortals, awaiting the moment of revival. After reading, Nanmuk broke into a light sweat and exclaimed, "These foreign guests must be the seeds. To fight 10,000 alone, truly worthy of being the creator god." U2 explained, "Those things are the products after the seeds hatch. They're called space-time overlords, beings that exist in the cracks of space, capable of destroying the entire world." Nanmuk placed his hand on the wall again and continued to read. "This is my grotto heaven. The treasures are countless. Do not destroy them, and do not take the treasures from here." He turned his head to look at the mountain of gold, silver, and jewels, and sighed. Truly a hoarder. Nanmuk turned back to ask U2's day, "So if I can't take anything, what's the point of coming here?" U2 opened the system screen. "According to the system's arrangement, you will accept the first main god trial here." 2 lines of text appeared on the screen. Inner Demon Trial. Reward, Sanglong Heart Method. U2 shrugged and said, "The first trial is the inner demon. As for who your enemy is, you'll only know after you accept the trial." Nanmuk asked curiously, "What is the Sanglong Heart Method?" U2 looked up at the headless statue and slowly explained. The Sanglong Heart Method is an ultimate technique created by the creator god himself. It is said that with just the final move, he could wipe out countless enemies. It could be said to be the most fundamental origin of martial arts. Nanmuk was immediately excited. "Doesn't that mean I'll be invincible after learning it?" U2 muttered to herself, "Nice thought. When you're ready, press yes." Then Nanmuk pressed yes. Another notification appeared on the screen. Forming trial barrier. Combat time limit is 60 minutes. Several snarls suddenly echoed in Nanmuk's mind. "Then you can just go die. Ugh, you poor bastard." The more he closed his eyes, the clearer those sounds became. "Nanmuk, help me. If you want to marry Xiao Shui, that's fine. Just give us all your money." Someone said to Nanmuk, "Listen to the sounds buried deep in your soul." Nanmuk clutched his head in pain and shouted, "Stop talking. I've already cut ties with the Fong family." Nanmuk's inner demon leaned close to him, smirking mockingly. "Cut ties? Fong Yushue even colluded with Ma Dong to frame you. She won't let you go. The tragedy of your past life will happen again. Can you bear it?" The haggard and sickly image of his father appeared in Nanmuk's mind. He handed Nanmuk a thin envelope. "Xiao Muk, there are a few thousand for my pension in here. Take it, you need it urgently." That inner demon spoke again. "Don't you want revenge? You think that just because you've made some money now, you can escape that suffering?" Nanmuk was so angry, he gritted his teeth. "Of course I can't bear it, but the me of today won't let those things happen." Nanmuk let out a roar and threw a punch at his inner demon. With one punch, the inner demon was instantly torn apart, its body dissipating into the air. Before disappearing, it let out a loud laugh. "Ha ha ha, you little brat." U2, who was monitoring from the outside, suddenly saw the system screen display a danger warning. 5-minute countdown. Activate time protection? Yes, no. She thought worriedly. This is already the 99th protection. If it's used one more time, the creator god's remaining power will be completely depleted, and the conditions next time will be even harsher. Thinking of this, U2 hesitated for a moment, deciding not to press yes and to wait a little longer. Suddenly, at this moment, Nanmuk's voice rang in her ear. "What are you waiting for?" Nanmuk calmly appeared before her, a relaxed smile on his lips. The system immediately announced, "Trial passed." Seeing Nanmuk's expression, U2 narrowed her eyes and asked, "How are you feeling?" Nanmuk suddenly remembered something. That's right. He looked at the system screen, stroking his chin in confusion, and asked, "Why is there no reward selection? Isn't there a grand prize?" Suddenly, a dazzling golden light enveloped Nanmuk's entire body. A slow voice rang out. The Sanglong Heart Method, also known as the 9-layer heart formula, was something I comprehended while on a stroll. It has a total of 9 incantations. Say it again, I suddenly forgot. He read the incantations surrounding his body. 9 revolutions return to 1. The 2 polarities take form. 3 stabilize the universe, roaming the 4 seas. 5 cranes capture the dragon. The roaming dragon's 6 steps. 7 parts divide the world. 8 faces of exquisite skill. 1 form shatters the 9 continents. Afterward, Nanmuk sat cross-legged on the ground and began to cultivate. He thought to himself, it clearly didn't tell me the cultivation method, yet it's as if I was born knowing it. Attack, defense, break, retreat, stabilize, hide, evade, it has them all. At this moment, Nanmuk suddenly stopped. He pondered. He killed tens of thousands of enemies with just the final move. Truly formidable. U2 reminded him from the side. Time is almost up. We have to go. All right, Nanmuk replied. The system screen displayed another notification. System notification. Leaving the system space in 3 seconds. Host, please prepare. Exactly 3 seconds later, the space within suddenly distorted and everything was swept out. At Nanmuk's house, U2 and Nanmuk appeared in the house at the same time. He said faintly, "We're back." After reading the notification on the screen, Nanmuk said doubtfully, "Why do my attributes upgrade automatically? And there are over 2,000 extra survival points." The system screen was now displaying Strength level 24, Advanced Attribute. Agility level 24, Advanced Ability. Stamina level 20, Unlocked Inheritance 10%. Survival points 2366. U2 stretched and walked to another spot. I don't know. Maybe it's related to your power upgrade. Nanmuk was speechless. You're the system, and you don't know? U2 turned to look at him, smiling nonchalantly. I am the system, but the rules were set by the creator god. Then she turned and walked straight into her room. Ah, I can finally rest. Nanmuk called out, "Hey, isn't that my room?" But at this very moment, Nanmuk's gaze fixed on a certain spot. Nanmuk picked up the somewhat tattered book from the floor, muttering curiously to himself, "A Xing Yiquan manual? Is this a bonus reward?" Then Nanmuk plopped down on a chair and flipped open a page to read. Next, he sighed in disappointment. As expected, free stuff is never any good. Even a layman like me can tell it's completely useless. Suddenly, Nanmuk's eyes widened and he shot up. He remembered, that's right, I remember Tang Ning is obsessed with martial arts. Although this is just a book, maybe he can see something in it. In the bedroom, U2 was staring at the system screen. A voice came from within. Wang Kai, your mission is to search for the fragments of my primordial spirit to help me reincarnate as the Lord of Space-Time. U2 clearly disliked this name. Can you change how you address me? The system offered a few more suggestions. Yuan Bao? Zhao Kai. She waved her hand angrily. So annoying. Get lost, get lost, get lost. But the voice from the system suddenly turned serious. You, this is the last time I will seek you out. But wait until I am reincarnated as the Lord of Space-Time. I will appear again. After speaking, the system screen slowly vanished. U2 looked out the window in astonishment, only to see the full, round moon still sprinkling its sparkling light onto the ground. She thought to herself, the creator gods remaining will seems to have completely disappeared. At the same time, in the Tang family's living room, Tang Ning spoke up and asked, "So, Nan, isn't the girl who was with you last time here today?" Nanmuk smiled and replied, "She was busy with something. Does young Master Tang want to see her?" In his heart, he was a little worried. Since that night, U2 had disappeared, but the Moon Eye system was still linked to him, only with a few basic functions like reviewing notes and trading remaining. His gaze darkened. Where on earth did U2 go? Isn't she unable to be too far away from me? Seeing Nanmuk was a bit distracted, Tang Ning quickly called out, "CEO Nan." Nanmuk looked up and replied, "Sorry. I was lost in thought." With that, he took the old book out from his coat and said politely, "Today, besides discussing the cooperation between the Tang family and Xingyun, I also brought a small gift for young Master Tang. This is a martial arts manual I came across by chance. I heard young Master Tang enjoys practicing martial arts, so I brought it as a gift for you." Tang Ning took the manual and looked at it, his expression slightly surprised. Nanmuk added, "But the content of this book isn't much. It probably isn't of great use." Tang Ning quickly interrupted him, his eyes filled with joy. "No, CEO Nan, this book is extremely important to the Tang family." Nanmuk smiled gently. As expected, only an expert would understand. It's good that young Master Tang finds it useful. Tang Ning looked at Nanmuk happily. "By the way, does CEO Nan also practice martial arts? Last time at the investment conference, I saw your skills were extraordinary." Nanmuk waved his hand. "Young Master Tang, you flatter me. I only know a little." But Tang Ning didn't believe him. He walked over and put an arm around Nanmuk's shoulder, saying heartily, "I don't believe it. Let's have a match." As for the cooperation between Xingyun and the Tang family, as long as the request isn't too outrageous, I'll agree to it all. Nanmuk looked at him helplessly, thinking to himself, truly a martial arts fanatic. He acts as soon as he speaks. The two went to the Tang family's backyard together. Tang Ning introduced. This is where I usually practice martial arts. Please, CEO Nan, no need to hold back. Seeing this, Nan Muk cupped his fist and said modestly, then I'll be showing my incompetence before an expert. It just so happens I learned a type of martial art a few days ago. I hope young Master Tang can give me some pointers. Begin. As soon as Nan Muk's words fell, Tang Ning rushed forward, his hand clenched into a fist. Nan Muk also quickly raised his hand to block. Then, he suddenly grabbed Tang Ning's wrist. Tang Ning looked down, a little surprised. Such a fast reaction. Nan Muk took advantage of Tang Ning's distraction, immediately applying force with his hand, and threw him to the ground. 9 revolutions returned to 1. Tang Ning was thrown, but he quickly regained his balance, planting his feet on the ground and successfully steadying himself. Nan Muk smiled in praise. Young Master Tang's skills are very good. Tang Ning praised back. You too. Come on, let's continue. After a few moves, Nan Muk was panting from exhaustion. Does young Master Tang still want to continue? Tang Ning wiped the sweat from his face, knowing when to retreat. No. With CEO Nan's level, I'm afraid you could rank in the top 3 in the martial arts world. I'm no match for you. Seeing Tang Ning praise him so excessively, Nan Muk was a bit embarrassed and quickly waved his hand, saying, Young Master Tang, please don't tease me anymore, and don't call me CEO Nan. Calling me Nan Muk is more comfortable. Tang Ning strode forward heartily and put his arm around him again. All right, Nan Muk, today was great fun. Let's go finalize the cooperation contract. At the Xingyun Group office, Nan Muk saw Zhang Pengyue still buried in work and asked, It's so late, you haven't gotten off work yet? Zhang Pengyue, with dark circles under his eyes, asked in surprise. Ah, CEO Nan, what can I do for you? Nan Muk handed him a folder. I called you, but you didn't pick up, so I came over. Open it and take a look. It's good stuff. After reading it, Zhang Pengyue exclaimed in shock. The Tang family agreed to supply raw materials to Xingyun, and they're willing to give a 10% discount. Nan Muk sat down on a chair and asked with a smile, How about it? Any other requests? Young Master Tang said we can still make final revisions tomorrow. Zhang Pengyue said excitedly, CEO Nan, this is more than enough. Xingyun will definitely not let you down. Seeing this, Nan Muk stood up to leave. All right, then I'll head home first. You should get some rest soon too. But before he could leave the room, Zhang Pengyue quickly called Nan Muk back, hesitatingly saying, CEO Nan, actually, there's one more thing I'd like to ask of you. Oh, Nan Muk looked at him. Zhang Pengyue's expression turned serious. He said, Actually, myself and the other partners of Xingyun, that is, the other chairman, are not strong on the business side. After discussing it, we hope to put the company under your name so that we can focus on product research and development without distractions. Nan Muk smiled and asked back, Aren't you afraid I'll mess things up? Zhang Pengyue replied firmly, We believe in your ability and vision. With you leading it, Xingyun can only develop better and better. Then, Zhang Pengyue looked at the folder on the table again and said worriedly, Besides, every project is expanding now. We don't have enough space. The company is becoming a chaotic mess. Nan Muk immediately agreed readily. All right, you can rest assured and leave Xingyun to me. But my goal doesn't stop at just routers. With that, he held up a phone and continued. I want to research and develop a smartphone model where everything from exterior design, screen size, camera, to hardware performance must be better than what's currently available. Nan Muk looked out the window again. As for Xingyun, we can move the office to Fuda. At the Fuda office, Nan Muk stretched and exclaimed wearily, The work is finally almost done. I'm dead tired. Then he called the system. At this time, the system screen displayed Strength level 24, Advanced Attribute, Wealth. Agility level 24, Advanced Ability, Energy Conversion. Stamina level 20. Unlocked Inheritance 10%. Nan Muk rubbed his chin and thought, In less than a month, I've consumed more than double the survival point from last time. Open System Store. The screen immediately displayed a notification. Host authority is insufficient. Cannot open the store. Nan Muk was speechless. What is this so unreliable? He thought silently. Logically, the survival points should have increased, but there's been no movement at all. Could you two have taken them? Where on earth did she go? Just then, a familiar voice rang out. I'm back. You two, having changed into a new outfit, sat on the windowsill and smiled at Nan Muk. Host, did you miss me? Nan Muk pouted, feigning disgust. Didn't you already leave? You two snapped her fingers. I just want to confirm a few things. Aren't I back now? At this moment, the system finally announced. Survival points have been settled, 2,333 points remaining. Nan Muk asked doubtfully, 2,333? But suddenly, a frantic scream cut through Nan Muk's thoughts. Call the police. Someone's jumping off the building. The people downstairs all shouted worriedly, If there's something you can't get over, just talk about it. Don't jump. You have to cherish your life. Seeing this, Nanmuk helplessly held his forehead and sighed. Get down from the window. U2 still didn't understand what was happening, letting out a confused huh. Suddenly, U2 recognized this aura. The person they were talking about wasn't U2 at all, but another girl standing alone on the rooftop who really looked like she was about to jump. U2 shouted urgently, "Host, it's a Jeune. A Jeune is on the rooftop, and I can sense the seeds aura?" Nanmuk exclaimed in shock. What? He shot up from his chair, not forgetting to say before leaving, "Call the police. I'm going up to save her." Nanmuk looked at the elevator and thought to himself, the rooftop is on the 30th floor, the elevator won't be fast enough. Nanmuk decided to skip the elevator. He pushed open the fire escape door. He ran upstairs with all his might, anxiously thinking, why did a Jin show up at the Fuda building? What on earth does she want to do? At this moment, a Jun was holding a knife, standing on the railing and muttering incessantly, "Kill, deserve to die. Everyone deserves to die." Nanmuk finally arrived, pushed open the rooftop door, and shouted, "A Jeune?" A Jeune turned to look at Nanmuk, but her expression was extremely crazed, her mouth constantly muttering, "Murderer, they all deserve to die." Nanmuk approached a Jeune and asked worriedly, "A Jeune, what on earth happened? I can help you." He thought to himself, at this distance, I should be able to save her. Seeing Nanmuk get closer, a Jeune's eyes suddenly widened. She glared at Nanmuk, her mouth muttering again. Torment must make Nanmuk suffer with nothing left. With that said, she leaned over, about to jump. Nanmuk immediately lunged towards a Jeune. Just a moment before she fell, Nanmuk managed to grab a Jeune's hand in time. He breathed a sigh of relief. Got her. Nanmuk helped a Jeune down, letting her lean against the wall, and thought to himself, that was too dangerous. A disaster almost happened. Just then, Nanmuk noticed bloodstains on the knife in a Jeune's hand. He wondered suspiciously, she hasn't killed someone, has she? Suddenly, a Jeune glared at Nanmuk and screamed, "Nanmuk, I'll kill you." Her hand holding the knife swung up, intending to stab Nanmuk. Nanmuk quickly grabbed a Jeune's hand, saying loudly, "Jeune, wake up, it's me, Nanmuk." At this moment, U2 also appeared on the rooftop. She said calmly, she's being controlled by someone else. Place your hand on her forehead and release the Creator God's power to remove the seed in her. Nanmuk touched a Jeune's forehead with 2 fingers, then transferred his power. In an instant, the deathly aura around a Jeune vanished, and her complexion returned to normal. Seeing that a Jeune's expression had stabilized, Nanmuk sighed in relief and said, she should be fine now. He already had a suspicion in his heart. Was it Feng Yuxiue or Lu Zhe? U2 looked at a Jeune coldly. She's fine for now. Take her to the hospital first and let the police handle the rest. After the police arrived, they began to disperse the crowd that was still chattering downstairs. Everyone, please disperse. Don't gather here. It's very dangerous. Nanmuk picked a Jeune up. All right, let's go first. At this moment, Zhang Pingyue excitedly burst into Nanmuk's office. CEO Nan, the smartphone you mentioned before, we've already designed a basic model. But the office was empty, and Zhang Pingyue said to himself in surprise, he's not here. I'll just leave it here then. He placed the documents on the desk and left. On the other side, U2 asked worriedly, aren't you going to investigate who was behind controlling a Jeune? Nanmuk leaned back in his chair and replied calmly, no. If it's a fox, it will eventually show its tail. You should rest first. I still have things to do. As soon as he finished speaking, he noticed the file on his desk. He picked up the report, thinking happily, Zhang Pingyue is truly a tech genius to be able to produce such a detailed report in such a short time. Nanmuk opened the report, which clearly stated, the 3D model and its detailed parameters are stored on the memory card. Nanmuk flipped through the file, surprised. Where's the memory card? Seeing Nanmuk looking for a while, U2 asked curiously, what's wrong? What are you looking for? Nanmuk searched around. Have you seen a memory card in the office? U2 frowned. I've been with you the whole time. Where'd I have gone to find a memory card? Nanmuk immediately picked up his phone and called Zhang Pingyue. Zhang Pingyue, did you bring the memory card to my place? Zhang Pingyue's voice came through the receiver. I did. I saw you weren't in the office, so I left the report and the memory card there. Nanmuk's expression darkened. The memory card is gone. Come over here. At this moment, in an office at the Longting building, Su Fei sat on a chair, looking at his injured arm, and said irritably, that girl looked so weak. I didn't expect her to be not only strong, but also dare to stab me with a knife. Feng Yuxiue glanced at him, thinking with contempt, what a brainless idiot. Su Fei asked again, you said that girl is Jeune. Can she really take care of Nanmuk? Feng Yuxiue closed her eyes, her tone indifferent. The evidence is solid. Even if she can't kill him, he'll be seriously injured. Su Fei waved his hand smugly. That's great. I just can't stand in Muck's arrogant look now that he has a little money. What's wrong with a rich man spending a little on women? I think Nin Muck must have died poor in his past life. Just then, Wang Ji, wearing a baseball cap and glasses, walked into the room, holding a memory card. Miss Fong, this is what you wanted. Fong Yushue's lips curled into a smirk. Well done. The rest of the money will be transferred to your account. You can go now. Su Fei asked curiously, what's this? Fong Yushue inserted the memory card into the computer and said slowly, the project Nin Muck has been working on recently. If we don't find his key point, how can we hit him where it hurts? Seeing this, Su Fei curiously walked over to look. Is this thing really useful? Fong Yushue was just as curious. Let me see what tricks he's been up to lately. But after seeing what was on the screen, Wang Ji was shocked and thought to himself, Simon? Seeing that Wang Ji hadn't left, Fong Yushu asked in surprise, didn't I tell you to go? Why are you still here? The money will be transferred to your account shortly. Wang Ji pushed up his glasses and replied with a smile. Miss Fong is efficient, of course I trust you. But he leaned closer to Fong Yushue and said in a low voice, the R&D team of Xingyun Group is my enemy, and besides, the technology is right up my alley. Looking at Fong Yushue's expression, he couldn't help but think, this woman feels very dangerous. Seeing this, Su Fei immediately said excitedly, Little Shui, why don't we let him stay? As long as we develop something first, Nin Muck and his people won't be able to do anything to us. Seeing that he had support, Wang Ji gained more confidence. Besides, I was a graduate student at Jiangxing University of Technology and a classmate of Zhang Pengyue, but he copied my data and then framed me for it, getting me expelled from the university. I'm not willing to let it go. He lowered his head, his tone full of resentment. I couldn't find a job afterward, so I had no choice but to become a corporate spy. Miss, if you want to deal with Xingyun Group, we can definitely cooperate. Fong Yushue said calmly. Xingyun Group has already been transferred under Fuda's name. It's considered Fuda's only source of profit. She had already made a calculation in her heart. If Xingyun loses money, then Nin Muck will also lose money. After thinking for a moment, Fong Yushue turned back to Wang Ji and said, Mr. Wang, I agree to cooperate. If you have time, we can discuss the details of our cooperation. Wang Ji shook her hand and said hesitantly, okay, I'll be fully in charge of the R&D team, but regarding the funding, Su Fei immediately puffed out his chest and assured him, you just focus on the research, don't worry about the funding. I've made hundreds of millions from the stock market recently. I'm short on everything else, but not money. Fong Yushue also handed the memory card back to Wang Ji and said coldly, the memory card is yours, but if you take the data and sell it to another company, don't blame me for being ruthless. Wang Ji immediately agreed. Don't worry, Miss Fong, I have my principles too. With our cooperation, we will surely win. At the office in the Fuda building, Nin Muck convened a secret meeting. He spoke up and asked, have any suspicious people entered or left the company these past few days? His voice was serious. Xian just moved here. It's quite chaotic. Someone might take the opportunity to cause trouble. Kong Rue said grimly, CEO Nan, I've already sent Li Biao to investigate. Zhang Pengyue angrily slammed his fist on the table. Damn it, I lost something so important. This is the lifeblood of our R&D team. Nin Muck, on the other hand, remained calm and asked, are there any backups of this data? Zhang Pengyue replied, there are backups, but they were all stolen too, so what's the use? Just then, Li Biao ran in to report. CEO Nan, General Manager Kong, I found a clue. After CEO Zhang left, a man in a hat entered the office, but he eventually left through the emergency exit and the camera didn't capture his face. Nin Muck immediately asked, there's no camera at the emergency exit? Which way did he go after he left? Li Biao answered, this guy seems very familiar with the place. After he got out, he turned into a small alley, and we lost him. Zhang Pengyue was panicking by now, clutching his head and ruffling his hair. It could be an experienced corporate spy, but Xingyun is just a small group. How could this be? Nin Muck also stroked his chin, thinking, Zhang Pengyue's background is very simple. He's been doing research ever since graduating from university. He couldn't have any enemies. Kong Rue used to be in real estate, with no contact with high-tech. Two names suddenly appeared in his mind, Fong Yushue and Lu Zhe. Then, Nin Muck immediately turned and said to Kong Rue, General Manager Kong, take Li Biao to investigate all company employees and also Ma Dong from Longting. Also, arrange for security around the company. This situation absolutely cannot happen again. He thought irritably. These two are truly like lingering ghosts. Kong Rue immediately replied, understand. Then Kong Rue and Li Biao walked out. Zhang Pengyue was in utter agony. CEO Nan, what do we do now? This is everyone's hard work. It's my negligence. Seeing him blame himself like this, Nan Muk couldn't bear it and comforted him in a soft voice. All right, don't blame yourself anymore. Since I was able to come up with the concept of this smartphone, I absolutely won't let someone else beat me to it. With that said, he pushed a stack of reports in front of Zhang Pengyue. I've looked over your report carefully. The first smartphone, the 1992 CMON, gave you the inspiration. Am I right? Zhang Pengyue nodded. Yes, it was the CMON. The biggest advantages of the CMON are its full touchscreen and network connectivity. The appearance also references the Big Brother-style phones to make it more suitable for a full touchscreen. Nan Muk then pushed a box towards Zhang Pengyue. But the Big Brother-style phones are already obsolete. Take a look at this. While Zhang Pengyue was still stunned, Nan Muk continued, we have to make a completely new type of phone. Zhang Pengyue looked at the modern phone in his hand and asked in disbelief, CO Nan, is this a new phone? Nan Muk smiled and replied, this is a model I had an acquaintance make. For you to take a look. Zhang Pengyue was a bit hesitant, but isn't this style too modern? It only keeps 3 buttons. No, Nan Muk immediately refuted. Then he slowly explained, this is the information age. Regardless of whether it's a phone or a computer, the development trend is towards being lighter, faster, and more convenient. Weren't routers also created for convenience? With that said, Nan Muk held up a brick phone. The phone screens now are all so small, it's inconvenient for browsing the web or playing games, isn't it? Although Zhang Pengyue agreed. He was still a bit hesitant. Yes, but to create a complete system, I'm afraid the current technology still can't meet these requirements. Nan Muk stood up and patted his shoulder comfortingly. It's all right. Let's take it one step at a time. I will do my best to arrange for the necessary equipment and funding. Being trusted, Zhang Pengyue was immediately excited. Okay, CEO Nan, I won't let you down. I trust you. Just do a good job on the project, leave the rest to me. After speaking, Nan Muk walked out of the room. Afterward, Nan Muk went to the hospital to visit Ajun. You two stood beside him and asked, confused, why start the investigation with Ajun? Nan Muk looked at the soundly sleeping Ajun and said faintly, the incident with Ajun and the missing memory card are definitely not a coincidence. I'm afraid someone is deliberately targeting me. You two then reminded him, she was affected by the seed. You can directly investigate her related memories, but it will consume a considerable amount of survival points. I know, the inheritance has already been unlocked to this point. Then, he transferred a stream of golden light to Ajun. In an instant, a segment of Ajun's memory appeared before Nan Muk's eyes. In the memory, she sat by her father's hospital bed peeling an apple, her face full of exhaustion. Dad, the doctor said you'll be able to get out of bed and walk around in a little while. Ajun's gaze darkened. There's still a 200,000 hospital bill to pay. What should we do? Then, Su Fei and Fang Yuxue appeared. Su Fei proposed a deal. Help me with something, and your father's hospital bills won't be a problem. Ajun looked at them in astonishment, her eyes filled with fear. Fang, Miss Fang, why are you here? I have nothing left to help you with. Fang Yuxue looked at her coldly. Ajun, you haven't forgotten about the time you went against Nan Muk, have you? Ajun clenched her fists, frowning as she said, what you're doing is illegal. Su Fei sneered. That's because Nan Muk doesn't know what's good for him. Daring to force Miss Fang's hand, he's truly brainless. Seeing Su Fei completely siding with Fang Yuxue, Ajun couldn't help but shout at him. You're the one who's brainless. Don't be deceived by this venomous woman. You should stay away from Miss Fang. Fang Yuxue calmly walked to Ajun's father's bedside, making no effort to hide her threat. Ajun, I don't care what you think of me, but if I pull this tube out now, your father won't survive. Ajun immediately panicked. If you dare, I'll call the police. I won't help you anymore. Fine then. This is your choice. Fang Yuxue was completely unafraid. She pulled out the breathing tube right in front of Ajun. Ajun's father immediately started convulsing. Gulp. She cried out in horror, Dad, let me go. Ajun tried to break free from Su Fei's grasp, even raising the fruit knife. The knife slashed down hard on Su Fei's arm, and he screamed in pain. Su Fei clutched his bleeding arm, shouting, "You bitch, how dare you?" But Ajun paid him no mind. She ran straight to the hospital bed, Dad. After watching everything, Ninmuk coldly summarized. So that's what happened. Then Fong Yushua took advantage of Ajun's hatred for her, controlled Ajun, and transferred all that hatred onto me. You too, standing beside him, asked, "So what are you going to do?" Including Ma Dong. "This is the second time, isn't it?" Nanmuk replied, puzzled. "I really don't understand why she keeps targeting me relentlessly." Nanmuk walked out of the hospital room, saying coldly, "I won't go easy this time. Let's go to Ajun's father's room and see if there's any suspicious evidence." Nanmuk and you too went to Ajun's father's hospital room. He turned and asked you two, "Is there anything strange?" You two looked around and finally answered, "It doesn't seem like there's anything strange. Everything is very normal." Nanmuk asked again, unconvinced. "For example, the residual aura of the seed, the smell of blood and so on. Nothing?" You two pouted. "I'm not a dog. How could I smell that?" Nanmuk shrugged and sighed. "Forget it. I knew it was useless to count on you." Just then, a doctor walked in and asked, "Are you the patient's family?" Nanmuk frowned, shook his head, and replied, "No, his daughter is my friend. She asked me to come and see how he's doing." "How is the patient now?" The doctor looked at his medical chart, not optimistic. "He's still in a coma. Moreover, I heard his daughter got into a conflict with someone this morning and pulled out the patient's breathing tube, which was extremely dangerous." The doctor's expression turned regretful. Originally, he just needed to pay a bit more money, have the surgery, and then slowly recover. But now it's come to this. Nanmuk sighed and asked, "How much more money is needed for the surgery? I'll pay for them first." He thought to himself, Fong Yushue is truly insane. Elsewhere, Su Fei and Fong Yushue were having a meal together. Su Fei asked worriedly, "Is this Wang Ji person you found reliable? I have a feeling he's going to pull something." Fong Yushue replied nonchalantly, "This Wang Ji is very greedy for fame and fortune. Back in school, for the sake of his own research achievements, he used Zhang Pingyue's experimental data and was eventually expelled. So he has always felt that his talent was unrecognized. As long as we give him benefits and fame, he definitely won't betray us." Su Fei no longer looked healthy. On the contrary, his complexion had become much more haggard, and his whole body ached. He rubbed his neck wearily and said, "Well, you handle it then. I'm gonna rest first. I've been feeling very tired lately, and my neck hurts a lot." Behind him, a black smoke-like monster with bloodshot eyes clung to his back. Su Fei was probably too tired to stay any longer, so he stood up to take his leave from Fong Yushue. "It was a pleasure working with you." The black smoke continued to cling to him. Fong Yushue saw it clearly. Her expression darkened, and she thought to herself, "This so-called god weakens a little each time it attaches to Su Fei. He'll be all right, won't he?" Just then, Fong Yushua's mother called. She answered the phone. "Hello, Mom, what's up?" Her mother's voice was urging. "Little Shui, let me ask you something. What are your plans with little Sue? Look at you. You're not young anymore." Fong Yushua didn't answer her, only asking coldly, "How much more money do you need at home?" Her mother replied, "We don't need any more money at home. We have enough. I'm just concerned about you." Hearing this, Fong Yushua hung up decisively. "How could that be? You only care about money." The black smoke enveloped Fong Yushua, speaking coldly. "Girl, this person has outlived his usefulness. It's time to find the next target." Fong Yushua glanced at it and replied indifferently, "No, our deal is complete. I won't help you anymore." It gave a wicked smile. "Are you sure you don't want to make another deal? The moment I leave you, all the traces I've erased will be exposed, including the death of this man." Fong Yushua asked in shock, "What did you say? Su Fei is dead?" It laughed heartily, saying as if it were a matter of course, "I need human life force. I've already drained him dry, so of course he's dead." Only then did Fong Yushua truly panic. She screamed, "You never told me. I never thought about killing anyone. I just wanted money." It leaned close to her ear, whispering, "Girl, I can feel your ambition. Now that you have a company, isn't it because you want your family to see you in a different light, want your ex-boyfriend to regret leaving you? If I leave, all the evidence will point to you. Fraud, incitement, murder. Can you accept that?" Hearing this, Fong Yushue was scared out of her wits. Her eyes widened, as if imagining some terrifying scene, and she sank to her knees in despair, admitting, I can't accept it." It smirked with satisfaction and said smugly, "Very good, from now on, you must provide me with one healthy adult at least every 2 days. I will handle the rest." At night, in the hospital, Nanmuk sat by the hospital bed, his gaze fixed on Ajun. Just then, Ajun slowly opened her eyes. Nanmuk asked coolly, "You're awake?" Ajun turned her head and called out softly, "Mr. Nan." Nanmuk got straight to the point. "About this morning, how much do you remember?" Ajun looked up at him, trying to recall the morning's events. Miss Fong came to see me. She wanted me to do something for her. I refused, so she pulled out my father's breathing tube. At this point, a Jun sat up in a panic. My father, Nan Muk said calmly. Your father is fine. I've already paid the surgery fee for you. He can be prepared for the operation tomorrow. With that, he handed her a hospital bill. After looking at it, Jun exclaimed in shock. 600,000. Tears streamed down her cheeks, her voice full of gratitude. Mr. Nan, I almost killed you, yet you still helped me like this. Nan Muk appeared very understanding, sincerely advising. I know you were set up by Fong Yushue. If you have evidence, you can give it to the police. I will testify for you. Ajun lowered her head and said sadly, I don't have any evidence, and I stabbed that man, and most it would just be considered a brawl. It won't help you. Hearing this, Ninmuk stood up. That's all right then. You get some rest. He thought to himself, there are no direct clues from Ajun and her father. It seems I'll have to start from somewhere else. Seeing he was about to leave, Ajun quickly grabbed his arm, her voice somewhat timid. But, Mr. Nan, I owe you so much money. Nan Muk replied kindly. Don't worry. I'm not taking advantage of your situation, and I won't charge interest. You just need to work well. You can pay this money back slowly. In Nan Muk's office, the steady sound of the radio played by his ear. Recently, our city has cracked a major drug trafficking case. As early as last year, the police had their eyes on the Hua family, but the investigation yielded no results. Until a month ago, an unsung hero rescued a member of the Chin family, and the police inadvertently obtained a crucial clue about the Hua family's drug stash. You two pouted, fiddling with the radio on the desk. What era is this? Who still listens to the news on the radio? Nan Muk narrowed his eyes and said, What do you know, this saves time. The radio continued. We now interrupt with an urgent news bulletin. Recently, there have been multiple disappearances in our city. The missing persons are mainly adults around 30 years old. Information related to the missing persons has been released. Additionally, we urge citizens to be mindful of their safety. Try to travel with others when going out. And if you encounter any unusual situations, please report to the police immediately. Hearing this, U2's expression immediately turned serious. Nan Muk also listened intently, his face expressionless. He picked up the phone and made a call. Hello, Mom. Nan Muk's mother's voice came from the other end. Little Muk, have you seen the news? Those disappearances. I heard on the news that those adults all went to work and never came home. You be careful. Nan Muk obediently replied. Yes, I'll come home right after work. Nothing will happen. She said softly. That's good. Remember to let me know you're safe after work. After hanging up, Nan Muk told you two to go get Kong Rue and Li Biao. You two asked angrily, why should I go? I'm not your real secretary. Nan Muk replied coolly, you're the only one who's free. Hurry up and go. Humph. You two stomped out of the room resentfully. Nan Muk was left alone in a room, deep in thought, adults around 30 years old disappearing. Not for money or for lust. How could that be? A moment later, Kong Rue and Li Biao had both arrived. Kong Rue spoke up. CEO Nan, you call for us? Nan Muk asked calmly. I want to ask, how has the work situation been at our company recently? Although Kong Rue didn't understand, he answered truthfully. Work has been very normal. Two people called in sick the day before yesterday, but they both came to work today. Li Biao also added, yes, and the company's security system has been perfected. There shouldn't be any problems. Nan Muk nodded with satisfaction after hearing this, and gave a special instruction. Very good. General Manager Kong, go arrange this month's timekeeping. Everyone gets off work an hour early. Tell everyone not to wander around outside. After Kong Rue left, Li Biao suddenly asked, CEO Nan, are you referring to the recent disappearances? I have something I want to tell you. He recalled, a few days ago, I heard a fellow security guard say, the current boss of Longting hasn't been seen for a while. Nan Muk was surprised. Could it be that something has happened to Su Fei too? Li Biao scratched his head. I'm not too sure either. It might just be a coincidence. After all, he is the boss of Longting. Nan Muk stroked his chin and thought for a moment. He asked you too. I sensed the seed on Fong Yushue before. Between her and Lu Zhe, who do you think is more likely? You two wasn't sure either, she replied. Since you suspect her, why not go see for yourself to find out? Nan Muk pondered. Could I've guessed wrong? According to the events of his past life, after buying the house, Su Fei experienced a sudden rise to wealth and then died abruptly. Could it be that the time has come? That night, Nan Muk and you two snuck into the Longting building. Nan Muk held a flashlight to light the way, his voice full of doubt. Such a big building, not a single security guard at night, and the power's out. Aren't they afraid something will happen? You too, wearing a mask, looked at Nan Muk and reminded him. Be careful, this entire building is enveloped in the aura of the seed. It seems the problem here is not small. With that, she turned her head to look at a room ahead. This way, the aura is strongest on the lower floor. With a click, a door was opened, revealing a staircase leading down to the basement. U2 reminded him again, this is a warehouse. We don't know what's inside, so be careful. At this moment, Nan Muk shone his flashlight on the combination lock next to the door. He frowned and asked, we don't have the code. How do we get in? U2 said nothing. She squatted down, tapping and knocking for a moment, then pointed to the door, which was now ajar. Who needs a code? The power is out. We can just break it open. As soon as the door opened, a thick cloud of smoke and a foul stench rushed out. Even with a mask on, Nan Muk couldn't help but wave his hand and cough twice. What's that smell in the warehouse? It's disgusting. Nan Muk stepped inside, saying, I'll go in and check. You wait here. But as soon as he entered, his eyes widened, and he blurted out this. Are these the people who went missing recently? In front of him were nearly 10 people, both men and women, all with gaunt faces and empty eyes, huddled in a corner. Nan Muk knelt down to check them one by one, saying, this one seems to have stopped breathing. U2 glanced over and recognized it immediately, but he's been drained. He can't be saved. Just then a weak voice called out, is anyone there? Help me. Nan Muk immediately rushed to the girl's side. There's one still alive. How are you? The girl with glasses raised her head, trembling. Are you also an employee of Longting? Please save us. Nan Muk quickly asked, are you all employees of Longting? But before he could finish, the girl collapsed. Nan Muk frantically shook her shoulder. Hey, wake up. U2 gathered a stream of power at her fingertips, saying seriously, to save them, we must purify the seeds. Aura? To ordinary people, this is a deadly poison. Nan Muk went outside to stand guard, leaving U2 inside. All right, I'll leave it to you. Restore the scene to its original state while you're at it. U2 entered the room, using her power to dissipate the seed. Outside, Nan Muk took out his phone to call the police. Hello, police? I found 7 missing people in the warehouse of the Longting building. They might be victims of the disappearance case. At this moment, at Fang Yushue's house, her mother was holding her daughter's hand. Little Shue, what have you thought about what I told you last time? She pressed relentlessly. I haven't seen you bring little Sue home for dinner lately either. Little Yu, engrossed in his game. Didn't forget to chime in, sis, mom's right. Ever since you got with that guy Sue, not only has he gotten rich, but now we have a business too. His fate really brings prosperity to our family. Just then, the black smoke transmitted a message to Fang Yushue. What's wrong? Someone has entered the warehouse. Go see what's happening. Fang Yushue was dazed for a moment and couldn't help but say, impossible. Hearing this, her mother said unhappily, what's so impossible? You child, now that you have money, you won't listen to your mother anymore. Is that it? Fang Yushue stood up, rubbing her forehead. Mom, I have something to take care of. Let's talk about this next time. Her mother shouted angrily, no. Since you got with little Sue, we've barely had a proper conversation. You're not going anywhere today. At this moment, the black smoke also cried out in alarm. My connection with those people has been severed. It reached out and tightened its grip on Fang Yushue's neck, its eyes filled with ferocity. It roared, what have you been hiding from me? Fang Yushue was lifted off the ground, struggling to cry out, let go. I didn't do anything. It leaned close to Fang Yushue's face, asking in a hoarse voice, there's a power harming me right now. I gave you endless wealth, and this is how you repay me? Fang Yushue replied weakly, I didn't. It wasn't me. But to outsiders, they only saw Fang Yushue suddenly floating in midair. Little Yu was so scared, he almost collapsed to the floor. He stammered, what? What is this? Since when did you learn magic tricks, sis? Fang Yushue reached out to her mother. Mom, save me. Her mother was scared out of her wits. Little Shue, stop joking with me. If you don't want to get married, I won't force you, okay? Just come down, please. It gave a wicked smile. Humans are all treacherous and selfish. Look at your family. You've done so much for them, yet not a single one is willing to lend you a hand. You have betrayed me, so I'll use the life force of your entire family to compensate for my losses. With that, it threw Fang Yushue onto the sofa, and the seed's aura immediately enveloped the entire house. Although Little Yu couldn't see anything, he felt something was wrong. Mom, why does it feel so gloomy in here? Is our house haunted? After that, only blood-curdling screams remained in the villa. Ah, no. At this moment, on the street outside the Longting building, police cars had gathered. Nan Muk sighed and said, I never expected Fang Yushue to go down this path. In that case, I'm afraid Su Fei is likely in grave danger. You two looked at the system screen. This seed system drains life force. Most victims can't be saved. A look of surprise appeared on her face. Just by dispelling a little of the remaining seed aura, she had gained so many accumulation points. Is this the power of conversion? Nan Muk tilted his head and asked, "Aren't you a system? Why do you have questions?" "Actually, you two," was about to answer when a voice spoke up. "Excuse me, are you the two who called the police?" The newly arrived police officer recognized Nan Muk. "It's Mr. Nan. We meet again." Nan Muk asked politely, "Hello, officer. We were just passing by. What happened up ahead? Why are there so many police?" The officer replied, "Victims of the disappearance case were found here." Nan Muk instinctively looked in that direction. Oh, the culprit hasn't been caught yet. The officer scratched his head in frustration. Not yet. Something this big happened, and we can't even contact the boss of Longting. There are no witnesses tonight either. After saying this, he realized he had said too much and quickly stopped, not forgetting to remind Muk. "Why am I telling you all this? The culprit hasn't been caught. You two should head home early. Be safe." Nan Muk and you two walked home. He looked at a closed shop as he walked, a thoughtful expression on his face. You two asked curiously, "I thought you'd still want to get involved in Fong Yushua's business." Nan Muk recalled the past, his voice somewhat distant. "The first time I met her, she was like winter snow melting in a spring rain, pure and innocent. She was very simple back then, like a clear stream. We both had feelings for each other at the time. I never expected her to become like this." Nan Muk recalled Fong Yushua's pure smile and couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. He looked at the eye symbol on his palm and said to you two, "The inner demon from the last trial wanted me to forget the past, to no longer remember it." Nan Muk's brows furrowed tightly. "I've thought it through now." He looked up, smiled, and continued, "Being able to live again until now is the best salvation for me. What reason is there not to cherish this life? I've just realized. So this is the feeling of freedom, of living for oneself." Nan Muk clenched his fist, his voice full of vibrant energy. "Freedom." You two looked at Nan Muk's expression, lost in thought. "Is freedom what I want too?" At this moment, the black smoke had finished dealing with Fong Yushua's family. It hovered in the sky, grinding its teeth. "Damn it, selfish, despicable humans, daring to go against my will." It looked around angrily. "I must quickly find the next person to possess." In the office of the Fuda building, the screen displayed official information. Longting embroiled in another scandal. Chairman suspected as the culprit in the disappearance case. Longting's chairman died from excessive debauchery. Entire family deceased, bodies like dried corpses. Nan Muk watched this news, lost in thought for a long time. You two sat in a chair on the other side, also looking at the system screen. She thought to herself, the system seems to be a two-way bind. When I left before, I tried to use the system store, but had no access. You two pondered, but I bought the acuity-enhancing pill before. Even if the main god's power is gone, I should still be under its control. Let's try again. At this moment, several lines of text appeared on the system screen. Temperfection Great Tonic Pill. New version 10 times stronger than the old, 500 points. The Path to Riches, 1,000 points. Random Event Book, 5,000 points per use. Mystery, 20,000 points. You two tap a line on the screen. Let's try this one. The system's voice echoed throughout the room, startling the pensive Nan Muk. Purchasing Temperfection Great Tonic Pill, consuming 500 survival points. You two stared blankly at the Temperfection Great Tonic Pill in her hand, exclaiming in surprise, "My God, it's huge." Nan Muk shouted, "Why did you buy something from the system on your own again?" You two grimaced and said, "I was just testing the system's functions. This was the cheapest one." Nan Muk's eyes grew wary as he looked at the Temperfection Great Tonic Pill. "You're not planning on making me eat that, are you?" You two brought the pill in front of Nan Muk, lifting his chin. Of course. Now that it's bought, we can't let it go to waste. Besides, a healthy host is a truly good thing. Nan Muk yelled in panic, "Get away. I'm not eating it." Just then, Kong Rue pushed the door open and peeked into Nan. He happened to see you two pinning Nan Muk down, holding some kind of pill in her hand. All in all, it looked very suspicious. He screamed internally, "Why am I here? I shouldn't be here." Kong Rue hurriedly slammed the door shut. "Sorry, Nan, I have something to do. I'll come find you later." Nan Muk shouted even louder, "Get in here." Kong Rue stood outside the door, bowing his head like a guilty subject. "I have disturbed Nan's good time. I know my crime." Nan Muk narrowed his eyes. Enough with I and subject talk. Stop the construction of the hotel in the west of the city. He started talking business. Arrange for 20 million in capital. As mentioned in the news, build a school. Kong Rue replied, I know about the school. It's the latest education and real estate model. Nan Muk said loudly, it's already 2009. With residential and office buildings packed together, are there really that many people to live in them? Real estate isn't just about building houses for people to live in. He thought to himself, my past life experience tells me that in the 21st century, in 2011, you can't get rich by relying on comprehensive housing renovation. Hearing these heroic words, Kong Rue quickly cheered. CEO Nan, you are my idol. Nan Muk said coldly, while handing Kong Rue a card, I don't need you to see me as an idol. I just need you to make a name for yourself in the real estate business. Wear this employee card, and all of Fuda's staff will listen to you. Kong Rue couldn't believe his eyes. He said blankly, from now on, I'm a real estate tycoon? My dream of many years can finally come true. You2 patted Kong Rue's shoulder, correcting him with a smile. He's the crocodile. You're just a tail at most. Kong Rue said, I see. Then you are. Then he quickly ran off, leaving behind his self-proclaimed correct answer. The white rabbit in the crocodile's mouth. You2 stroke her chin that I have a bad feeling about this. Nan Muk's face darkened as he whispered, shut up, this is all your fault. Just then, a clear female voice rang out, attracting their attention. Are you singing? The way you talk is even better than singing. A jeune said loudly in anger. You just got here, and you're already saying you know CEO Nan, as if you're the only one in the world who knows him. Chin Enong didn't back down either. Everything I said is the truth. Nan Muk walked over and asked calmly a jeune what's going on. As soon as she saw Nan Muk, a jeune was startled. So, CEO Nan. A jeune turned to look at Chin Enong, angrily tattling on her. I came for an interview, and she kept insisting on seeing you. The security guard said you weren't here, but she still insisted on seeing you. Chin Enong retorted, of course I'd only see CEO Nan. CEO Nan is my lifesaver. The two security guards whispered to each other, buddy, does this count as a love battle? A jeune glanced at Chin Enong and calmly replied, he's my lifesaver too. Why am I not dropping his name and demanding to see him privately? You. Chin Enong was choked with anger but couldn't refute it. Seeing them bickering, Nan Muk stepped in to stop them. Stop arguing. You're both here for an interview, right? I won't show favoritism just because someone knows me. Fuda doesn't need useless people. Have you thought this through? At the Fuda building, Chin Enong and a jeune both stood formally, waiting for Nan Muk to review their files. After looking them over, Nan Muk said coolly, you each have your own strengths. There's an IT team in the company that came up with their own sales plan, but their sales figures didn't meet the standard I set. He turned to a jeune and said, a jeune, I'll entrust this matter to you. I trust you won't repeat the same mistakes as before. A jeune immediately bowed her head, her attitude serious. I understand, oh Nan. You've helped me so much, and I hope I can help you in return. You2 held up a memory card. Inside are important employee files for Xingyun. Find a handsome guy to learn about our products first. Seeing this, a jeune immediately became excited, her eyes shining brightly. Thank you. I definitely won't let everyone down. Seeing her appearance brimming with fighting spirit, You2 replied, a bit flustered, all right, fine. After arranging the work for a jeune, Nan Muk turned back to Chin Enong. Little Chin, your talent is irreplaceable, so you should have a stage of your own. Regarding the entertainment industry, I have my own plans. Hearing this, a trace of sadness flickered across Chin Enong's face. Nan Muk paused for a moment, then continued, but he turned his face away, his voice tinged with helplessness. The popular songs nowadays are truly awful to listen to. I want to talk to you in detail about this aspect. Let's go have a cup of coffee and sit for a while. Hearing this, Chin Enong didn't agree immediately. She replied awkwardly, Seo Nan, I actually came to apply for a different position. I don't want to be a singer anymore. As she spoke, Chin Enong lowered her head, her body clearly trembling slightly. I still remember the first time I came to Jiangchang City. It was at a coffee shop. After talking for 2 minutes, they told me to go upstairs for an audition. Chin Enong remembered sitting between several short, fat, bald uncles who placed their dirty hands on her thigh. Chin Enong lowered her head and said decisively, I don't need the stage anymore. A singing dream like that doesn't belong to me. Hearing this, Nan Muk was also a little surprised. A jeune at the side couldn't help but exclaim, I didn't expect her to have such a terrible memory. The two guards chuckled and said to You2, CEO Nan is so decisive in recruiting talent. How about we also apply for a position as the dual dragon bodyguards? You2 crossed her arms and replied with disdain, your specialty is cleaning. That might be acceptable. Chin Enong continued to speak. CEO Nan, I don't want to be involved in anything in the entertainment circle anymore. Nan Muk asked, not understanding. But you deserve to stand on a bigger stage. You two rushed over and hugged Chin Enong. My. So, and Nan has even learned how to make things difficult for others. If she wants to do sales, just let her do it. Nan Muk was stunned. When did she say she wanted to do sales? Only then did Chin Enong stammer. Yes, I want to do sales. Seeing this, Nan Muk helplessly rubbed his forehead. All right, you and a Jeune will have a competition. As long as you achieve half of a Jeune sales volume, I will also accept your choice. Chin Enong's eyes immediately filled with determination. Okay, I won't give up. At Xingyun Company, after giving an overview, Nan Muk asked, are there any more questions about the company's pricing and product features? Chin Enong replied, no, I've memorized it all. Nan Muk looked toward Zhang Pengyue and continued, good. I've already told you about the situation on Zhang Pengyue's side. It's mainly a pricing issue. You go and assist him. This order must be secured. Chin Enong nodded. Yes, CEO Nan. At this moment, Zhang Pengyue was negotiating a contract. Boss Lei, is there anything else that's unclear? Boss Lei smiled, but his voice held a hint of difficulty. Little Zhang, there's indeed no problem with your products, but this price. Zhang Pengyue's expression immediately darkened, and he said in a low voice, Boss Lei, our price is already the lowest on the market. Any lower and, just as he said this, Chin Enong's voice rang out. Director Zhang, CEO Nan told me to come and assist you. Zhang Pengyue said happily, Little Chin, you've come at just the right time. Quickly explained the pricing issue to Boss Lei. Chin Enong bowed her head and politely introduced herself. Hello, Boss Lei. I'm Little Chin, here specifically to negotiate the price with you. Boss Lei was also very friendly and continued with the previous issue. It's Little Chin, right? I understand what you two mean, but I'm a middleman after all, and your company doesn't have much of a reputation. I want to sign for about 10,000 router units. This is a deal worth hundreds of millions. I can't take a loss. Chin Enong sat down at the table and said seriously, Boss Lei, the problem you mentioned doesn't actually exist. As long as our products sell, we won't have to worry about not making money. Boss Lei lit a cigarette, smirked, a cunning, fox-like glint flashing in his eyes. Young lady, you yourself said as long as. What if they don't sell? Are we just going to throw away such good products like scrap? Seeing this, Chin Enong immediately panicked, thinking to herself, could it be that what I did was wrong? Chin Enong turned her head to see Zhang Pengyue's awkward expression. She asked worriedly, Director Zhang. Zhang Pengyue shook his head. Oh, Little Chin, you were too hasty. Quoting a price like that is a serious loss for Xingyun. Chin Enong lowered her head, her voice full of guilt. I'm sorry, I just wanted to secure the project to prove that I could do it. Zhang Pengyue comforted her. The contract isn't signed yet. We still have hope. Let's go. Let's find CEO Nan and see if he has a way to salvage the situation. Chin Enong immediately nodded. She turned her head and saw Jeune on the other side, happily shaking hands with a partner. A pleasure doing business with you. Chin Enong thought to herself, a Jeune is indeed very suited for this job, unlike me, who even boasted about wanting to repay him. The two of them went to Nan Muk's office together and explained the problem that had just occurred. Nan Muk crossed his arms, thought for a moment, and asked, You only made a verbal agreement, right? Zhang Pengyue replied awkwardly, Yes, but Boss Lei said he has changed the terms, and even if we breach the contract, the penalty would be in the tens of millions. Nan Muk turned to a Jeune. Can this order still be saved? A Jeune, standing beside them, immediately nodded. As long as it hasn't been signed and stamped, there's still room to maneuver. Hearing this, Nan Muk immediately gave an order. All right then, tomorrow before the contract is signed, you and Director Zhang are not to let him exploit this 5% loophole. A Jeune and Zhang Pengyue replied in unison. Yes. CEO Nan will go right away. Seeing Chin Enong turn to leave, Nan Muk called her back. Little Chin, wait a moment. After Chin Enong turned back, Nan Muk pushed the laptop in front of her and said coolly, Take a look at this. A headline was clearly displayed on the screen. Want to be a star? Still have to rely on the year-end gala to get famous. Chin Enong asked in astonishment, CEO Nan, what does this mean? Nan Muk closed the laptop and said slowly, What I mean is sales doesn't suit you. Singing is your career. Hearing this, Chin Enong was stunned for a moment. He put his hands in his pockets and continued, From now on, you will choose your own producer and form a band that is completely your own. Nan Muk's gaze deepened, thinking to himself that in his past life, because Chin Enong refused to accept the unspoken rules, she could only busk on the streets, and it wasn't until a month before he left that she finally had a hit song. Behind him, Chin Enong still firmly objected. No, Theo Nan, I I really don't want to step even half a foot into the entertainment world. Nan Muk said bluntly. I know you're against the unspoken rules, but this time, you're the one making the decisions, building a team yourself. Qin Yinong replied, flustered, CEO Nan, I became a salesperson at Xingyun because I want to repay you for saving my life. Hearing this, Nan Muk, who had already reached the door, turned his head back and said, repay me? Isn't returning to the singing stage also a way of repaying me? He turned around, extended a hand towards Qin Yinong, and smiled at her. Go and build the stage that belongs to you. That is the best way to repay me. Qin Yinong asked seriously, CEO Nanyu, are you sure? Nan Muk crossed his arms over his chest again and continued. This time, the momentum must be bigger than last time. You must create a brand new entertainment culture empire. Record companies and traditional disc manufacturing plants will be replaced by the internet era. And your talent is the first cornerstone of that empire. After hearing this, Qin Yinong was completely stunned, not knowing how to respond. While he was speaking passionately, the office door was suddenly pushed open, hitting Nan Muk on the head. Kong Rue walked in cheerfully. CEO Nan, I'm here. Qin Yinong cried out in alarm. CEO Nan. Nan Muk rubbed the lump on his head and asked angrily, why did you burst in so suddenly? Kong Rue laughed heartily. Wasn't I in a hurry to bring you the preparation documents for Manhwa culture? Afterwards, the two of them looked at the documents together, which even had a photo of Qin Yinong attached. Kong Rue said in a low voice, as you instructed, the concept drawings are all photos of Miss Qin. Nan Muk said with satisfaction, very good. Seeing them whispering and discussing her, Qin Yinong's expression also became serious. Nan Muk handed a stack of documents to Qin Yinong. Little Qin, these are your documents and office key. They're all for you. He placed the documents and key on the table and continued, I hope you won't run away anymore, but pursue your dream once again. You don't need to worry about Boss Lei's order. Someone as experienced as a Zhen will handle it well. Before leaving, Nan Muk added, so if you thought it through, go find Kong Rue to raise capital. He smiled and showed Qin Yinong the way. Qin Yinong was so moved, she started to cry. She covered her face and thought to herself, I can both repay CEO Nan and pursue my dream career again. Is this finally going in the right direction? Night fell on the streets of Jiangcheng, and a blood-red moonlight spilled onto the ground, making the atmosphere especially gloomy and strange. You two walked and sensed. It seems there was a seed here before. There's a very familiar smell. Nan Muk frowned and said, you're probably overthinking it. We barely managed to get a 2-day break. Just then, the phone in Nan Muk's pocket rang again. He answered, hello, Meng Yao. Meng Yao's panicked voice came from the other end. Help, brother Nan Muk and Ran and I are in Jiguan Alley. We just, as she spoke, a blood-curdling scream rang out. Nan Muk's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly shouted into the phone, hang in there. I'm coming right away. The lights illuminated the alley, where two girls were cornered by a few thugs. Meng Yao shielded and ran with her body. Don't be afraid, they wouldn't dare to harm us. Hearing this, they clicked their tongues and said with a nonchalant expression, TSK, why wouldn't we dare? And ran behind her, raised her fist defensively. I practiced boxing with my dad since I was little. Come at me if you've got the guts. Meng Yao turned to look at and ran in surprise. A thug carrying a club said contemptuously, just with an underage brat like you? And Ran angrily stepped forward, confronting him. Who's a brat? I'm already an adult. Meng Yao, don't be afraid. I'll protect you. A bald figure suddenly flashed past, making her instinctively follow it with her eyes. What? She only saw Meng Yao's hand being grabbed tightly by him. Her expression terrified. Anine shouted. Meng Yao, seeing she was distracted, another thug took the opportunity to swing his club at her. Worry about yourself first. Seeing that she nimbly dodged, he sneered. Oh, this little girl has actually practiced martial arts. A nearby man heard the commotion. Let her go. If you have a problem, come at me. He was holding an electric baton and rushed over. At the same time, another person stepped on the wall and jumped down from behind. A scream rang out. Seeing someone appear, the two thugs told each other, someone's here. Let's run first. Seeing them flee, and Ran shouted loudly, don't run. But Feng Xing had been mistaken for a bad guy by Nan Muk, who was grabbing him tightly by the back of his collar. He turned his head and asked, who are you? Let go. I'm here to save them. And Ran turned her head and saw this scene, and yelled fiercely, Hey, who are you? Let go. He's my bodyguard. Let him go now. If you don't let go, I won't be polite. Meng Yao at her side spoke up. And Ran, he's Nin Muk, my neighbor since childhood. He's the one who booked the villa in Blue Water Bay for my family. And Ran's eyes widened. He's Nin Muk? Then she turned her head and saw that the other party still hadn't let go and roared. I already said he's my bodyguard. Why are you still holding him? From above, you two watched the two thugs run away. The system announced the aura of the seed is extremely dense. A flash of surprise appeared in her eyes, and it was an acquaintance. Nan Muk's eyes showed worry. Meng Yao, are you all right? Meng Yao was so scared her eyes were brimming with tears. Brother Nan Muk. And Ran and I were so engrossed in conversation after dinner that we ended up here. I didn't expect. And Ran, beside her, frowned and questioned. Uncle, why did you only just arrive? Feng Xing, while massaging the young mistress's shoulder, replied in confusion. Didn't you tell me not to follow you two? Nan Muk rested his chin on his hand and teased. Eldest miss, I've admired you for a long time. I heard you were Meng Yao's best friend from university. I didn't expect you to actually practice martial arts. But looking at your boxing style, it's better to have a bodyguard. These words ignited a fire of anger in Rant's heart. What did you say? But she held it back, placing her hands on her hips with an arrogant expression, and said, for the sake of the immense favor you've done for Meng Yao, I won't pursue the matter. Thank you for your help today as well. However, if there's a chance in the future, we could have a match. After all, after going abroad, I've continued to hire a private coach for boxing. Nan Muk struck a pose like a hero from a movie and replied, in that case, I can only say, heroine. It would be disrespectful to refuse. Meng Yao patted her friend's shoulder and said, here's the thing, and Ran received a scholarship and is about to study abroad. Today is her farewell party. As Nan Muk listened, he quietly winked towards the distance. You two, sitting on top of a utility pole, received his eye signal and thought with disdain. Humph. The moment I see the cunning look on your face, I know you're telling me to investigate again. In a black car, driving down the road, Feng Xing said cheerfully while driving, I used to be a special forces soldier, so I'm certain that CEO Nin has the strength of a king of soldiers. Nan Muk pretended to be unconcerned and replied, so you were pretending just now? How come I didn't notice? Feng Xing raised his fist. If you don't believe me, we can have a match. And Ran leaned forward from the back seat and continued casually. I heard from Meng Yao that if she's in danger, she just needs to inform you and you'll come immediately. I wanted to test that, so I told Uncle Feng Xing to observe secretly. He put on a casual expression. So, did the test work? Am I the type of person who comes when called? Meng Yao spoke up happily. Brother Nan Muk, and Ran has heard a lot about you and has wanted to get to know you for a long time. This arrangement of hers, I didn't know about it beforehand. He said helplessly, all right, as long as you're okay. Then he looked at the man driving and said seriously, whether in Rant's arrangement was appropriate or not, Feng Xing and I will know after a match. Only by knowing Uncle Feng Xing's strength can we know if, had I not come, you two would have been safe. Feng Xing replied readily, all right. The car stopped, and their two hands clasped together, applying force at the same time. Feng Xing laughed loudly. Haha, how about that? Seeing his hand being turned over by the other, Nan Muk seemed a bit embarrassed. Then he praised, Big Brother Feng Xing is worthy of being a special forces soldier. Eldest miss, and has also tested my strength against a special forces soldier. He thought to himself, I didn't notice before. Humph. No need to redeem myself now. I'll just continue to hide my strength. Having won the arm wrestle, Feng Xing boasted. To be honest, with just those two petty thugs from earlier, I could have crippled them both. He replied, you do indeed have that ability. Nan Muk snapped his fingers. And looking behind him, he speculated. So, go to the black market now. Is that also the eldest Mrs. arrangement? And Rand said smugly, of course. Her eyes were full of anticipation, seeing you rescue Meng Yao in time. I believe you are a trustworthy person. The flight abroad can be changed anytime, but we must hurry to the black market before dawn. Outside, the high-hanging moon was full and bright. In the ghost market, there were all sorts of people selling all sorts of goods. And Rand walked ahead and explained, the night is about to end. Before dawn, ghosts and gods are countless. The existence of the ghost market is not for distinguishing superficial treasures, but for the transactions of the ghost market, the real treasures, which are only exchanged before dawn. At the foot of the city wall, it is these real treasures that have made this black market an irreplaceable existence. She suddenly turned her head and asked, CEO Nin doesn't know about the ghost market, so how can you claim to be a person of the black market? Did you think one auction could get you into the inner circle? Nan Muk replied, Eldest Miss and Rand is truly knowledgeable. Two people in black cloaks behind them were exchanging goods. This sword of yours, although ancient, has no spiritual energy at all, and you want to trade it for this supreme, treasured blade of mine? Nonsense. The voice was so loud it made him turn his head to look. Xiao Chung saw an acquaintance, took off his hood, removed his glasses, and said happily, "It's you, Brother Nanmuk." He hurried over and asked, "Brother Nanmuk, you know about the ghost market too?" He was a little surprised. Xiao Chung? Long time no see. This is my first time here too. Seeing that they knew each other, and Ran was secretly surprised. The young master of the Xiao family. It seems CEO Nan really has a high status in the black market. Xiao Chung pointed to a stall and greeted everyone. "Hello everyone. A friend of CEO Nan is a friend of mine. Welcome to the ghost market. Here are all treasures that are rarely seen." Then he sighed, "But I only have a few family heirlooms left." Nan Muk asked with concern, "Xiao Chung, what's wrong?" "It's a long story. CEO Nan, you can go over there and take a look first." A man was hiding in a corner, eavesdropping on their conversation. "My family, haha, only has these few valuable scraps left. If I can trade them for money, I can leave the black market." "Huh? The Xiao family wants to leave the black market? What are you joking about?" "Xiao Chung," Nanmuk spoke up, "you and your family are the pillars of the black market. If you have any difficulties, you can tell me." Before he could finish his words, he looked warily in one direction, wondering inwardly. "There's a murderous aura, am I mistaken?" And Ran also spoke up generously. "Young Master Xiao, if you have any difficulties, feel free to tell this young lady." The eavesdropper looked fiercely at the blade in his hand. Chaos erupted, and Ran knelt beside Feng Xing, who was lying on the ground, and encouraged him. "Uncle, hang in there. Uncle Feng Xing." Nanmuk frowned and cursed. "Damn it, I was already on guard." Xiao Chung looked at the sharp blade and said in shock, "That's my Hunshan sword." The man leaped onto the eaves, his eyes glaring fiercely at the blade in his hand. Nanmuk said, "I'll go save him now," but he was extremely worried inside. "Where is U2? She's not here. The system can't be activated. Saving Feng Xing is the priority now. I must catch this culprit first." Then he charged straight towards the man in black. The man threw the blade in his hand. Looking at his torn sleeve, he clicked his tongue. Then, watching the person nimbly leap onto the roof, Nanmuk pondered, "Who on earth is this person?" And Rant's eyes were filled with tears as she called out incessantly, "Uncle Feng Xing." Feng Xing looked at her affectionately and confessed, "And Ran, I've never married, never had children. All these years, I've always seen you as my own daughter. For an old veteran like me, the family took me in. This life of mine can be considered as repaying the family's kindness. Eldest miss, I can't protect you anymore. Uncle." Tears streamed down her sorrowful face as she interrupted, "I'm sorry, Uncle. I'm sorry. It was me who thought I was being clever, bringing everyone to the ghost market." Feng Xing's eyes slowly closed. "Miss, you're in family. You must protect the black market well. That is our ideal." She screamed, "No." Xiao Chung, after learning her identity, was once again shocked. The family? Could she be? Nanmuk ran over and shouted, "He can still be saved." He frowned deeply, looking at the screen in front of him. What's going on? Now is a critical time to save someone. His eyes lit up. Is it the seed? Since last night, you two had said there was the aura of a seed, and it was an acquaintance. A group of people in black cloaks stood on the roof, laughing loudly. "Ha ha 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 ha!" Lu Zhe, the leader, said, "Nanmuk, you really walked right into a trap." His expression was sinister. "But to be honest, if it weren't for you, I might have taken eldest Miss and Rant's life tonight." Xiao Chung accused, "Brother Nanmuk, it's the Lu family. They want to take over the entire black market." This shocked him. "What?" Xiao Chung looked at Lu Zhe with indignation. "Lu Zhe wants to seize the entire black market. First by forcing me into a corner to sell my family heirlooms, and then by eliminating the true backer of the black market, the family." He admitted, "You're not wrong. Xiao Chung, you ants, and Jianya and Iran, they're the ones worthy of fighting me. Now, this detestable Nanmuk has come to protect Iran." The phantom of a demon whispered in his ear, "So much fun, so much fun." His eyes stared intently at Nanmuk. "Our confrontation has only just begun." Nanmuk looked at him angrily. "Lu Zhe, you've killed someone, you will pay the price." He laughed arrogantly. "Pay the price?" The black market is called the black market because it is a lawless place, a place that shows the truest and most brutal side of human nature. Ha ha ha. The bustling world comes for profit. The bustling world leaves for profit. No one can save you, and no one can stop me. And Ran pushed herself up and laughed coldly. Profit? Ha! Her eyes were filled with hatred. Then I'll teach you another word. Loyalty. The sun rose behind Lu Zhe, although it's a bit regrettable that I couldn't deal with eldest missing today. This game is getting more and more interesting. In the blink of an eye, they were no longer on the roof. Nanmuk and Ran, your days of suffering have only just begun. He lowered his eyes, remaining silent. And Rand said sorrowfully, our family appears to be overseas Chinese, a powerful shipping company, but in reality, we have always persisted in buying back lost treasures to send to museums. She sobbed in Meng Yao's comforting embrace. If the black market is just a place for buying and selling antiques, then the sunless ghost market is where treasures of different grades, and even divine artifacts with mysterious powers are truly traded. She lowered her head. Ever since my grandfather found a treasure in the ghost market, our family has invested in organizing the ghost market. For the past 30 years, our family has used information from here to recover over 100 lost treasures. This is also why I invited Nan Muk to the ghost market. I wanted to cooperate with outstanding people like him. Outside the black market, the two thugs stood in a small alley. You two, drenched in sweat, hid to one side. I finally caught up, but the aura of the seed in the black market has made it hard for me to breathe. She frowned in discomfort. What's wrong? Is it because I'm too far from the host? Or has the dark seed evolved? The two thugs exchanged words. I didn't expect our young master Lu to calculate so precisely, luring those people to the black market. That's right. In a free place like this, you don't have to pay with your life for killing someone. The two of them greeted Lu Zhe in unison. Young Master Lu. Lu Zhe smiled at the two of them. Let's go. You did very well this time. They said smugly. Hee, young Master Lu, you can rest assured when we do things. His gaze turned towards the flickering light at the end of the alley. Divine Envoy. Do you feel it? In the darkness, a pair of fierce eyes responded. So that's how it is. It affirmed. Then, that woman is Nan Muk's system. They are one entity. Lu Zhe's two eyes took on different shapes. He laughed to himself. Nan Muk, you actually have many weaknesses, just you wait, haha. The white car drove away. You two was still sweating profusely, worried. Lu Zhe, how did it become like this? When did his power become so strong? She leaned weakly against the wall. This won't do. I have to report to the host quickly. With Lu Zhe like this, there's no telling what else he'll do. You two called out weakly. Host. A hand from behind supported her shoulder. Nanmuk spoke. Are you alright? I'm sorry. I shouldn't have let you go on this dangerous mission alone. She struggled to report her findings. Host. Lu Zhe's power is 10 times stronger than before. His divine envoy has undergone a full upgrade at some point. After speaking, she closed her eyes in exhaustion. By the riverbank, Nanmuk and the other two stood looking into the distance. The pink rabbit lay on a rock, and in Rant's gentle voice was heard. Uncle Feng Xing came from a small town in Jiangsheng. We gave him a water burial, which can be considered letting him return to his roots. Her eyes followed the wooden boat as it drifted with the current. I've decided not to go abroad anymore. I want to stay in Jiangxing. And there's Wang Jiang. I want to avenge Uncle Feng Xing. A glint of determination flashed in her eyes. Xiao Cheng was also forced by Lu Zhe to withdraw from the black market. So now the Lu family's only opponent is my family. But no matter what, we can't let them take over the black market. Nan Muk pondered. I never expected that Lu Zhe wasn't just an ordinary playboy. He's been consumed by a dark power. He promised, and ran, I will do my best to help you. He looked at the paper in his hand. In my past life, the Lu family ran rampant by producing counterfeit liquor, and now I've obtained this counterfeit liquor formula. He thought with certainty, I have a way to make the Lu family and Wang Jiang completely collapse. Ghost Market, you two looked around excitedly. Come to think of it, you've never bought me a gift. Nan Muk chuckled. All right, as long as you don't mind these gloomy things. A person lurking in the shadows, with a fierce look in their eyes, brandished a knife and rushed straight towards the two of them. Nan Muk watched in horror as the knife stabbed towards him, screaming, You two shot up from the bed, shouting, danger. Nan Muk, sitting beside her, passed over a tissue and said, shouting that loudly, it seems you've recovered. She was startled. Master? Her eyes frantic, she recounted, I had a nightmare. He sighed. You dreamed that I was killed at the ghost market, right? I even heard you talking in your sleep. You two voiced her concern. Lu Zhe's dark power is growing beyond imagination. Nan Muk rested his chin on his hand. We must find out the reason for the expansion of Lu Zhe's power. But the most urgent task is still to counterattack immediately, teach him a lesson he'll never forget. We can't let him continue to be so arrogant. She asked curiously, your combat value and physical strength value haven't increased at all. How can you counterattack Liu Ze? He pointed to the bottle on the table. Fighting and killing is just the lowest strategy. Liu Ze's family got rich by producing counterfeit liquor and the counterfeit liquor formula. I've already given it to the Jiangxing newspaper. He revealed his plan. The Jiangxing newspaper is a famous paper in Jiangxing. I want to put him on the front page. Next is the Wangjiang Morning Post, and then the Yinjiang Metropolitan News. You two listen with wide eyes. Although I don't understand, I'm still very amazed. He said excitedly, let's go. Let's go enjoy the sight of Liu Ze miserably admitting his mistakes. She immediately agreed. Okay, inside the Fuda skyscraper. Young Master Tang's uncle is one of the founders of the Jiangxing newspaper. Tang Ning went to elementary school next to the newspaper office. This is 2009. We need a powerful media outlet as our backer. Nan Muk continued his analysis early in the morning. The newspaper has spread throughout the city. Everyone knows that as long as tonight's news is published, the Liu family's counterfeit liquor will become the most common phrase on the lips of Jiangxing's people. The Tang family at Jiangxing Television is also considered reputable. They've helped them produce quite a few special reports over the past 10+ years. You two pointed at the phone. Master, and Ran replied to the message, saying she's watching the live broadcast. He replied, all right, looking at the computer screen on the desk. Now we just have to wait for Liu Ze to apologize to the whole world. Liu's liquor company announced that the formula had problems, fired the person in charge, and issued a public apology. This left you two utterly astonished. Master, look at this. Next, we invite the chairman of the board, Liu Ze, to personally disclose the related issues. Hearing this news, Nan Muk was just as puzzled. What's going on? At the press conference, a well-dressed Liu Ze stood before the cameras. Hello, everyone. Today, I, Liu Ze, am here on behalf of the entire Ze's liquor industry to apologize to everyone. I'm sorry. His inner thoughts were full of provocation. Nan Muk, are you watching TV? What do you think? Is this what you wanted? Ha ha ha. At the same time, on the highway, he had arranged for a group of thugs to block a transport truck traveling from Wangjiang to Jiangxing. Does he think that he, or that failure Tang Ning, is in control? A henchman commanded, hurry up, unload the newspapers. Stacks of newspapers were moved from the truck bed. Our newspapers must be printed, then send these papers everywhere. Haha, you can't beat me, Nan Muk. In Nan Muk's office, his hand holding the water cup tightened slightly. Nan Muk drank his water while listening to the voice from the phone. Liu's liquor industry hasn't been doing well in recent years. I'm afraid Liu Ze wanted to give it up long ago. That's why he dared to expose it himself. Remove all products from Liu's liquor industry. The related fine information will be announced tonight. Distracted, he choked on his water. Under you two's expectant gaze, hoping to see a panicked look on Nan Muk's face, he just frowned and said, luring me in? Well played, Liu Ze. The counterfeit liquor formula card I got from my past life, I've already played it. What card do I have left in my hand now to fight Liu Ze? Nan Muk crushed the paper cup in his hand, thinking of his and that divine envoy's arrogant appearance, then called out, you two, let's go with and ran to Tang Ning's place. The battle has just begun. Tang Ning punched a hole through a straw dummy, looked at the newcomer, and said, Liu Ze made the first move because Liu's liquor industry was no longer making money for the Liu family. He looked at the circle on the ground and analyzed. The old man of the Liu family started by brewing liquor by the second generation. They added clothing manufacturing, fast food, real estate, expanding into 4 sectors, namely food, clothing, housing, and transportation. A pair of black shoes erased the nearest circle. Nan Muk spoke up. Now there's a new industry, the collection industry, including the black market and the ghost market, have been targeted. Tang Ning asked, so what can we use to fight him? He replied, on the way here to find you, I've thought it through. My vision was too narrow before. In reality, in this internet era, newspapers and television will sooner or later become obsolete. And Ran offered her opinion. The internet era? I don't think so. Do we even have 200 million netizens now? Tang Ning said, our parents' generation doesn't go online. Among people over 40, has anyone ever spent money on the internet? Nan Muk immediately took out his phone. The issues you two mentioned, I've already considered them. In the end, it was Zhang Pengyue who gave me the answer. 2009 is the year of development for electronic media. I've investigated. The Liu family only controls old media. This is our chance. He stated his intention. At the same time, Xingyun Technology has developed websites and software and also collaborates with famous self-media. What I need to do is simply create a huge piece of news so that everyone knows. If we can't run wild in newspapers and on television, we'll cause an earth-shattering commotion online. In a fast food restaurant in Wangjiang City, you two looked at the food before her and exclaimed, "This looks pretty good." The men around weren't looking at the food. They were staring intently at her. So pretty. Just as you two was about to take her first bite, she saw something wriggling and said loudly, "Ugh, your Wangjiang grilled sausages have maggots. So disgusting." Then, pretending to be angry, she took out her phone to take a picture. "Humph, I'm gonna post this on social media." This attracted a crowd of men to gather around and watch the commotion. On social media, there's a very powerful section, which is sharing. You could say 1 tells 10 and 10 tell 100. We just need to type the keyword. If you don't share, you're not from Wangjiang. Hehe. In the office of Manhwa culture, an article was just posted. The content was, "Hello everyone, I'm your old friend, Qin Yinong. Faced with the maggot in the grilled sausage, I can no longer remain silent. Even though Qin Yinong has just made a comeback, she will still have the influence of a singer. In the era of traffic, a star is more useful than a piece of paper anyway." She drank her water while looking at the content she had just posted. At this moment, there were still some people who were completely unaware. In the banquet hall, Liu Zhe loosened his tie and laughed loudly. "Ha ha ha." He looked at the only other man in the room and boasted, "Dad, have you seen the news?" His face was smug. "You didn't drink as much as usual today, did you? How about I open 2 more bottles, and we can celebrate together?" A servant beside them uncorked a new bottle of liquor. The man drank the liquor through a straw, glancing over without saying a word. Liu Zhe didn't understand. "Dad, what more do you want? Since I was a child, I've been fighting people, and you told me to use my brain. This time I used my brain. Don't tell me you want me to go back to fighting people." He immediately flew into a rage, opening his mouth to curse. "I've seen the news. You useless thing." Useless. The fast food factory is your second uncle's business. It's been completely exposed. It's all your fault. A servant brought a computer in front of him. The article's content was shocking. Sangui's sausages have maggots. He was livid, making everyone in Jiangxing and Wangjiang talk about our Liu family on every street corner. Liu Zhe's eyes widened. How is that possible? Wait, they exposed it online, and it spread everywhere this quickly? A cup was thrown. His father stood up, trembling with rage, pointing and cursing. "You useless thing. I've already told your grandfather about this. You just wait to die." Liu Zhe dazedly collapsed to his knees. "Grandfather? No, grandfather already knows. I'm doomed." A ruthless glint flashed in his eyes. He was certain in his heart that person must be Nanmuk. A little boy was happily running on the roof. La la la. The man standing below asked, "Little Zhe, are you having fun?" The boy, holding a pinwheel, replied, "Yes, grandfather." The grandfather opened his arms and said, "Come on, jump down, I'll catch you." This is Liu Zhao, 59 years old, Liu Zhe's grandfather. 8-year-old Liu Zhe's eyes lit up. "Grandfather, it's so high up here, can you catch me?" Liu Zhao looked at the boy with a kind gaze. "Of course I can catch you. Come on, into my arms." The boy immediately jumped down excitedly. "Grandfather, here I come." But just as he was about to be caught, his grandfather pulled his hands back. The boy let out a surprise "ah" and fell flat on the ground, breaking a tooth, crying with tears and snot streaming down his face. "Grandfather, you tricked me. You didn't catch me. Boo-hoo-hoo." Liu Zhao stood tall before the boy, teaching him his first lesson. "That's right. So I want to tell you, my grandson," his eyes stern, "don't trust anyone, not even the person closest to you." Then he turned and walked away, leaving 8-year-old Liu Zhe alone in extreme pain. The boy's big round eyes were filled with tears. Don't trust anyone. The old memory flooded back. The present-day Liu Zhe felt extremely ashamed. "I'm sorry, grandfather. I have disgraced the family. But the mistake I made, I will make up for it myself." His grandfather asked, "Why should I believe you? I don't like apologies, and I especially don't like others apologizing to me. You are the most capable one in the 3rd generation of our family." He brushed aside the tea leaves and continued, "Your father has long been useless. The most promising heir shouldn't just know how to apologize and make empty vows. Using the method I used to raise your father won't work. At your age, to be able to proactively abandon the liquor factory, that time bomb, I am very pleased. Remember, our Liu family has no women. Every child has never seen their mother's face since birth." Liu Zhe lowered his head and said nothing. At this time, 74-year-old Liu Zhao was already the elder of the Liu family clan. His gaze as sharp as ever, he said, "This is everything I do for you children, clearing out all roots of internal strife, all for your future. I hope you won't disappoint me again." He bowed his head deeply and replied, "Yes, grandfather. I will not disappoint you again. I will become the true heir of the Liu family." At the Tang family's martial arts training ground. "All right." The three of them stood facing each other. Tang Ning spoke up. "The liquor factory has closed, and the instant food factory has also suspended production." And Rand continued, "The important thing is the Liu family's reputation. Negative rumors have already started to circulate. Previously, Liu Zhe bribed the media, saying he had guts, daring to expose it himself. The tables have now turned." Nan Muk raised his phone and summarized. "So now we have the capital to fight Liu Zhe. As long as we master this high-end technology, coupled with the most advanced industry, we can deal him a fatal blow when he's not expecting it." The phone in his hand grew unusually hot, making him frown. "What's going on? Why is it so hot?" It was so hot that he had to let go, and the phone fell to the ground. Tang Ning wondered, "Can a phone get that hot?" And Rand remarked, "Is this a trial model from your Xingyin? It seems the product quality isn't up to standard." Nan Muk bent down to pick up the phone. Lost in thought, Zhang Pengyue told me that the battery quality met all standards. I just browsed 10 websites at once, so why? As soon as his hand touched it, the phone shot out electric sparks. Boom! The phone suddenly exploded. Tang Ning and Ran, standing nearby, were terrified. "Nan Muk, are you okay?" He sat slumped on the floor next to the shattered phone, silently wondering, is our new Xingyin product really this bad? Elsewhere, a man named Wang Ji revealed, "That's right, Xingyin's batteries are that bad, because the supplier is my man." Upon hearing this news, Liu Zhe laughed smugly. "Haha, very good. Nan Muk, let's just wait and see." Zhang Pengyue bowed his head in fear. "I'm sorry, CEO Nan. It's because I'm useless." Nan Muk patted his shoulder and said, "Don't say that. We've investigated it clearly. The battery supplier is named Gao Ming, and Wang Ji bought his failing factory. This isn't your fault. Gao Ming and Wang Ji. These people are all on Liu Zhe's side now." Zhang Pengyue replied, "Thank you, CEO Nan. Actually, I've always wondered why Liu Zhe insists on going against us. The Liu family originally dealt in light industry, and now they've expanded into the smartphone field." He sighed. "Who knows? Maybe I did something in the ghost market that angered him." Nan Muk tilted his head to look at the night view outside the window. "I didn't understand before, but now I do. The gap between the rich and poor is even greater than the one between men and women. I come from an ordinary background. I'm an honest person, and I speak the truth. I could never understand the inner world of someone like Liu Zhe." His expression was calm, "But I know that a debt of hatred must be repaid. Liu Zhe killed and Rant's uncle Feng Xing, and he must pay the price. I cannot submit. I must fight him to the end." Zhang Pengyue handed over a paper box. "CEO Nan, to fight, we need new weapons and methods. Please test the 2.0 version of the smartphone." Nan Muk looked at the new, improved product in his hand, praising it. "It's indeed much lighter than the last one." He immediately replied, "Yes. I've confirmed the battery supplier this time with Misson. It's a multinational corporation that has supplied batteries to many famous brands. Very reliable." Nan Muk decided to name it. "Let's just call it Xiao Tuesday U2. Standing beside him was stunned. "Huh?" Zhang Pengyue rubbed his chin in agreement. "I think it's great." Nan Muk returned the phone to him, instructing, "You're a technical staff member. Just focus on your technology. As for Wang Ji and Gao Ming, I will handle them and protect you so you can research in peace. Even if my body is ground to dust, I will not forget my mission." A moment later, Nan Muk said while drinking water, "Excellent. We just need to wait for Qin Yinong to make her comeback as an artist of Manhwa culture, and then we can arrange the smartphone launch press conference." You two stared at the system screen and asked curiously, "On the day of the press conference, can you guarantee Liu Zhe won't come to cause trouble?" She was arranging the characters. He replied, "Instead of worrying about Liu Zhe, you should be more concerned about how your body is recovering." You two scratched her face shyly. "Huh? Haven't I recovered long ago?" Her face flushed red. Changing the subject, "There's black technology in the system store that can charge a phone for 1 hour and it'll last a whole year." Ha ha ha. The atmosphere between the two became ambiguous. Nan Muk stared at her intently. "No need. Although I've completed these 2 rounds and my money and survival points have increased, I have a feeling," he looked down at his hands, "that Liu Zhe's dark power hasn't been fully unleashed yet." Then he asked, "After killing people in the ghost market, the things he didn't use the power of a divine envoy, right?" You two replied, "That's right. Except for when the black-clothed assassin under his command appeared. There really wasn't a strong seed aura." As for Liu Zhe proactively revealing the fake liquor affair and controlling Wang Ji and Gao Ming, How does he know so much information? He might have some mysterious treasure from the ghost market. Nanmuk suddenly leaned closer to her curiously. Why are you so smart today? This made Yutu's cheeks flush. Why are you getting so close? Seeing that he had teased her enough, he abruptly turned away, shrugging. Maybe I've been too tired these past few days. Luze is much stronger than Ma Dong and Su Fei. You know, men always have to charge forward. And when they're too tired, they need some gentle comfort. A crow flew over Yutu's head. She called out coldly, "Host." Nanmuk turned his head with half-closed eyes. Huh? A fist flew towards him, but luckily he managed to lean back and dodge it. Looking at the hole punched in the wall, he broke out in a cold sweat. This. Yutu's whole body radiated a gloomy aura, her eyes warning. Sorry, I'm just not gentle, and I don't know what comfort is. A drone was in operation. It flew outside the window where Nanmuk and Yutu were standing. In Luze's office, all the images and sounds captured by that device were being transmitted here through the water's surface in a bronze basin. Haha, high-tech again. How could I let Nanmuk sense the aura of the seed? Luze praised Wang Ji. You're truly a genius. You even managed to create something like a drone. This thing can make a fortune for the Liu family in the future. Wang Ji flattered him. It's still CEO Liu who is amazing. I could never have imagined this bronze basin is a display screen. He put his hand in to stir the water in the basin. A mysterious treasure from the ghost market. Cannot be underestimated. Otherwise, why would I have taken over the ghost market? Looking at the jade pendant threaded with a red string, Luze was secretly pleased. Nanmuk thinks I only have the Liu family small businesses in my hands. Wrong. The ghost market is what I conquer myself, not by relying on my grandfather. Now these mysterious treasures are all useful. Then he took out the jade pendant. Here, the protective amulet I promised you before. Wang Ji looked at the jade pendant necklace and said, CEO Liu, I don't dare to accept this. But his hand still took it and put it around his neck. Thank you, CEO Liu. From within the jade pendant, a huge black smoke emerged, its eyes blood red. Blue Water Harbor residential area. Rows of identically designed buildings stood close together. Guanyin Soul Jade, Tianchi Tongbao. After the family's forces withdrew from the ghost market, I only needed to spend a little money to obtain these mysterious treasures. I don't trust anyone. Wang Ji, because of his hatred for Zhang Pengyue, can help me today, but tomorrow he could also be swayed by Nanmuk and betray me. That's why I need the Guanyin Soul Jade to completely control Wang Ji. A person in black appeared on the screen. He was originally just a corporate spy. Now he is just a bat in the netherworld, wandering in the dark corners of the city. Wang Ji's face distorted along with the static on the surveillance screen. The surveillance screen was temporarily filled with static, a sheet of gray. The security guard woke with a start, adjusted his hat, and looked at the now normal surveillance screen. Oh my, I must have dozed off. I've been feeling out of sorts lately. The doorbell rang. A girl came to the door and said, "Coming, hello?" The door opened, and Meng Yao stood inside asking, "What is it?" The person at the door wore a hat that covered half their face, holding a cardboard box to their chest. "Miss Lin, your delivery. Just give it to me." He squatted down to open the box and said, "This is a delivery. I'll open it for you to confirm on the spot." Meng Yao asked curiously, "Oh, what is it? Who sent it to me?" He replied, "It looks like an exquisite gift." It was a gray-black rock shaped like a mountain range. She held it in her hand and said doubtfully, "This must be for my dad, right? I'm not old enough to be playing with this kind of thing." A vicious glint flashed in Wang Ji's eyes under the brim of his hat. Meng Yao said, "Thank you." "Oh, right, how did you get in?" The security guard downstairs. Before she could finish her sentence, he had vanished without a trace. Luze watched everything through the bronze basin. I still don't really understand why Nanmuk is so obsessed with producing smartphones. But I know that ruining Nanmuk's press conference will be a fatal blow to him. The black smoke beside him cackled. First give people hope, then crush it all in front of them, driving them to despair. As if he had everything in the palm of his hand, Luze said, "The new killing gambit has been set. Ruin his industrial layout and launch our drones onto the market." The black smoke swirled beside him and added, "And there's our trump card, the lives of Nanmuk's loved ones." In the private room of a luxurious restaurant, Aram was on the phone. "All right, I know, Dad. Your daughter is over 20 years old. Do you still need to worry about so-called business wars and strategies for me?" She shouted, "I said you don't need to show up. Our family hasn't lost the ghost market. I've used money to keep those old guys in the ghost market, and the mysterious treasures have been moved. You don't need to come to Jiangsheng. I will prove myself." Then she hung up angrily and Ran sighed. "My dad still treats me like a flower in a greenhouse. I don't need him to show up." Nanmuk held a piece of paper in his hand. glancing in Ran. Your father can be considered our trump card, and right now we really don't need him to show up. Eldest miss, take a look at the press conference plan. And Ran looked at it intently. Not bad. The venue layout and media arrangements are very professional. He added, the security is also the most advanced cameras, and there's a high-end bodyguard team invited by Tang Ning. She suddenly remembered something, right? Have you arranged a spot for Meng Yao? Nan Muk was flustered. I haven't thought about it. The phone on the table rang, and then Ran immediately picked it up. Hello, Meng Yao? She shot up from her seat in shock. What? Your parents were in a car accident? Meng Yao, you wait there. We're coming to the hospital right away. Nan Muk asked loudly, what's wrong? And Ran replied, Meng Yao's parents were in a car accident. She bowed her head worriedly. For this to happen now, my first reaction is Lu Zhe. Let's go over there quickly. He rested his chin on his hand, thinking, no way, Lin Meng Yao is a person who carries good luck. Can her tragic fate still not be changed? Then he pointed and ordered, you go to the hospital first and check the situation. You two wondered, huh? Is this also the host's mission? Nan Muk sighed, yeah. I have an appointment with Zhang Pengyue and Qin Yinong. They're about to arrive. You go help take care of Meng Yao. I'm busy and can't go. Our career is very important. There are many things to worry about, so I don't have time for now. You two weakly protested. I have to be in charge of this too? And Ran suddenly questioned Nan Muk loudly. What did you say? Meng Yao's parents are in the hospital. He replied awkwardly. I'll go over as soon as I finish my meeting with Zhang Pengyue and Qin Yinong. You two, standing by, judged, look at you acting like a boss. And Ran turned away unhappily. Relenting, 3 hours, you must be at the hospital room. This is about Meng Yao. You two interjected. See, I'm not the only one criticizing you. Nan Muk justified. If something happened to Meng Yao, I would of course go over immediately. You two covered her mouth disdainfully. Starting to make excuses for yourself, are we? She pointed at the system screen and teased. Look, there's a scarecrow doppelganger in the store. Should I buy one for you? He said helplessly. Stop messing around. His voice deepened. I'm thinking, if it was Lu Zhe's dark seed power that stole Meng Yao's luck, causing her parents to have an accident, then this is troublesome. I was just about to have you go investigate this matter. You two, fiddling with the system screen, replied, you have a point, but I'm still not happy. Nan Muk turned his head, She shyly waved her hands and explained, that's not what I meant. Think about it. I only know you. Besides you, do I know any of your close friends? If I go alone, won't I just be standing by myself? He frowned. You're right. Your life and mine are intertwined, but I often forget this. Will there be a day when Lu Zhe takes advantage of this? You two said angrily, Lu Zhe, are you scared out of your wits by Lu Zhe? From morning to night, all you think about is fighting and killing, afraid of Lu Zhe's tricks, always in a rush. Is it worth it? Just as he was stunned by the scolding, a voice rang out. Nan Muk, we're here for the meeting. Qin Yinong and Zhang Pengyue appeared. Qin Yinong looked incredibly beautiful. The other two were mesmerized by Qin Yinong's beauty. She smiled smugly. Is there a need to be so surprised? I've always looked like this. In the hospital, the clock showed 3 in the afternoon. And Rant's angry voice echoed in the hospital room. It's already 3 o'clock. If you don't show up, I'm going to call and rush you. Meng Yao, beside her, advised, Brother Nan Muk is busy. There's no need. He pushed the door open and walked in, looking gloomy. And Ran said sarcastically, I thought you weren't coming. An invisible black mist surrounded Meng Yao. She called out happily, Brother Nan Muk. He thought to himself, Meng Yao's luck has disappeared. Nan Muk looked at her, his heart filled with worry. I don't know what method Lu Zhe used, but your luck has completely vanished. This time it was your parents. Next time, the one in trouble could be you. And Ran asked, what's wrong? Have you investigated it clearly? Was this Lu Zhe's doing? He held his head and said, can you mobilize any more bodyguards? Everyone on my side is surrounded by danger. I'm worried about the press conference, worried about everyone's safety. And Ran rested her chin on her hand, calculating. I refuse my dad's help today. If we need bodyguards, we can only pay to hire them from the Dianzhong side. You two stood on a tree branch outside, observing. The whirring sound of spinning blades caught her attention. She looked up, only to see a drone hovering overhead. You two transformed into human form and hurriedly sent a message. We're being watched. Nan Muk was startled. He ran to the window and asked, what's wrong? She replied, look up. As soon as he looked up, he saw a drone conducting surveillance. Nan Muk decisively climbed onto the windowsill, pushed off with his foot, leaped high into the air, and grabbed the drone. Seeing him in free fall, you two rushed out in a panic. Master. Then she gently caught him. Nan Muk said, thank you. You Tuesday, she immediately demanded. Remember to treat me to a meal. Then the two of them lightly jumped back into the hospital room. And Ran wondered, what is this? He explained, it's a drone. We're being watched by Liu Ze. This technology is usually only used for military purposes, but this machine looks like civilian technology. At the same time, the screen signal on the other side became static, showing nothing. They've been discovered again. Liu Ze remained calm. But that's fine. It's about time he felt the suffocating terror. He looked at a paper on the table and said, "When you discover one termite, it means there's already a whole nest in your room." On that paper was the plan to carry out his conspiracy. Control all of his assets. Control everyone he cares about. Liu Ze's eyes were fierce, radiating killing intent. "No, what I want is punishment." An underground transaction point was disguised as a pool hall. 2 suitcases full of money were opened on the table. The person in black enticed. "This is just a deposit. Once we get the project data and design parameters, there's a whole truck of cash waiting for you too." The stacks of cash, gleaming with a seductive light, moved the other 2. Xingyun's technology doesn't belong to you too, but the money belongs to you and your families. Wang Ji adjusted the brim of his hat. "I'm also very happy that more and more of Xingyun's technical talents are ambitious and want to improve themselves like you too." Seeing the other 2 blinded by money, he stood up to leave. "Then I'll leave this matter to you too. I hope you can complete it perfectly." The brown-haired man wiped his drool and replied decisively, "This is what we should do. Because of that damn press conference, Zhang Pengyue makes us work overtime every day. It's so annoying. This time, we'll ruin the new phone launch, and next month we'll go work for CEO Liu making drones." Fuda building. A figure stood before the window, deep in thought. Nan Muk was uneasy. "I always feel now that no matter where we are, there are eyes staring at us everywhere." You 2 looked at the disassembled drone on the table and replied, "How could there be so many eyes? Human technology can't mass-produce this thing yet." He held the chip in his hand and wondered, why can Liu Ze make this? "In my past life, I only knew the Liu family made fake wine. Now I have the scandalous documents of the Liu family's enterprise. This high-tech stuff makes no sense." She also picked up a propeller blade. "This isn't high-tech at all." Nan Muk was astonished. She said, "This is the core of the drone." You 2 affirmed, "That's right. Maybe Liu Ze also has a system." He angrily slammed his fist on the table. "Wait. I understand why he would even kill to control the ghost market. It's because of these mysterious treasures." The phone rang. "CEO Nan, our press conference is halfway set up and the bodyguards have arrived on site. Do you want to come over and take a look?" Nan Muk was stunned. "What's wrong? Why is the press conference earlier? Have the bodyguards I asked and ran to hire from Dianzhong City arrived yet?" The other person said, "I don't see missing, but the bodyguard team is in the main hall, already heading towards the stage." He roared anxiously, "Tell them not to move. I'm coming right now." The conference hall lobby. Staff were arranging chairs. Zhang Pengyue walked over and said, "CEO Nan, you're here." Nan Muk said coldly, "They're not my people. Don't let them in." He scratched his head in confusion. "They've gone to check the corridor." "CEO Nan, the products and other things haven't been taken." He looked around at the situation, "But they've already touched our things. From now on, don't let outsiders into the conference hall." Then he reminded, "In the future, things like setting up early, security announcements, all of it must be reported to me immediately." Zhang Pengyue explained, "CEO Nan, setting up early is a must because Liu Ze's press conference is on the same day as ours." This news was like a bolt from the blue. Nan Muk couldn't believe it. "What are you joking about?" He replied, "There's no other way. We're on the back foot." This was news that was suddenly leaked that day. Nan Muk asked, "On the back foot? Why?" Zhang Pengyue lowered his head. "Because Liu Ze and Gao Ming have partnered with those people. They are also veterans in this industry. To consumers, Xingyun is just a fledgling company." Nan Muk said sternly, "So you made the decision on your own?" Zhang Pengyue justified, "CEO Nan, when a general is in the field, he can disobey the king's orders." Nan Muk turned and left. "What's done is done. It's very difficult to cancel. For now, just continue setting up the hall." He thought to himself, this is the consequence of being under Liu Ze's comprehensive surveillance. Looking at the empty corridor ahead, Nan Muk focused on thinking of a countermeasure. If this were a card game, it's as if Liu Ze has seen right through my hand. How can I break this deadlock? A light bulb flashed. Nan Muk looked towards that black smoke. It was saying, "Master is here, come on. Come over here and let's do something sneaky. Come on over." He fell for the trick and immediately ran to push that door open forcefully. This voice. He stood in the empty corridor and shouted, "You too." Nan Muk roared angrily. "Who is it? Get the hell out here." The door behind him slammed shut. A dark aura appeared. It was the Dark Seed. He pushed off his feet and leaped into the air, asking worriedly, "You too? Where are you?" She replied with difficulty, "I'm here. This building has been completely occupied by the aura of the Dark Seed." You too was entangled by the black smoke and screamed. "Ah!" Nan Muk panicked. "You too? I'm coming to save you. He spread his arms to the sides and ordered, activate the system, use 10 times speed. A stream of light appeared. System notification, speed enhanced tenfold, 80 survival points deducted, 1753 survival points remaining. Those streams of black smoke controlled U2, lifting her into the air. A streak of blue light appeared in the corner of the room. Nan Muk, carrying the blue light, charged in and broke through the black smoke, embracing U2. She hurriedly reminded him, Master, Liu Zhe's dark seed has infiltrated the security team and has also been planted in the electrical system. He said, let's go. We'll leave here first. We can't. A glint of vigilance flashed in her eyes. They won't let us leave. The black smoke on the wall swelled, letting out a hee-hee-hee laugh. Two black shadows, their mouths split from ear to ear, laughed smugly. Hee-hee-hee, Nan Muk thought to himself. Two more shadows. Just what level has Liu Zhe's power reached? Boom! A flame erupted. Cough, cough. Nan Muk was choked by the smoke and dust. He looked at the two black shadows in the black mist and asked, who is it? Tang Ning was dealing with the security guard and replied, it's me. He was stunned. Tang Ning? The other person said, Brother Nan Muk, the dark power is now spreading to some places. Then he pointed to a broken electrical box. Look. He looked at it doubtfully. The shadow came out of here? U2 warned. Master, the aura of the seed is very dense there. Tang Ning said, it was because of the uneasy aura on these guards that I followed them here and discovered they seemed to be controlled, without consciousness, doing something secretly. The unconscious guard beside them rolled his eyes back. Tang Ning was surprised. Huh? Did you find anything? Nan Muk knelt down to search. It seems there's something. U2 was stunned. He held up a blue object that was emitting a black aura. As expected, Liu Zhe is using this to spread the dark power. U2 said hurriedly, yes, that's what devour my power. Tang Ning took out a book. Then this might explain it. Liu Zhe's power, perhaps it's like this. Nan Muk was confused. Isn't this the thing I gave you? Tang Ning explained. When you gave it to me, you said it was a martial arts manual. It's actually not that at all. Brother Nan Muk, I've managed to decipher the words on it. This is a book that records matters related to the divine envoy. Thinking of the mysterious black smoke beside Liu Zhe that he always called the divine envoy, he fell into deep thought. It really is Liu Zhe. He punched the wall hard. I get it now. If that's the case, then it's understandable. Nan Muk said with a grim expression. First, Liu Zhe took over the ghost market for the mysterious treasures. He explained, these mysterious treasures can help him collect and release dark energy. Some machines use them as an energy source to conduct surveillance, and even create black smoke to attack us. U2 was injured because the dark power is already everywhere. My power and Liu Zhe's have also changed because of this. If these mysterious treasures are placed throughout the entire building, we might all die here tonight. The building's conference hall was in chaos. Let us go check on the explosion. The path is temporarily blocked off now. Zhang Pengyue tried to stop them, CEO, and then said to wait for Miss and his bodyguards to arrive. Right now, none of the guards in the main lobby of the building can be trusted. A person quietly appeared behind him, patted his shoulder and greeted, old classmate, long time no see. Zhang Pengyue was stunned. Wang Ji? He couldn't hide his panic, repeatedly questioning, what are you doing here? Why are you here? Wang Ji was neatly dressed and adjusted his glasses. What am I doing here? Do you still remember what happened back in the day? His eyes were ice cold as he laughed smugly. Haha, I'm here now to ensure your press conference is a complete failure. Zhang Pengyue angrily grabbed him by the collar. Is it worth it? Wang Ji, back in school, you were a despicable person who specialized in stealing other people's ideas. Now you're a criminal, understand? You'll get what's coming to you. A guard signaled to his accomplice. Retreat. The building has been sealed off. Zhang Pengyue turned around in bewilderment. What? Retreat? Wang Ji's entire body was controlled by an invisible black smoke. Wang Ji forcefully squeezed his hand, causing Zhang Pengyue to scream in pain. Ah? Wang Ji's neck was suddenly grabbed by a hand from behind. Nan Muk stood behind him, his hand applying pressure, his eyes icy. This guy can no longer speak like a human. He's been controlled by a mysterious treasure from the ghost market. Wang Ji, being choked, rolled his eyes back. The mysterious treasure of the ghost market contains fragments that can not only affect machinery, but also control people's minds. Tang Ning patted his shoulder and asked, are you okay? Zhang Pengyue clutched his aching arm and replied, luckily, you all arrived in time. Wang Ji was pushed to the ground. A necklace with a green jade pendant fell out and was immediately stomped on and shattered. Dark energy poured out from the controlled individuals, causing others to panic. What's happening? Black and red smoke billowed from their 7 facial orifices, looking incredibly terrifying. Tang Ning asked in disbelief. Does Lu Zhe have such great abilities? Nan Muk, standing beside him, corrected. Or to be more precise, Lu Zhe and his divine envoy combined have such great abilities. After the dark energy dissipated, the eye sockets and mouths of the guards turned pitch black, and then they fainted. Nan Muk turned to ask U2, how is your recovery? U2 replied firmly, I've fully recovered. Now, I have a bold judgment about this matter. She looked at the jade pendant in her hand and said, the primordial spirit fragments are hidden in the secret treasures of the ghost market. My original mission was to find this. But now, Lu Zhe has a lot of it in his hands. Nan Muk looked at the content in the book and offered his judgment. Regarding Lu Zhe becoming stronger, I have an even more terrifying thought. U2 interrupted him. You don't need to say it. I'm afraid we've all thought of it. Feng Yushua's divine envoy has been devoured, or the Dark Seed has abandoned Feng Yushua, chosen Lu Zhe instead, and merged with his seed. He spoke up. Young Master Tang, I really have to thank you this time. Tang Ning replied. The situation is urgent. Our fates are all closely intertwined. Then turned to instruct Zhang Pengyue. We have to change the location of the press conference. Let's go there and rearrange things. He immediately said, CEO Nan, I have to go check if the product memory card we brought has been stolen. Nan Muk nodded. Let's check together. And Ran has probably arrived too. She has brought the professional security team from Yinjiang City here. A drone flew past and then exploded with a boom. A subordinate holding a gun reported, Missin, this is the last one. And Ran put her hands on her hips and snorted. Lu Zhe, do you think you can see everything? She crossed her arms and ordered, surround this building. Turn on the real-time surveillance function in the car. Yes, ma'am. In the main hall, several people were tied up and kneeling on the ground, including the two who had sold information a few days ago. And Ran frowned. Let's wait for CEO Nan and CEO Zhang to deal with these people. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed on the floor. Zhang Pengyue questioned loudly, Why? Why did you do this? The brown-haired man turned his head. CEO Zhang. Zhang Pengyue angrily shook him. It's too late to say anything now. All the data for the new generation of smartphones has been transferred. Our years of hard work. At this moment, Lu Zhe looked smugly at the phone in his hand. Ha ha ha, competing with me? How ridiculous. Nan Muk, that phrase, killing the spirit. I hope you can understand it deeply. The black smoke beside him laughed heavily. I feel my current power is incredibly abundant. How about it? Shall we start the press conference tomorrow morning? Lu Zhe said dismissively, no rush. Let me have my fun playing with Ninmuk first. Lu Zhe analyzed as he wrote. They're distributing songs Qin Enong sang before, charging for downloads. There's a copyright issue here. Logically speaking, I could crush Ninmuk with one hand right now. Thinking of the workers who vomited blood from drinking contaminated water, Lu Zhe said. And there's Kong Rui's Fuder Real Estate. Quite a few people have already drunk the contaminated water at the construction site. He crossed out a name. So this part is done. He looked at the phone on the table and continued. Actually, this is what Nan Muk values because he and that fool surnamed Zhang think that smartphones represent the future of humanity. Lu Zhe leaned back in his chair. I want to launch both the drone and the smartphone at the same time. I am the future of humanity. The black smoke replied, these things aren't important. What's important is that his loss is our gain. When Nan Muk loses a little, we gain a little. The black smoke continued fiercely. When Nan Muk's life points decrease a little, we gain a little. Ha ha ha. Lu Zhe said nonchalantly, sometimes I think it would be more fun to let Nan Muk's company go public and then kick him out, wouldn't it? The black smoke pointed at him and said excitedly, I love this ruthless personality of yours the most. That's also why I chose you. Lu Zhe was surprised. Huh? Isn't the reason you chose me because Feng Yushua was too useless? The black smoke replied, I am not it, nor am I the thing that was once on Feng Yushua. I have devoured the Feng family, and also devoured your divine envoy. Lu Zhe was silent. It laughed contemptuously. Do you know why I chose you? He replied, is it because I'm too strong? The black smoke denied, no. Because you have no love. Your background, your family, has turned you into someone without love. These words made Lu Zhe remember his tyrannical grandfather and his useless father. He stood up wearily. I'm going to rest. Tomorrow, continue arranging the other secret treasures of the ghost market. It would be best if we can also control people like Qin Enong and Kong Rue. He heard it say, as long as you thoroughly practice heartlessness, you will be the future master god. Lu Zhe snorted coldly. In a small park under the sunset, two people stood side by side. Nan Muk lamented, this life is still so difficult. U2 replied, I don't understand much about human life. I only know that for the person who saved me, I will say thank you to that person. She smiled. You can see me as a child if you want. When children learn to be human, they first learn etiquette. The one who saved me, the one who protected me, I will be very grateful to that person. He looked at her and said, "You are in me, and I am in you. Our fates are tightly bound. The one who is like a child is actually me." Nanmuk lowered his eyes slightly. "In my past life, I fulfilled my duties and told many lies, but from beginning to end, I kept a child's promise. From now on, this world will not spare me anymore." U2 asked, "Reborn for another life, do you still want to be a child? Do you still want to keep a promise related to love?" He turned his head to look at her and recounted his end. "In my past life, because I loved Fong Yushua, I ended up taking my own life by jumping off a building. In this life, because I love everyone and started a business together, I've been pushed into a corner by Liu Zhe." Nanmuk's face was calm, but his voice was very firm. "I will protect the people I love and the people who love me. No matter how many times life repeats, I will do the same." He stood up straight. "Let's go," to set up the conference hall. U2 said cheerfully, Okay. Fujian building, everyone was busy. "Put over there. Has everyone remembered everything?" Zhang Pengyue reported. "CEO Nan, things are going very smoothly on this side. Currently, there's no news about Liu Zhe's press conference." Nanmuk replied, "Good. Let's ignore him and do our own thing well." The phone rang. He took it out to answer. "Hello, Qin Yinong. Don't rush, speak slowly." His voice became astonished. "What did you say? Kong Rue and Ajun were taken away by the police?" Qin Yinong said worriedly. "CEO Nan, I'm sorry. I'm only reporting to you after it's done. Just now, CEO Kong and Ajun signed the agreement to halt construction and also disbanded the construction team." The other person replied, "Okay, leave it like that for now." You two hurry to the product launch press conference. Fingers tapped continuously on the phone. Looking at the person who just walked in, Qin Yinong said worriedly, "Ajun, CEO, Nin has already instructed that everything should prioritize the product launch press conference. We'll discuss Fuda's matter later." Ajun took her hand to comfort her. "Look how anxious you are. You're about to break your phone from all the button pressing." Qin Yinong looked up with misty eyes. "Our product launch press conference, isn't it meant to solve this problem? From now on, it's all touchscreen phones. There won't be any more broken keyboards." Kong Rue said while smoking, "Fuda real estate will have to be put on hold for a while. This Liu Zhe, he's always targeting our CEO Nan. There will come a day when we fight back." Standing in front of the model, and ran assured, "We've checked a 10-kilometer radius clearly. There are no drones." U2 announced, "The aura of the Dark Seed has not yet infiltrated us. Liu Zhe and the secret treasures are not nearby." Nanmuk let out a sigh of relief, and Ran frowned. "We haven't even started frowning and being gloomy. What are you moping about here?" He quickly waved his hand. "It's nothing." And Ran's face showed determination. "I want to avenge Uncle Fengxing. I want to take back our family's ghost market. And you want to deal with Liu Zhe even more than I do, because everything he does is aimed at you." Nanmuk lowered his head and said in a low voice, "He's targeting me, but he's also harming everyone. I am responsible." And Ran encouraged, "You are a responsible person. That's why everyone relies on you." You too reminded, "Zhang Pengyue has sent a message telling you to go up for a final check." He stepped forward. Let's go." Nebulous science, the smartphone of humanity's future. The voice echoed outside a modern high-rise building. On the day of the product launch press conference, U2 wore a red, off-the-shoulder dress on guard. This feeling, facing the camera flashes from the reporters, Nanmuk was still uneasy. At this moment, there was truly no news about Liu Zhe's press conference, but he had stolen the data. What would he do next? A voice greeted CEO Nan. Nanmuk patted Zhang Pengyue's shoulder encouragingly. "Is everything ready?" He replied, "Yes, everything is ready." Nanmuk smiled. "Go on. The stage is yours." An announcement came from the speakers. The Nebulous Science Product Launch Press Conference now officially begins. Let's welcome our Nebula CEO, Zhang Pengyue. Zhang Pengyue walked onto the stage, feeling emotional. This moment has finally come. Along with our spokesperson, Miss Qin Yinong. She appeared beautifully, wearing an evening gown that sparkled like a myriad of stars. Nanmuk placed all his hopes on the two people on stage. "Zhang Pengyue, I'm counting on you. You are the one who can change future technology. Qin Yinong, you're like a singing prodigy. As a child, every time you performed at a school-wide talent show, you amazed everyone." Just then, you two began to have trouble breathing. I don't know why, but the stronger the dark power gets, the weaker I become. It's been like this ever since Liu Zhe stole the ghost market. I'm so useless. Nanmuk shook her forcefully. "Don't talk nonsense." At the press conference venue, a large crowd gathered under a giant blue screen. Nanmuk put his arm around U2's shoulder and said, "I don't want to lose any of you." Tang Ning called from above, "Brother Nanmuk." He looked up and replied, "I'm here." As he ran down, Tang Ning asked. Why didn't you go on stage for the product launch yourself? I was looking for you. Nan Muk explained. She's feeling the spread of dark power again. It might be Lu Zhe. Tang Ning was doubtful. That's not right. Didn't we already check thoroughly? How about we take her outside? Nan Muk said. It's okay. Tang Ning, let's go outside first. I don't need to go on stage for the press conference anymore. Just leave it to Zhang Pengyue and the others. Okay. A pair of white shoes turned, and the person watched the backs of the three as they left. Meng Dao reported the situation over the phone. Brother Nan Muk, Uncle and Aunt are in my house now. Their spirits are fine. We are all watching the press conference on TV. Why didn't you appear? She sat in front of the TV, listening to his voice on the phone. This is Zhang Pengyue and Qin Yinong stage. She retorted, Brother Nan Muk, that's not right of you. You're the boss of Nebula and Fuda, Uncle, and I want to see you on TV too. He replied, don't my parents see me every day? I'll bring a new phone home for you tonight. Meng Dao replied with anticipation, okay, next time I'll use your new phone to call you. On the TV screen, Qin Yinong was holding up the new phone. She added, that's right, you guys must invite big stars, especially handsome and famous ones, to be your representatives. On the TV screen, a fist punched straight into Qin Yinong's image. Lu Zhe stood next to the TV that had been knocked black, asking, you were at the scene today. Did you see how ostentatious they were? CEO Chow crossed his legs and said with a smile, the more ostentatious the better. It's like the higher you jump, the harder you fall. He said with a mocking smile, everyone knows that for a new product to hit the shelves, it doesn't just rely on a few boasts at a press conference. What's more important is whether there's enough inventory, whether you can ship enough volume. Lu Zhe shrugged. CEO Chow, you're a veteran in this industry. You tell me, how do we make it so their product can't hit the shelves? He waved the stack of papers in his hand. Their products are already scheduled for shipment. What we need to do is not to stop them from getting on the shelves, but to make sure no one buys them after they're on the shelves. CEO Chow narrowed his eyes. CEO Lu, this thing you gave me is the real trump card. We just need to release the data and pin it on them. He propped up his hands. The ring on his finger glinted. A wisp of black smoke was printed on the wall behind him, his voice sinister. Pin the crime of theft on them, and they'll be finished. Let them know who is the king of electronic products. Over here, Nan Muk asked with concern while drinking water. You recovered so quickly a few days ago. Have you found a reason? You two stared at the blue screen and replied, it's either a person or a prop. He calculated, Fuda can't collapse. There's still so many people waiting to be fed. I'm thinking, should I invest in Dianzhong City with Tang Ning? Suddenly, an urgent news bulletin announced, Nebula Science's new product is accused of plagiarism. Nan Muk and you two were both shocked. Huh? The announcement continued. Famous entrepreneur Chow Manhwa admitted that he and Lu Zhe partnered to run a tech company. And half a year ago, they had already made a prototype of the new product that Nebula Science just launched and also provided solid data, including technical parameters. On the screen was an image of CEO Chow presenting documents to the media. Nan Muk frowned slightly. I knew this was their move. Back then, some people inside Nebula had been bribed, threatened, or even mentally tortured by Wang Ji. You two rested her chin on her hand. This person named Chow Manhwa. I feel like I've seen him somewhere before. Nan Muk remained calm and arranged things. Don't panic about this for now. They haven't made a phone yet. It's just their one-sided story. It won't stop Nebula. We'll still go meet the distributors this afternoon. She quickly stopped him. Wait, the system is alerting about a primordial spirit fragment. She said, our mission is to find primordial spirit fragments. We found several pieces now. The screen displayed a message. Primordial spirit fragments are now 4 out of 100. Seeing this result, you too was surprised. Ah, so the secret treasures of the ghost market really do have primordial spirit fragments. Nan Muk asked back, you mean? The primordial spirit fragments are the secret treasures of the ghost market? You too replied, no. To be precise, some of the secret treasures of the ghost market contain primordial spirit fragments. He said, that would explain it. Nan Muk recalled Lu Zhe's recent power, affirming. So he sees the ghost market for the secret treasures, then search for the primordial spirit fragments himself. The more fragments he gets, the less power you and I will have. His divine envoy becoming stronger is also for this reason. Then he turned his head and looked at her curiously. Doesn't Rand know that the ghost market her family controls has this kind of power? You two replied, I'm afraid and Rand doesn't know. Perhaps only in Rand's father knows. The water in the cup on the table vibrated slightly with their voices. And Rand's father, I remember he's a wealthy overseas merchant, seems to be on some island nation. Or maybe we should ask Lin Mengdao. Nan Muk picked up the water glass, and Ran has always refused her father's help. But in the end, she still borrowed the security team from Duyanjiang City to protect our press conference. So maybe she'll help me arrange a meeting with her father? You two shrugged. That I don't know. It's the human heart. Maybe Miss N just wants to prove herself and doesn't want to be told she's relying on her family. He teased again. For you to say that proves you're not a child anymore. You two said angrily. Huh? Isn't this common sense in your human society? Nan Muk put the glass down on the table. Then let's break this so-called common sense and go invite a great young lady to use her family's influence. He held up Xiao Cheng's photo. Look, remember this person? He also came to the press conference a few days ago. The antique market. People coming and going. After leaving the ghost market, Xiao Cheng opened a small shop in the antique market, and now he's living quite well. Xiao Cheng waved in the crowd. CEO Nan. He walked over. Long time no see. Xiao Cheng congratulated him. So, Nan, congratulations to your nebulous science. A blond man looking at antiques heard this and said contemptuously, Isn't Nebula that place that steals other people's phones? Xiao Cheng was furious and was about to rush forward. Steal what? What do you know? But was stopped by Nan Muk grabbing his collar. Forget it, don't mind him. He stammered. CO Nan, Nan Muk said, You have to know the most important thing right now isn't this news about plagiarism. I'm actually not afraid of that. Plus CEO Zhang's ability is also very strong. Then he walked over and put his arm around his shoulder intimately. Now, I want to ask you and the elders in your Shao family to go find and Ran together to meet in Rant's elder, the one who is truly in charge of the ghost market. Xiao Cheng thought of his father and readily agreed. Okay, leave this to me. At night, at the Infamily's construction site, the mysterious Infamily, the so-called elder, is Miss N's father, known in the underworld as General Infuda. Pay up. In the car, Jeanne looked at the documents in her hand and sighed. I was doing quite well doing business after leaving Nebula, who knew Fuda has no one who understands business. Kong Rue at the side asked curiously, What's wrong? Regretting it? The car was surrounded by a group of workers and couldn't move. They shouted, Where's the medical money? We got poisoned from drinking the water, and you still haven't paid the hospital bills. Kong Rue looked outside and said dejectedly, Sai, I thought I was going to be a real estate tycoon from now on. I didn't expect it to still be the same old mess. Then he took out his phone. I'll call CEO Nin first. A voice echoed from behind a wooden door. Hello, Kong Rue, haven't you two arranged the medical money yet? In the restaurant, Nan Muk said into the phone, Didn't I tell you two to console the families of the poison victims first? And Rand sat in her chair and said, It seems something has happened. Xiao Cheng let out a sigh. Sigh. It's all that Lu Zhe's fault for getting our CEO Nin into this mess. So, if General doesn't step in, that Lu Zhe will really, and Rant's eyes sharpened. Well, what? Xiao Cheng was instantly scared out of his wits. I mean the black market needs someone with authority to step in to uphold justice. A blood-curdling scream came from the other end of the line. Nan Muk asked worriedly, Kong Rue, what's wrong? CEO Nan, someone hit me on the head with a brick. He recalled a scene that had happened before. Nan Muk heard the miserable scream on the phone, frowned, and moved the phone a little further away. He looked at the phone screen that had gone dark and called out in a panic. Hello? Just then, the phone ran out of battery. You two, who was beside him, saw this and said, It proves the quality still isn't up to standard. After hearing this, Nan Muk turned his head and asked unhappily, Is this the time for jokes? He looked at and ran opposite him and began, Ran, you'll have to make a trip to the construction site. She crossed her arms, asking in surprise, We're not discussing it anymore? I actually have a plan to retake the ghost market. Nan Muk glanced at Ran and explained, Actually, as long as the elder of the Infamily, that is, Ingenia, your father, is willing to step in, then basically no plan is needed. She replied with a displeased look. All right, I'll be frank with you. If he needs to step in, then it's definitely not about Lu Zhe, but Lu Zhao. Lu Zhao is the source of all evil. He lowered his head, thinking to himself, That's right, it was Lu Zhao who cultivated Lu Zhe, creating his twisted personality. Nan Muk turned to look at Ran, starting to calculate, but if Ingenia doesn't step in, what other strategy do I have now to fight Lu Zhe? Then he looked at her and promised, We'll discuss the plan next time. No matter what, I can't lose the friends I have now. I want to go to Kong Rue and Ajun's side first. And Ran watched Nan Muk's departing back and asked with concern, Do you need bodyguards? He didn't turn his head, refusing. Just leave the security force for Meng Dao and Xiao Cheng. She replied after hearing him, Okay, be careful on the road. In the gray car, Nan Muk's voice sounded probing. You two, Is there a way for each of us to contact each other at any time? She looked at the system screen in front of her, searching. There are instant communication watches in the system store. But, host, your accumulated points. U2's expression darkened. She looked at the word survival points, 1,000 displayed on the screen, and reported. The accumulated points are dropping sharply. Hearing this, Nan Muk broke out in a cold sweat, turned his head to look at her, and said, "When I was reborn, my mission was to earn 100 million. I've completed the mission, and have always far exceeded the mission's goal." An image of a constantly flowing hourglass appeared in his mind, and he said, "I didn't expect these industries to be so fragile. Every time Liu Ze robs me of an industry, my survival points drop sharply. The so-called making money, it comes fast and goes fast, but losses are like an hourglass, bit by bit." On the other side, a Jun supported Kong Rue, who was holding his bleeding head, and comforted him. "Hang in there, CEO Nan is coming soon." On the construction site, he held his bleeding head with one hand and held out the other, constantly reassuring everyone. "Everyone, don't get agitated. If there's something, let's talk it over slowly. If there's a problem, we can discuss it together." The construction worker shouted angrily, "Boss, you wolf in sheep's clothing, you're eating people alive." Wang Lao San rushed forward and grabbed Kong Rue's collar, roaring, "We've worked so hard for the company for so many years. This time we got poisoned from drinking the construction site's water. Not only did the company not save us, it even wants to fire us, completely disregarding whether we live or die. Tell me, don't you deserve a beating?" Kong Rue raised his hand to point at Wang Lao San and cursed loudly. "Wang Lao San, you're making baseless accusations. When everyone was poisoned, the company immediately arranged for everyone to go to the hospital. And besides, the company never said it would fire you." Wang Lao San held his collar tightly and refused to let go. After Lu Dong heard this, he immediately sneered. "CEO Kong is indeed CEO Kong, so considerate of others. Then let me state your solution. Before coming here, I discussed it with the brothers. This matter, Zhang Ding was kicked out of the hospital, his condition worsened, he won't be able to work for the next few years. His whole family of 5 depends on him. How about this? Medical fees, lost wages, mental distress fees. Same for Lu Lei. I was injured by you, and there's also Brother Wang. The total is 46,380,000. When Kong Rue heard this astronomical figure, he was so shocked he couldn't believe it, blurting out, "What? 46,380,000? Wang Lao San grabbed his collar, raised his fist, and growled, "What do you mean, what? Damn it, you usually live a life of luxury. Isn't it all thanks to us making money for you?" Kong Rue raised both hands in fear to block him, said, Okay, I'll go back tonight and start working on this tomorrow morning. I'll have it settled for you in a few days. How does that sound?" Lu Dong frowned at him and said, "Boss Kong, I haven't finished speaking. What's your hurry? This 46,380,000 will give you a discount. You just need to give us 46 million. But if you think you're going home tonight, there's no chance." As soon as he finished, he added, "We've already arranged a place for you to stay, so you can experience some country living. We'll take you back when we get the money." Hearing this, Kong Rue cried out in horror. This. Suddenly, in front of the crowd, white buses appeared before everyone's eyes. The doors opened quickly, and a group of people holding weapons rushed out of the vehicles. They charged in and began mercilessly beating the construction workers, who screamed in agony. The two groups quickly descended into a brawl. From the crowd, a loud shout suddenly rang out. "Everyone, stop them. Don't let them take Boss Kong." Wang Laosing gripped Kong Rue's collar tightly. Someone shouted, "Boss Kong, hurry and go." A young man in a black hat immediately charged forward, yelling, "Damn it, don't even think about running." One person quickly ran to grab Kong Rue's hand, while another threw a punch at Wang Laosan. Seeing this, a construction worker angrily raised a club and cursed loudly at the newcomer. "Motherfucker, don't you dare snatch him away." That guy quickly dodged, and the worker's club slammed right into Kong Rue's shoulder. He immediately let out a pain scream. The man in the black hat drew near, leaned into his ear, and said, "Boss Kong, CEO, Nan sent me to protect you. CEO, Nan is almost here." After speaking, he shoved a knife into Kong Rue's trembling hand, instructing, "Hold this for self-defense." Then, the man grabbed Kong Rue's hand and plunged the knife straight into Wang Laosan's abdomen, making him scream out in pain. The knife was quickly withdrawn, leaving a trail of fresh blood. Kong Rue stared in horror at the bloody knife in his hand and let out a scream. Ah! The construction workers surged forward, gathering around Wang Lao San, who was collapsing to the ground, calling out, Lao Wang, Lao Wang. The blood-soaked knife quickly dropped to the ground. Kong Rue's entire body trembled, his eyes wide with terror. He raised his hands and stammered, I've killed someone. A worker immediately yelled, Murder! The man in the black hat shouted at Kong Rue, Quick! Run while you have the chance. He didn't react, just fearfully mumbled, I've killed someone. The man helped Kong Rue toward the vehicle, while the others also tossed their weapons and scrambled onto the bus. The white buses quickly sped away. Just then, a car appeared at the construction site, driving toward the gathered crowd. Nanmuk opened the car door and stepped out. The moment he was out, he saw Ajun and called, Ajun. She also cried out emotionally, CEO Nan. Ajun quickly ran over and threw her arms around him. She pressed her face against Nan Muk and whispered, CEO Nan, someone died, and Boss Kong. He wrapped his arms around her, gently stroking her head to comfort her. It's all right. Don't worry. I'll handle it. You two, standing behind them, quietly watched him comfort her before speaking up. Ajun, don't cry anymore. Let's find a place to rest, and you can tell me what happened then. The next morning, in a room at the company headquarters, you two turned to Ajun and started to ask, Ajun, did Boss Kong really kill Wang Lao San? Did you see it with your own eyes? She lowered her head and then asked again. Right when the police arrived, Lu Dong had also vanished, hadn't he? Ajun clutched a glass of water with both hands and said fearfully, I didn't see the exact process, but when Wang Lao San collapsed, I really did see Boss Kong holding the knife. He was in a total panic then. After he dropped the knife, a group of bodyguards escorted him into a car and sped off. CEO Nan, what should we do now? Nanmuk frowned, his face darkening as he spoke. It seems our opponent was well prepared this time. Every step, every moment was meticulously planned. It's a perfect chain reaction. It looks like their goal is to destroy Fuda real estate. You two and Ajun exclaimed in shock. Destroy Fuda? He frowned and confirmed. Yes. That's one of the reasons. More importantly, someone wants this project to be abandoned midway so they can profit from it. The amount of effort they've put in proves this project has immense value. Nanmuk raised one finger, laying out a plan. We need to break their rhythm now. We can't keep playing into their hands. I will use my authority as Fuda's largest shareholder to call a shareholders meeting, appoint Ajun as the acting general manager of Fuda, reassure the workers, and immediately resume construction. At the same time, our investment goal will be to inject another 10 million into Fuda. And Rand crossed her arms over her chest, leaned back in her chair, and said, If you don't mind, I'll ask my father to also invest 10 million in Fuda to make a bigger splash. Hearing this, he replied happily, Thank you for your support, Missin. That would be fantastic. After hearing this, Ajun fearfully waved her hands in protest. Seonan, no, I'm just a salesperson. How could I possibly do the general manager's job? Hearing this, you two said, Ajun, don't worry. If CEO Nan says you can do it, then you definitely can. Besides, right now, you're the person most familiar with Fuda and will help you too. Nanmuk stood up, patted Ajun on the shoulder, and said loudly, We're counting on you. Right now, other than you, I don't trust anyone at Fuda. Her lips parted, but she was speechless and could only manage a slight nod. He touched his chin, closed his eyes, and said pensively, There are two crucial points here. First, who took Boss Kong away? If it wasn't his own people, then Boss Kong is in danger. Second, Lu Dong is the key to this entire affair. If we can find him quickly, we might be able to uncover the truth. Nanmuk turned to and ran for help. Missin, please ask your contacts to quickly look for news about Boss Kong and Lu Dong. Don't hesitate to spend money where needed. After hearing this, she promised, I'll get right on it after the meeting. He gestured toward Tang Ning, who was sitting down, and said loudly, Also, I'll have to trouble young Master Tang to help me keep an eye on the latest news from the police side. Hearing this, he looked up and replied, Okay. At a fairly remote, abandoned construction site, Lu Dong was sitting on a chair, facing a man who had a gun pointed at him. Lu Dong looked at the suitcase full of money and asked in confusion, What is the meaning of this? Cold sweat beaded on his forehead as he asked frantically, I've already done what I was supposed to do. So what happens now? The man in black, aiming the gun at Lu Dong, said calmly, Nothing. It's just that CEO Lu was worried you'd take the money and not disappear completely. So he specially instructed me to come and give you a hand. Hearing this, his jaw dropped in horror, only to hear the man shout, Farewell. A gunshot rang out. Bang! The man in black instantly collapsed. In a nearby abandoned apartment building, Feng the hitman was positioned behind a sniper rifle. At the abandoned construction site, Lu Dong planted his foot on the dead man's body, laughing as he cursed. You think I'm an idiot? Why do you think I insisted on coming to this abandoned construction site? Let me tell you, I, Lu Dong, have survived this long thanks to one thing: caution. Did you really think I wouldn't consider the fate of those Luze uses and discards? You had a great time beating me into submission before, didn't you? Motherfucker. Suddenly, a voice in his earpiece made him jump. I'll need you to cooperate. Don't move around. Move again, and you're dead. Lu Dong looked up in shock and cried out, what? In a sniper scope, a man dressed in black appeared, hiding behind a pile of rubble. On the other side, not far away, was Lu Dong, standing alone over the body of the man in black. Feng the hitman grumbled irritably. Damn, it'd be nice if one bullet could take out both of them. Lu Dong clutched the suitcase of money, ducked his head, and ran. He hid behind a wooden plank, peeked out, and ordered the sniper, quick, take them out. The voice on the other end replied, it's not that easy. Feng the hitman's voice came through again. Lu Dong, your luck is pretty good. On my last job, I was surrounded by 20 guys at once. They brought out every weapon imaginable. So I put my gun away and ended up beating them all to death. A man in black heard a sound and noticed the wooden plank where he was hiding. Leaning his back against the plank, Lu Dong snapped and cursed. Focus, damn it. I didn't hire you to listen to you brag. With a bang, the man in black who had just appeared nearby collapsed. Lu Dong's panicked face appeared in Feng the hitman's scope. The hitman's voice came through. See? You're still alive. Hearing this, Lu Dong asked frantically, Then what do I do now? The voice in his earpiece replied, I don't know. How about we just chat for a bit? After hearing this, he cried out in astonishment. Huh? From behind a wall, a man in black raised his gun and fired toward Lu Dong. He clutched his head, gritting his teeth and cursing. Son of a bitch. Feng the hitman aimed at the head of the shooter and asked nonchalantly, Wasn't that guy, Kong Rue, a benefactor of yours? A classic case of the farmer and the viper. Don't you feel any remorse? Lu Dong's roar came through the earpiece. You're in the mood for small talk right now? Besides, what the hell does it have to do with you? I thought you guys weren't supposed to ask about your client's personal business? Feng the hitman pulled the trigger and replied with a laugh. I'm different. A man in black in the grass looked toward that building. Feng the hitman continued. I like to pry more. When Lu Dong heard this, frowned and gritted his teeth. Then he shouted angrily, Gratitude? To hell with gratitude. Self-interest is the true nature of this world. It's dog eat dog. And if a man doesn't look out for himself, heaven and earth will strike him down. After hearing this, Feng the hitman continued, Well said. I also just want what I want. You can tell that to Lu Zhe in a bit. Lu Dong fearfully clutched the suitcase of money in his arms. Feng the hitman adjusted his earpiece and spoke. Hello? Missin? Is this a new job? What? You're Tang Ning? Young Master Tang of Jiangshan? The last man in black stood up from the grass and stepped out. Tang Ning's voice asked, Feng, are you busy? A bullet flew out, hitting the man in black squarely in the head, and he instantly collapsed. Feng the hitman replied, Not busy. I'm quite free. Tang Ning's request came from the other end of the line. I need you to help me find someone. Lu Dong, the HR director of Fuda Real Estate. Feng the hitman pushed up his glasses and said, Young Master Tang, long time no see. Do you remember that year you sent my master flying with a single kick? I never got to thank you for that. Tang Ning's voice replied, Tie him up and bring him over. We can catch up on old times. Feng the hitman lit a cigarette and asked, Young Master Tang, you need Lu Dong that badly? Well, if I tell you about my current relationship with Lu Dong, try not to let your jaw hit the floor. Hearing this, Tang Ning on the other end asked doubtfully, When Ran hired you, didn't she tell you about our situation? With the cigarette in his mouth, Feng the hitman asked, What about it? Afraid that if I knew, it would change my view of that Nanmuk fellow and affect your crush on him? Tang Ning's voice came from the other end. It's funny you're saying that to me. If you said that to Missin, now that would sow discord among us. Feng the hitman adjusted his rifle and replied, Can't even take a joke. It seems you all are in a real hurry. In that case, I'll be blunt. You should first deal with the bodyguard who was with Kong Rue, the one named Li Biao, in a shop in the city. Li Biao answered his phone and heard a loud shout from the other end. Li Biao, you're finished. Nanmuk has Ran and Tang Ning behind him. They're much more powerful than you think. Did you think you could get away with deceiving Kong Rue and a Jun? Li Biao, you were chatting so happily with Lu Zhe back then. You just wait. When the time comes, CEO Nin won't kill me. Lu Dong, but he will kill you. Li Biao silently hung up without a word. Suddenly, a voice called from behind, Li Biao. He turned around to see Nanmuk approaching with a worried look on his face, asking, What's wrong? You look terrible. Whose phone? Li Biao backed away, his face filled with terror, and stammered, Mr. Nan, you came to see me in person? If there was anything, you could have just called me. Nan Muk frowned at him and said, something happened to Kong Rue. I'm sure you know. You're an old employee of Fuda, and your relationship with Kong Rue was quite special. I want to know why on the day of the incident, you, a bodyguard, were not by his side, and why you were unreachable afterward. Li Biao was sweating profusely. He reached up to touch his head and stammered in reply. I only found out something happened to CEO Kong from the news. Before that, I had some personal matters to attend to. His cold voice cut him off. You don't need to deliberately put on this act to talk to me. Nan Muk looked at him seriously and said, I'm a businessman after all. I know a thing or two about judging people. His voice lowered. You are definitely much smarter than you look. Li Biao's expression immediately turned serious. Remaining silent, a red glow emanated from Li Biao's body as he replied coldly, Mr. Nan, it's normal for you to suspect me, and I don't want to explain anything. He turned his head to look at the people in the shop and said, but I hope you'll do me a favor and not discuss this today, because Li Biao looked at his happily laughing daughter and sighed and said, I don't want to discuss this in front of my daughter. Nan Muk stared at him and said loudly, if I suspected you, I wouldn't have separated from the others to come see you alone. U2's voice sounded in his ear, asking, Host, are you done talking? U2 appeared from behind, holding a phone, and said loudly, Tang Ning called. He said they found Lu Dong and told us to go over. And Ran is there too. Nan Muk turned to leave. But before he left, he turned back to remind Li Biao, I'll head back to the company first then. You should come over later. You don't have to force an explanation for me. Perhaps you truly have unspeakable difficulties. Although I've been used many times and have been betrayed by others, I still hope I haven't lost the ability to trust. His voice was calm as he said, Consider this me betting the future of Fuda on you, investing in you. After hearing this, Li Biao was stunned into silence, muttering, Mr. Nan, at the company headquarters. Nan Muk frowned, worrying to himself. The key to Fuda's matter still lies with that person named Lu Dong. I wonder if the person named Feng that Ran introduced is reliable. A truck approached from a distance. Lu Dong sat in the back of the truck, hugging a suitcase of money, thinking, Feng is a true professional. His methods are even more sophisticated than I thought. But can I trust him? Feng the hitman's guarantee echoed in his mind. Don't worry, I have professional principles. I don't do things like murder and robbery. I have a deal that can guarantee you a safe departure and a new life. I wonder if you're interested? The price is very reasonable. Lu Dong muttered to himself, Whatever, I don't have any other choice right now. I'll just take it one step at a time. He frowned slightly and began to calculate. The driver said it would be 3 hours at most before we're out of the province. By then, I can take the money and start over. Old Kong, don't blame me. Suddenly, the truck stopped. Lu Dong lurched and bumped into the cargo next to him. He cursed angrily. Damn it. Lu Dong looked outside, saw the truck door open, and thought in a panic, how do we get here so fast? Could it be Lu Zhe coming to get me? When he saw Nan Muk outside, he exclaimed in shock, Nan Muk. Feng the hitman peeked in from the side and asked with a grin, Yo, how is it in there? He turned to look at Ran and said with a smile, Missin, you don't need to pay. Who knew young Master Tang would say you're all on the same side? And Ran crossed her arms, closed her eyes, and replied, If young Master Tang had said earlier that he knew you, I wouldn't have even bothered giving you the deposit. Lu Dong shouted angrily, You sold me out. Hearing this, Feng the hitman raised an eyebrow and asked, I take people's money to help them solve their problems. But beyond solving problems, I don't manage other things. If I wanted to manage it, I would have used my sniper rifle to deal with a traitor like you. Besides, Missin paid a large sum for me to bring you to her. Do you think I could refuse the money? He asked Lu Dong. This point, for someone like you who would sell out a friend for personal gain, shouldn't it be very clear? Lu Dong gritted his teeth and growled. You. Feng the hitman glanced at Nan Muk standing nearby and said, Mr. Nan, it's a coincidence that I owe young Master Tang a favor, so I didn't hesitate to help you all. Hearing this, and Ran shouted angrily, All you talk about is Tang Ning. I was clearly the one who hired you. He casually introduced himself. Mr. Nan, a formal introduction. My nickname is Feng, and I'm not from around here. I wander the world alone, making a living as a cleaner. I also practiced martial arts with young Master Tang when we were young. Unfortunately, I'm not a noble person like him, so I can only use these meager skills to repay him. After hearing this, Nan Muk thought in surprise. Repaying a favor? Tang Ning has a brother from the underworld like this? Feng the hitman smiled and said, back then, young Master Tang helped me get rid of a master who was abusing me. I still haven't fully repaid that debt. Sharing hardships is not as good as wholehearted support. Mr. Nan, we'll meet again if there's a chance. Hearing this, he extended his hand to shake Feng the hitman's, saying, all men are brothers within the 4 seas. We will definitely meet again. Hearing this, Feng the hitman replied affirmatively, definitely. He looked at Lu Dong, who was cowering and hugging the suitcase of money, and said loudly, Mr. Nan, people like this Lu Dong and that Li Biao too, you must handle them properly. I don't think that Lu Zhe has much ability. I've traveled the world and seen too many dark forces. Lu Zhe using people like Lu Dong and Li Biao proves that he doesn't have people's loyalty. In the meeting room, Lu Dong and Li Biao stood there, looking at Nan Muk and the others. He glanced at Lu Dong and asked, Lu Dong, besides inciting the workers and falsely accusing Fuda of not compensating for medical expenses, what else did you do? Lu Dong glanced at Li Biao and retorted, what else could I have done? The 2 things you mentioned, wasn't he the one who ordered me to do them? Nan Muk frowned and questioned loudly, I was waiting for you to say that. Li Biao, you were Kong Rui's bodyguard. It wasn't convenient for you to act yourself, so you ordered Lu Dong to do it? Li Biao held out his hand and began coldly. You all know that anyone who has been in the underworld will eventually want to go clean. I've been in it for 20 years, and there hasn't been a single day I didn't want to return to a normal life. He lowered his head, thought of his daughter's smile, and said, from the very beginning, Lu Zhe used my family to threaten me. Later, unexpectedly, my determination to protect my family made Lu Zhe turn against me. A scene of him confronting Lu Zhe appeared in Li Biao's mind. He shouted, Mr. Lu, you must have a family too. Although I don't know the specifics, you must understand the feeling of having to compromise for your family. Lu Zhe was silent for a long time. Li Biao called out in confusion, Mr. Lu? Mr. Lu? A woman appeared and finally made a promise. Your family's lives depend on your choice. Before I completely take over Fuda, your family will be kept extremely safe by me. Li Biao said softly. A very unfamiliar woman appeared at that time. My family's lives were controlled by her, so afterward, I had to obey them. Everything that happened to Fuda was my doing. Nan Muk, sitting in his chair, exclaimed in confusion, an unfamiliar woman, and Ran crossed her arms and asked, could it be that there's someone else sabotaging Fuda? His expression darkened, and he questioned Li Biao, why didn't you tell me this from the beginning? I could have helped you. He lowered his head and replied through gritted teeth, I really had no other choice. I was muddle-headed at the time and did this. Li Biao slapped Lu Dong hard on the shoulder and said loudly, when I was in the underworld, I never expected to get out in one piece. I've done all these things. There's no turning back now. Whether you want to beat me or kill me, it's up to you. Nan Muk stood up and said coldly, let's go. The 2 of you will take me to see Kong Rui now. You must apologize to Kong Rui and explain the whole situation clearly to him. And Ran, sitting in her chair, asked in surprise, what about us? Without turning his head, he replied, you all go handle other things for now. I could take care of this. Tang Ming immediately raised his hand and said to her, just let Mr. Nan handle it. We can continue searching for Lu Zhe, and we also need to protect Lin Mengyao, Zhang Pengyue, and the others. Outside the room, Ajun immediately said loudly, I'll go get the car. In a moving gray sedan, a reminder was heard. Ajun, slow down, don't rush. Ajun's voice replied, it's fine, let's get this over with quickly. Li Biao looked at Nan Muk and asked, Mr. Nan, why do you value Kong Rui so much? He's just a guy who's only focused on real estate. He rested his chin on his hand, looked out the window, and replied, I don't see it that way. Do you know Zhang Fei and Li Kuei? Kong Rui is that kind of person. Li Biao's eyes widened in surprise as he listened to him continue. He's very simple. If you're good to him, he'll be good to you. He's done bad things before, but he's not fake. He has many flaws, but he's not a wicked person. He closed his eyes and sighed softly. Mr. Nan, I underestimated you. I used to see you as a young man who got rich overnight and didn't understand anything. I will tell you the most important piece of information truthfully. Lu Zhe's greatest weakness lies in his family. The elder of the Lu clan, Lu Zhao, controlled and created a family with no women. Hearing this, you two remained silent. He continued, every time a child was born, if it was a girl, she was discarded. If it was a boy, he was raised, and then the mother was either driven away or killed. Suddenly, as they were crossing an intersection, a large truck sped towards the side of Nan Muk's car. The truck quickly rushed forward, crashing violently into the car's body. Finally, the truck came to a stop, smoke billowing from it. In Lu Zhe's office, a report lay on the desk with a phone on top of it. Lu Zhe crossed his arms, looked at the huge cloud of black smoke in front of him, and said, "As long as we continue to weaken the forces around Ninmuk, it won't be long before I can swallow that rabbit. At that time, no one will be able to stop me." He glanced at it and thought to himself, the stronger this power, the better. It's best if it doesn't ruin its own purpose. Suddenly, a loud shout was heard. "Mr. Liu!" A young man with an excited face burst in, shouting, "Lu Dong and Li Biao have been silenced." Lu Ze walked to the window and raised his hand to give an order. Luo Zhizhi is managing Fuda's affairs. You all just follow her lead. After hearing this, the young man immediately bowed his head and replied, "Then I'll be leaving." Black smoke quickly appeared and enveloped the young man. The young man, caught in it, screamed in terror. "Ah!" A shrill scream echoed in his ears. "Ah?" Lu Ze glanced behind him and thought to himself, it's getting more and more out of control. Lu Ze walked to a safe and began to turn the combination lock. He reached in and took out a black and white photo of his mother and sister, thinking, mother, sister. Li Biao said his sister is Lin Mingyao, Ninmuk's childhood friend. Lu Ze looked at the photo and sighed to himself. Unbelievable. Luo Zhizhi, 30 years old, a longtime partner of the Liu family, walked in, took off her sunglasses, and called out, "Mr. Liu, good afternoon. The men I sent were really ruthless. Ninmuk is probably dead. You have eyes and ears everywhere. Once everything is handled, I can become the CEO of Fuda." Lu Ze shouted in shock. "What? Ninmuk is dead? Damn it, are you crazy? Who told you to kill Ninmuk?" Luo Zhizhi put one hand on her hip and shouted, "Lu Ze, why are you yelling at me? Where's my man? Didn't he just come to see you?" The black smoke appeared from behind, laughing as it requested. This is the drawback of not using a mysterious treasure to control others. This woman's family has cooperated with our Liu family for 30 years. It's not convenient for me to act against her, and yet she gives me such news. The black smoke's voice was full of temptation. This woman is very soft. He spread his arms wide and roared, "I handed Fuda over to you. You told me to spend money to bribe Li Biao, and I did it. But I only told you to take over Fuda. Who the hell told you to kill Ninmuk?" Luo Zhizhi also shouted angrily, "Lu Ze, don't you point your finger at me. Where are my men? Call my man out here. Let him tell you the details of the situation. I wasn't the one who did it. I just need to know that Li Biao and Lu Dong are dead." The black smoke rushed towards her. Lu Ze immediately shouted loudly, "Stop! You can't eat her." The black smoke grabbed Luo Zhizhi by the neck with one hand, lifting her up, causing her to let out a piercing scream. "Ah!" Lu Ze roared angrily from below. "Let her go. I've known her since we were children. Our two families have held cross-shareholdings for over 10 years. Hearing this, the black smoke coldly asked, "Are you afraid she'll die? Didn't you say you could even kill your own father and grandfather?" Lu Ze was stunned on the spot, thinking, damn it, how am I supposed to kill it? Or should I lure Ninmuk's rabbit here to devour him as well? He reached his hand out towards the black smoke, calling, "You let her go, I'll call you too, and Ninmuk over. I'll help you." The black smoke that was choking Luo Zhizhi turned its head and let out a loud laugh. Luo Zhizhi was thrown hard to the ground. The black smoke faced Lu Ze, whispering, "Lu Ze, today is the day I love you the most." Lu Ze silently thought to himself, as long as it doesn't get in my way, it can eat whoever it wants. Perfect timing. I can ask Ninmuk directly, ask about Mong Dao. He glanced at the black smoke, calculating in his mind, because I sent Luo Zhizhi to deal with those rich people, I had to bribe Li Biao. Because I bribed Li Biao, I accidentally got the information I wanted most. A lowly ant like Li Biao, willing to bet his life for his family. If I really had a family, what would I be like? Ninmuk, I'm done playing with you. I also thank you. Because of you, my life has had new discoveries. Elsewhere, you two looked at Ninmuk sitting in front of a Jun and reminded him, "Host, no one is following." The car accident scene has probably been secured by the police, and Ran and young Master Tang will also help handle it. He frowned and replied, I know. Open the system. I want to save a Jun, no matter how many life points it costs." Hearing this, you two exclaimed in shock, "Host, to save a Jun, you only have 200 life points left." Ninmuk looked down at Jun, saying softly, "I don't care. I must save a Jun." Along this journey, Kong Rue, a Jun, and also Trong Bang Dak, Tutan, Tan Wynong, everyone has suffered because of me. She pressed her lips together, silent without a word. After a long moment, U2's voice rang out, agreeing. "All right then." On the system screen, a line of text appeared. "Repair a Jun's injuries? Agree." He saw Jun wake up and shouted excitedly, "Jun, you're awake." She held her head, looking at him doubtfully, and asked, "What just happened?" Ninmuk closed his eyes, calmly explaining, "The traitors Li Biao and Lu Dong are dead. A driverless car suddenly crashed into us. Lu Ze, I didn't expect him to have become this crazed." The phone rang. He picked it up, his heart suddenly filled with dread. Luze. Nan Muk answered the call, saying loudly, "Hello? Meet at Dai Trung Temple." Luze's request came from the other end of the line. "Nan Muk, it's good that you're still alive. You too should come over here quickly. Actually, my goal has already been achieved. Starting from the black market treasure auction, I oppose you out of jealousy and resentment, just to satisfy my own pleasure." On the other end of the line, he said, "Now, because of something Li Biao revealed, I have a new idea." Hearing this, he thought in shock. It seems what Li Biao said is true. Mong Dao, are you really Luze's sister?" Luze's clear voice rang out. "I think we should call a truce. I'm not interested in money. I want something else, and I might even need your help. See you at Dai Trung Temple later." Yu Tu, beside him, asked worriedly, "What's wrong? Is it Luze?" Nan Muk looked at Ajun and said to her, "Ajun, you go to where Kong Rue is being held first. Stay in contact with Tang Ning and in Ran at all times, and be careful. I have something more important to do." She immediately agreed. Okay. Hearing this, he began to think. I never expected a character like Li Biao to bring such a groundbreaking secret. The image of Lam Mong Dao appeared in his mind. He thought to himself, "Mong Dao, it's like returning to the starting point. It turns out you were the most crucial character all along." At the vast Dai Trung Temple, Nan Muk looked at Luze in front of him and shouted loudly, "Luze, I'm not interested in money either. I've been toyed with by fate time and time again. All I want in this life is for my family, friends, and loved ones to be safe and sound. I want to live a happy life with everyone." The black smoke immediately appeared, wrapping around you too. She screamed in panic. He frowned and shouted loudly, "Let her go. I haven't finished what I was saying." Luze raised his hand to block Ninmuk's punch, explaining, "I can't control it anymore." He roared angrily, "Someone like you, even if Mong Dao were your biological sister, would you treat her well?" Luze frowned, remaining silent. On the other side, the black smoke quickly tightened its grip on you too, laughing loudly and saying, "Ha ha ha, by devouring you, I will become the strongest." Nan Muk turned his head and saw this scene, shouting in horror. You too. Her neck was bitten painfully, letting out a blood-curdling scream. The terrifying black smoke wrapped around you too, letting out a booming laugh. "Ha ha ha, she's beyond saving. Nan Muk, look at your survival points." Nan Muk replied in pain and difficulty, "Luze, you people." But Luze also frantically tried to stop it. "Don't kill her. If you kill her, Nan Muk will be revived too." He asked doubtfully, "Revived what?" Suddenly, Nan Muk recalled the scene of cultivation in that space. That voice had told him, for all of eternity, die in regret, an infinite cycle of rebirth. So that's how it is. Luze said to him, "Nan Muk, I don't want you to die. I should even thank you." He continued to mumble, while Nan Muk was completely clueless. "If I hadn't fought against you, I wouldn't have seen myself clearly, much less known that I still have a relative. I should even thank you for taking care of Lam Mong Dao for the past 20-something years." At the same time, you two also heard his words. "I know you and Lam Mong Dao are childhood sweethearts, that you've taken care of the girl next door since she was little. I won't let you die. In the future, we can give Lam Mong Dao a good life together." The black smoke also heard. It wondered to itself, Lam Mong Dao, is that the girl whose luck was stolen? After speaking, Luze ordered, "You release you two, I'll give you better food." But it didn't listen, instead tightening its grip on you Tuesday. It sneered, "You still want to stop me from becoming the strongest divine messenger at a time like this? I don't believe the words of you humans." She struggled to breathe, letting out a grunt. Suddenly, Nan Muk lunged forward like a flash of lightning. He rushed forward to kick it and shouted loudly, "Let her go." But it dodged and grabbed his leg. It contemptuously mocked Nan Muk. "Your life is almost over. Get lost." Nan Muk thought in horror, "I'm done for." At that moment, Luze also rushed forward. He recklessly attacked the black smoke, pushing Nan Muk away. He was then thrown by the black smoke, crashing into a distant Buddhist statue. It angrily questioned Luze, "Are you on their side after all?" Nan Muk also struggled to get up, saying with difficulty, "You two, we are one entity. I can't be without you." You two looked at him with a pained heart, calling, "Host." He also looked at her in pain. Then, the system panel shattered. Survival points. 1. Then the black smoke grabbed you two and fled. He shouted loudly, "You two." Nan Muk leaped up to chase it, shouting loudly, "Even if I have to give up my life, I must save you." The system panel displayed. Survival points 0. You two also realized this. She tried to persuade Nan Muk, "Master, no, don't be like this. Perhaps it's better to let me end it all." As she finished speaking, countless rays of light erupted from her body, piercing through the black smoke's body. It roared angrily. "What are you trying to do?" Then, Tears and a farewell smile appeared on her face. Nanmuk was still desperately shouting to stop her, no? You too. Then with a boom, you two and the black smoke exploded together, throwing Nanmuk far away. He let out a tragic scream. Ah, damn it. Lu Zhe, observing from a distance, thought to himself, is this still the final result? Nanmuk, with a haggard face, was helpless, not knowing what to do. Revived once again, the system appeared again. Survival points 1. Nanmuk fell into some kind of space. He broke down, thinking, for all eternity, carrying regret, dying for a foolish love, only to be revived again, becoming a failed Nanmuk in another universe. Then the system stopped at the line, survival points 2. Nanmuk was transported to another cosmic space. Behind him was a giant statue of the Buddha. The system displayed, survival points 5. Nanmuk looked at the wound on his hand, thinking to himself, the wound is healing. Right after, he discovered there was also a woman there. He immediately recognized her. You too? But the statue behind him suddenly spoke. Take a closer look. Nanmuk was stunned, turning around to ask, what? Who are you? Then he turned back again, looking at her with a shocked expression. Now, in front of him was not you two, but Phuong Vu Tuet. He thought numbly, Phuong Vu Tuet. Then he clutched his head, endlessly denying the truth. How can this be? No. Looking at the motionless woman before him, he was helpless and in disbelief. How can this be possible? Phuong Vu Tuet was in a deep sleep, without the slightest movement. He roared, Phuong Vu Tuet is already dead. Suddenly, she opened her blood-red eyes, giving him a terrifying smile. The system displayed, survival points 10. The Buddha statue spoke. Nanmuk, if I told you that you have been revived and must face Phuong Vu Tuet once more, face the Phuong family once more, would you believe it? Nanmuk angrily refused. I don't believe it. My survival points are increasing. I'm not dead. I'm still in this lifetime. He suddenly stopped, his eyes widening. Nanmuk saw his past self falling into a cosmic black hole. He thought, that's my former self. Then he retorted, don't you dare try to deceive me. Impossible. The statue replied, your intuition is correct. You are indeed still alive in this lifetime. You haven't died yet. But it is all thanks to what you two gave you, or to be more precise, what the system gave you. The woman transformed back into the form of you two, still unconscious. The statue said to him, once a system gains humanity, things become difficult to explain. Why does the system have humanity? Nanmuk quietly replied, because she is love. Seeing this, the statue added, because there is love, there are feelings, that is why it became human. The Buddha said, it seems you are truly very attached to this lifetime. You are very satisfied with this life of yours, aren't you? He also firmly affirmed, that's right. I love you too. I love my parents, my family. I love everyone. Nanmuk recalled the relatives, friends, and colleagues who had helped him, who had stood shoulder to shoulder with him, and confessed with a choked voice, the innocent kindness of Lam Mong Dao, the upright generosity of Enran, the gentle elegance of Tang Ning, the scientific dreams of Truong Bang Duok, the honesty and kindness of Kong Rue, the optimism and cleverness of Ajun, the outstanding talent of Tan Wai Nong, the earnest enthusiasm of Chiu Tan. I love everyone. After hearing his words, the Buddha statue's reply was like a bucket of cold water thrown in his face. What a pity, they're about to leave you. Although you are still alive in this lifetime, meaning the lifetime in which you yourself feel love, which makes you content, you will lose them. Nanmuk then shouted angrily, for me like that, what's the meaning of living in this lifetime? The Buddha then replied, you are truly a stubborn one. No wonder even the system was completely personified by you. The so-called universal compassion. That's all it amounts to. The compassionate Buddha continued. Everything will start over from the beginning. What happens next is up to you. You must remember, it was you two's sacrifice that saved you. Lu Ze's divine envoy is dead, but Lu Ze himself is not. Hearing this, his expression turned grim. As the Buddha spoke, he opened a spatial black hole. He is also all alone now. Human nature is a complicated thing. You never know what he might do next. Nanmuk's clothes were sucked in, and he shouted, "Eha!" Then, he was completely sucked into the black hole and disappeared. In the basement of a garbage collection station, a dog was looking for food there. When it suddenly sensed something, Nanmuk emerged from a pile of trash. The dog immediately became alert and barked loudly. Woof, 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 woof. He stood up, filthy, and let out a sigh. He was completely naked, his mouth ceaselessly calling you two's name. You two. Nanmuk grabbed a piece of cake from a trash bag, brought it to his mouth, and took a large bite, then immediately threw it away, asking the system, "System, you two? How many survival points do I have left?" Suddenly, he cried out in pain. His whole body trembled as he cried out in agony. One of Nanmuk's eyes suddenly turned red. He wondered, this is Then he saw a scene, a group of thugs looking on with contempt. He was puzzled. What is this? Nan Muk deduced. This? Whose eye is this? It's allowing me to see a scene somewhere else. Is it you too? Then he looked up at the blue sky and thought, you two, where are you? I know you're not dead. Where am I now? Nan Muk stood up and left the alley. He muttered to himself, I'm not dead. I'm still alive in this life. All my memories are still here. It's just that this place doesn't seem to be Jiangcheng, not the place I used to live. In the back kitchen of a restaurant. Nan Muk burst through the door. However, the chef's reaction was unusually calm. He said, you scared me. I thought it was some sewer rat. Seeing this, he asked doubtfully, aren't you surprised to see me in this pathetic state? The other person replied, surprised? This is the underground paradise. There are countless losers like you here who are left with nothing but their underwear. Hearing this, Nan Muk asked them, then could I trouble you for a set of clothes? But they just looked at him with contempt. The sous chef bluntly refused. Damn it, Dream On. I told you, this is the biggest underground casino in the city, a place where you bet your life. There are only winners here, no charity. Seeing this, Nan Muk retorted, not to be outdone. Is that so? And you're not chefs either? Did you lose money and have to sell your cells to pay off debts? They answered angrily. So what? Nan Muk immediately fell into thought. An underground casino? The scene I just saw through that other eye. The scene of the thugs appeared again. What's the panic? Nan Muk immediately turned around worriedly and ran out of the kitchen. The head chef said, another one driven mad by gambling. The sous chef asked back, weren't you the same way back then? He replied, shut up. Nan Muk walked forward and pulled back a curtain. Inside was a casino. A booming voice rang out. What's the panic? Place your bets first. Haven't you ever seen a girl before? On the other side was You Tuesday. She was wearing a bunny costume, tied up in a corner. Nan Muk thought, You Tuesday. He was secretly relieved, so that's how it is. You too. Are you the one sharing this eye with me? You two also had one of Nan Muk's eyes. Nan Muk confirmed. It seems we've both ended up here. You too. Don't worry. I won't let you suffer one bit. The referee immediately stepped forward and said, do you want to have her? If you want her, then let's get started. All of them were holding wads of cash. Shouting, start. Let the game begin. Nan Muk wondered. Underground casino. The stakes, what are the rules? Then the referee announced the rules. Today's rules are very simple. It's a high-low comparison. A deck of 54 cards after I shuffle. I'll deal 10 cards to each person. Ace is the lowest. King is the highest. The highest card is the big joker. The lowest card is the ace of diamonds. The two players hold 10 cards. Each round you flip one card. The higher card wins. It ends when someone wins 5 times. The winner's prize is this little bunny girl. He asked, who wants to play? Raise your hand. After hearing this, everyone shrank back, not daring to step forward. They discussed, it's too simple. I feel like I'll lose. This is purely a bet on luck. I'm not confident I can win her. In the crowd, Nan Muk confidently raised his hand and said, I do. Seeing this, the referee sneered contemptuously and asked, this friend in your state, what do you have to bet? But Nan Muk still answered with great confidence, me. Perhaps it was telepathy. You two and Nan Muk thought in unison, I'll bet my life. Hearing Nan Muk's bet, the surprised referee stepped forward, invited him up, and said, this young man has a lot of guts. We like people like that around here. Anyone else want to try their luck? Suddenly, a man with sunglasses and a red buzz cut stepped up to challenge. I do. He took off his sunglasses. His face full of hooliganism and malicious intent, answered, I want to be the hero who saves the beauty. Haha, I can't let the little bunny fall into the hands of other trash. The referee announced, then let the match begin. Please be seated. That man was called Mr. Wong by everyone. He turned his head to look at you two and said flatteringly, baby, in no more than 5 cards, I will make a magnificent turn and hold you in my arms. She clicked her tongue impatiently. However, Nan Muk felt lucky, thinking, I thought you were going to stare at her to compare cards. I didn't expect you to get into the right position so quickly. The boss then dealt the cards and said, then begin. One of his underlings stood there cheering nonstop. Mr. Wong, kill him. Win 5 rounds in a row. Make him lose miserably. After the cards were dealt, at the command, the match began. Mr. Wong smugly chose a card, thinking to himself, is it based on luck? Of course not. Whoever wins 5 rounds first, the match ends. So the big cards in my hand, of course, must be played first. I don't care how many big cards you have. I'm playing my big cards first anyway, starting with the biggest one, and I'll see what my chances of winning are from there. Nan Muk also chose one of his cards. The referee announced, alright, I will flip both cards at the same time. As soon as the cards were flipped, the faces of the underlings tensed up to the point of twitching. He flipped the cards. It was a queen of hearts and a king of spades. He announced, "First round, the red side wins." They shouted, "Mr. Wong is the best. Mr. Wong will definitely win." Nan Muk then asked Mr. Wong, "Why do you like the little bunny so much?" He answered frankly, "A little bunny this cute. Who wouldn't like a little bunny?" You two carefully observed him from behind. He was still smug. "I like rabbit heads the most." Then she focused her gaze on him. Right after, Ninmuk also saw all of his cards clearly. He thought, his hand is raised high. "You two, the view you're giving me is just right. I can see the card in his hand." He reasoned seriously. Losing the first round is to build up the atmosphere. Win the second round by a small margin. Starting from the third round, I can lose consecutively, put on a bit of show. It's best to decide the winner in the 8th round. That way it won't look too much like cheating. Nan Muk turned to the referee who was enjoying their performance, thinking to himself, if this place is the biggest casino in the city, then it must be incredibly deep. The referee and the boss behind him must be very experienced. They've seen too many cheaters. Besides, this guy opposite me, who can prove he isn't cheating. Then, after Mr. Wong placed his card down, he also placed a card down. He concluded, "In short, I'll pretend not to cheat to win this match, and get you two out of here first." The dealer shouted, "Second round." The underlings started to gossip. What if this underwear guy wins? Mr. Wong doesn't know anything besides betting on luck. He can't lose. You two thought from behind, "Master, our eyes are connected. This is our new system. We can only rely on this to survive here." Nan Muk was also focused on the match. Before long, the cards were all flipped. He announced, "Second round, the blue side wins." Everyone started chattering. "This underwear guy is not bad." Mr. Wong was still chatting cheerfully. "Haha, so you had a spade in your hand too." Suddenly, a person walked over and draped a coat over Nan Muk, saying, "My friend, don't play these unfair games anymore. Put this on first or you'll lose face." He asked doubtfully, "Who are you?" The bearded man replied, "My name is Fernando Fernandez Fernandinho. Just call me Little Fei." Then Little Fei quietly reminded him, "Let me tell you, it's more accurate to call this a grave than a gamble." After saying that, he turned and left, waving goodbye to him. If you want to live, you can't keep winning. Nan Muk thought to himself, a grave? Indeed, in this match, people were just walking back and forth, talking casually. There are no rules whatsoever. Suddenly, Mr. Wong said, "Here, I'll play this card." He gave a confident smile. Nan Muk also realized, I have my eye, and this Mr. Wong, I'm afraid he has his own eye too. Otherwise, how could he participate in the match? Thinking this, I have no right to be smug about the first 2 rounds. He closed his eyes in contemplation. Among this crowd, who is his eye? Then he also placed a card down. I'll test in the 3rd round, lose 1 more game. Then he glanced at Little Fei, who was watching from the crowd, then at the referee, and muttered to himself, "The referee, he's not safe either. In short, I have to save you two first. The cards in my hand now are enough for me to win this match." He flipped the 2 cards and announced, "Third round. The red side wins." Nan Muk clutched the coat, thinking to himself, maybe I'm overthinking it. If he knew the card in my hand, if he also has an eye, then why does he always play his cards in order from largest to smallest? On the other side, U2 was also restless with worry. When the next round came, the 2 of them played their cards again. He suddenly noticed, Fernando, why did he run over there? Little Fei was standing behind Mr. Wong. He looked at the match and thought, newbie, you're planning to cheat. Ha ha, a newbie indeed. Only newbies cheat in this game. Haven't you realized that from the moment the cards were dealt, the outcome was already decided? He continued to assume, both sides are playing from largest to smallest. So this game takes time, creates a tense atmosphere. Is it interesting? The result was set from the beginning, a game of pure luck with no skill to speak of. Giving you the coat was nothing, but you keep clutching it tightly. What are you thinking? What are you hiding? This round, Ninmuk lost again. Then he affirmed again, next, I can win, right? Does that look like cheating? He placed his card down, thinking to himself, or maybe cheating here is actually commonplace. There's no need to hide it at all. Mr. Wong failed consecutively, holding his head in helplessness and saying, how could this be? Finally, the boss announced, the blue side wins. Nanmuk quickly ran over to untie you two. This is great. I finally saved you. She immediately turned and hugged him tightly. Nanmuk. He also replied, you too. You call my name. Seeing this, the angry and unconvinced Mr. Wong roared, bastard. He cheated. In such a simple game of luck, he deliberately didn't play his cards in order from largest to smallest. He must have known the cards in my hand. I think there's something wrong with his coat. Hearing this, Nan Muk threw the coat on the ground and retorted, "Check it, this isn't even my coat." He added, "Only someone with strong limbs and a simple mind like you would think someone using their brain a little is cheating." This made him furious. "Fine, you're a rookie. What are you doing coming here and acting all high and mighty?" Nan Muk suddenly took off his pants, making U2 beside him blush. He still replied coldly, "Acting high and mighty? Then I'll play against you with no clothes on." Then he lowered his head and kissed U2. Everyone in the room blushed. Little Faye praised, "Oh," while Mr. Wong was so angry, he gritted his teeth, damn. At the same time, the referee also announced this friend did nothing wrong. Here, the winner takes all. After it was over, Little Faye suggested to the boss, "How about we reward this friend with a suit? This look isn't very presentable." He also agreed, "All right," but Mr. Wong was still fuming, roaring, "Damn it, is she your woman? Girl, if I were you, I would have bitten his tongue off." However, U2 took off the bunny ears and replied, "I'm sorry, but I am indeed his." Little Faye was astonished. Turns out the underwear big brother is the boss. Hearing this, Mr. Wong was so furious, he spoke recklessly, "You brat, if I have proof you cheated, I'll have her right in front of you. Believe it or not." The referee did not accept this, snapped his fingers, and ordered security to drag him away. He screamed, "Damn it, let me go. He's the one who cheated." The referee looked at him with contempt and said, "You've been a regular for over a year, after all. Who told you cheating isn't allowed here?" Then he was dragged out, still trying to falsely accuse, "That kid cheated." Nan Muk also said, "I don't object to everyone investigating for proof that I cheated." But the referee looked at him and said, "Compare to evidence. We're more interested in unique cheating methods." Hearing that, he couldn't help but shudder. A moment later, on the second floor of the casino, a voice rang out, "Can't find any information on that man. The bunny girl only said her name is U2, and she has a relationship with him that's more than husband and wife." A group of people were discussing the two of them. More than husband and wife? What kind of relationship is that? Not a marital relationship? Haha, how interesting. It's been a while since we've had something like this. One person chimed in with an analysis. Their cheating method is very simple. The direction that underwear guy was looking just now was exactly where the bunny girl was. The bunny girl blinked, moved her lips, and sent signals to the man. However, another person spoke up to refute, "But we've analyzed the footage of U2 and didn't find how she sent signals or anything special." The footage of that underwear guy also shows nothing special. We even feel that his expression really looks like it's his first time here. Downstairs in the casino, Little Faye was dealing cards. He turned his head and said to Nan Muk, "I don't care about your name or background. This is a world of gambling. If you play, you pay the price. Resisting and getting thrown out is very normal. I'm also not interested in whether you cheated just now or not." Then he proposed, "I just want to play a few rounds of rock, paper, scissors with you." He asked rock, paper, scissors. Little Faye explained, "According to the rules here, in rock, paper, scissors, whoever wins 3 consecutive rounds can take 100,000 chips. But this game can also end in a tie. If we tie 5 times in a row, then we each take 50,000. U2 keenly sensed something strange and said, "Probabilistically, tying 5 times in a row is nearly impossible." Little Faye replied, "That's right. It's because it's so rare that this way of playing was introduced. Now I invite Mr. Nan to play a round." Nan Muk asked, "Is this a probability problem? If we tie 4 times in a row and the 5th round decides a winner, then after that, it still follows the rule of 3 consecutive wins. So why should we trust you?" Little Faye then pulled out a pile of money from his pocket and said, "Because I bet $1 million with someone based on this, of which 500,000 belongs to me." Looking at such a large sum of money, Nan Muk thought to himself, "Right now, I don't have a single penny on me, not even 1 chip. And the only game here that doesn't require chips to play is rock, paper, scissors." But he looked at U2 and thought, "If this guy tricks me, I'll be left in my underwear again, and U2 will be put up as collateral again." After thinking, Nan Muk cheerfully put his arm around Little Faye's shoulder and called out, "Little Faye." He asked doubtfully, "Oh?" Then he proposed, "Come on, let's tie 5 times in a row together. I only need 20,000, 30,000 will be yours." Hearing this, he asked back, "Sir, why are you giving me the advantage? My ability is not something that can be measured by 30,000. Nan Muk replied confidently, "I used to be a businessman. I understand the importance of turning a loss into a profit." After hearing this, Little Faye immediately agreed, "Interesting. If you're a merchant, then I'm a knight errant. A tie is a tie. Fairness and ability are more important to me than anything. Come on, let's play." Nan Muk turned to U2 and said, instead of calling this a gambling den, it's better to call it a casino of human nature. He said that the thing being wagered here is the humanity of each player. The most valuable thing here isn't the billion-dollar gem chips, but trust. The two walked to the betting table. Little Faye asked, "Ready?" He replied, "Let's begin." A woman came out to be the referee. She said, "This red cloth will cover both of your hands, and I will lift it to prevent you from moving too fast and cheating in a flash." Then, she announced, black and white sides, a prize of 100,000. Whoever wins 3 consecutive rounds is the winner. Begin. Before the match, Manhwa had told U2 to hide in the crowd, find a corner where she could see his hand clearly. At this moment, he thought to himself, my coordination with U2 is getting more and more proficient. Little Faye has used most of his chips to show his ability to me, but I still have to keep a trick up my sleeve for self-preservation. Little Faye was also on high alert, thinking, actually, as long as U2 comes behind me, I'll know Mr. Nan's cheating method. It's just helping to signal, nothing too advanced. The key is to see his 5th move, to see if he can see through it. But now he has nothing. He'll at least make a move for the capital. Next, Little Faye said, "Mr. Nan, let's follow this order." He replied, "Understood." Nan Muck began to calculate. Paper, scissors, rock, scissors, paper. Will Little Faye care more about his own ability or the 100,000 in front of him? It depends on this round. U2 stood behind observing, thinking to herself, only from this angle can I see Little Faye's hand. But the light is very dim. She stared intently at his hand, thinking, this casino is really scary. It's like it deliberately leaves space for the person behind. But I can also feel the probing gazes around. Isn't this deliberately giving people space to signal? Maybe someone next to me is also signaling for Little Faye. I hope Little Faye's ability is real. The red-haired girl shouted, "The match begins." Then, they both played to a tie. Seeing this, U2 thought to herself, for now, it's as agreed. Next, they tied again. Nanmuk thought, this round is also as agreed. The 3rd and 4th rounds were both ties. It came to the final round. The girl asked, the final round, are you two ready? Both of them stared nervously at the other's hand. Nanmuk thought, the last round is the most important. Suddenly, the red-haired girl broke into a smile. U2 immediately realized something. She thought in shock, Master, he's not playing paper as planned. At this moment, Little Faye was frowning in frustration. Behind him was a group of thugs waiting. Damn it, the debt collectors have chased me all the way here. Mr. Nan, I'm sorry. If I tie with you this round, it won't be enough to pay them back. Nanmuk also thought in surprise. Got it. Thank you, Tuesday. Then they both played scissors. The 5th round, a tie. Little Faye exclaimed in shock, what? The red-haired girl divided the money according to the rules, in a game of rock, paper, scissors. If there are 5 consecutive ties, it will be considered a draw for both sides, and each will receive 50,000. Congratulations to you both. Nanmuk agreed. The money is split evenly. Little Faye, we are born winners. Then, he gave him the money according to the rule. Here's an extra 3 chips for you. Little Faye then said, Mr. Nan, you two really are. Then he was surrounded by the debt-collecting thugs. It's time to pay up. Little Faye stammered in reply, I don't have enough money right now. Nanmuk asked curiously, is this the classic debt collection scene? How much does he owe you? They replied, we were just signaling him from behind. We wanted him to beat you. He tied with you for 5 rounds, and it's still not enough to pay us back. And so, Nanmuk gave all the remaining money to Little Faye. All right, this 50,000 is all yours. He refused, Mr. Nan, if I play, I pay the price. However, the debt collectors snatched the chips. Take it. After receiving the money, as they left, they didn't forget to remind him, consider yourself lucky this time. We'll be back next month. Afterwards, Little Faye turned back to apologize to him. Mr. Nan, I'm sorry. If they hadn't suddenly shown up, I wouldn't have done that. Nanmuk replied gently, it's all right, Little Faye. You just paid off this month's debt. Seeing this, Little Faye was so moved he was stunned. Mr. Nan, why did you do that? Hearing this, he replied, I've already said, I'm a merchant. The investment chip I just used is the most important thing you have right now. Trust. The casino was filled with many players. Nanmuk thought to himself, there are probably about 100 people. A large, enclosed hall, extremely oppressive. To put it bluntly, this is a deathmatch arena, throwing gladiators into the ring to slaughter each other. Suddenly, a nearby player shouted, damn it, I lost everything. And so, the referee laughed cheerfully and said, next newcomer in, throw the loser out. A tall guard walked over and said to him, it's time to go. But he still stubbornly protested, I'm not going. I don't accept it. He resisted, shouting, I can still win. I can still win it back. However, that guard was much taller than him, easily grabbing his shirt and dragging him away. Then, he unceremoniously threw him out the window. He let out a scream of awe. Witnessing this, Manhwa adjusted his suit and thought to himself, a gladiator in a death match. This is the only outcome. But usually, the more brutal the punishment, the greater the reward. Human hearts will take risks for great rewards. He walked to the betting table. The referee came out and said, "Newcomer, I'll tell you the rules." He replied, "I'm listening." He maintained his cheerful attitude and continued, "Here, the outcome of running out of chips is just like what you saw." Then, he suddenly became menacing, but still had a smile on his face as he said, "In the high-stakes round, each person starts with 10 gem chips. Everyone knows each gem chip is worth 100 million. At the same time, each person has 1 billion in cash in hand and can find other players to buy chips with cash. When leaving, you must exchange chips for cash with us. In other words, when you enter, it's 10 chips and 1 billion in cash. When you leave, you either have nothing and sign yourself away, or you have at least 3 billion. He continued, "That's right. The condition to leave here is to have 30 chips in hand. There's no limit to the number of chips you can have when you leave. But once you run out of chips, you'll be thrown out. Therefore, under normal circumstances, when only one chip is left, a normal person would choose to use 1 billion in cash to buy chips." Manhwa looked at the chips in contemplation. The referee continued to explain, "The biggest difference between chips and cash is that in any game, you can only bet chips, not cash. Therefore, there are people here holding countless amounts of cash who can't get out, and there are also people holding a lot of chips, waiting to sell a few more before getting out." Then, he turned to look at another group of people arguing and said, "After several years of exploration, we found that the best state here is to always maintain exactly 100 people. This is actually the most interesting and also the fairest. The gentleman who was just thrown out, and you just came in, so there are still 100 people here now." Manhwa heard this and replied, "Understood." Then he thought, this is a game of fixed numbers. To put it bluntly, 100 people always maintain a fragile balance of about 2,000 chips. In here, it's either you die or I live. It's completely impossible for a dozen or several dozen people to win and leave together. At a table, 2 people were facing off. One provoked, "Let's play another round." "Sweetie," the other person timidly replied, I only have 2 coins left, no more cash." The man with a long scar over his left eye sneered contemptuously. "That's right, there's a trend here. Those with few coins get to freely choose their match. Especially some idiots who like to play based on feelings, saying that since everyone is poor, they should help each other. How ridiculous." After hearing this, another player angrily criticized, "You're just taking advantage of the rule here that doesn't force winners to leave. Let me tell you, if I were the owner here, I'd have fucking kicked you out long ago. You keep winning, which is ruining the fairness and fun here." He replied indifferently, "Oh, so are you the owner?" As if struck by lightning, the other person stammered in reply, I'm not, so what?" Suddenly, he placed a gun on the table, then aggressively pointed at himself and said, "According to the law of the jungle, those who know how to listen will live. I've bet on this game 3 times without dying to be able to sit here forever." Manhwa thought, what? There's this way of playing too? He pointed the gun at his own head. "I can win because I'm able to win. I have over 300 coins in my hand because I was able to keep these 300 coins. Saying I'm ruining the fairness? Do you guys think there's real fairness here?" He thought, that's right. Because of this guy's existence, this place is no longer fair. He holds over 300 coins, and there are only 100 people here in total, so most people can't act recklessly. Manhwa thought to himself, how terrifying, this place is indeed not on the same level as the outside world. But he wondered, but how can someone keep winning forever? In terms of probability, this is almost impossible. This guy is 100% cheating. He glanced at the people around him, thinking to himself, but this place is different from the outside. There are cameras everywhere. It's an enclosed space, and there doesn't seem to be much communication between people. He looked at the dice bowl, thinking to himself, the key is that these traditional gambling games don't seem to have much room for cheating. Someone nearby shouted, 36. Looking at the dice on the table, Manhwa thought, this is the simplest game here, the classic 067 game. Suddenly, the man laughed loudly. Haha. You lot, he said contemptuously. If you don't even have enlightenment, you'll never make big money. Manhwa thought unhappily. He's right. I have 10 coins now. I'll use 5 to test the waters first. Manhwa observed him intently for a moment, then decided to go up and start a conversation. My friend, let's play a round. The most classic 067 game. Don Batu, seeing him dare to challenge him like this, said with interest, all right, the newcomer's got guts. The people around also discussed in astonishment. Someone is challenging Don Batu. We need someone to break the balance. But Don Batu is really strong. Someone whispered, how can he possibly win? Don Batu's constant winning has already created a psychological pressure. To put it bluntly, Even if he doesn't win, as long as you think he will win, you've already lost. Another person heard this and retorted, "That's not right." Of course, I can see this friend is also very courageous. He won't be bothered by those evil tricks. Nan Muk, finding their back and forth a bit annoying, cut in, "Courage is my most basic quality. If I weren't brave, I wouldn't have come here." He said frankly, the classic 067 game isn't purely a game of luck. It involves psychology, intelligence, and more importantly, the application of skill. He mentally assessed, each person has 5 dice. After shaking, they call out numbers in turn. The highest quantity cannot exceed the total number of dice involved. 10 calls. The quantity or face value of the last call must be higher than the previous one. For example, if a call's 3 twos, we can only call 3 threes or 4 twos. If the last person feels that the quantity and face value of the previous call cannot be met, they can call open. If, upon opening, the caller's quantity and face value are met, the one who called open loses. Otherwise, they win. For example, a call's 4 threes, B says open. After opening, if there are at least 4 threes among the 10 dice, B loses. Otherwise, A loses. He quietly analyzed. Additionally, a 1 pip can be considered any number, but if ones have been called, it can only be a 1 pip. For example, if you roll 1 and 4 twos, you can boldly call 5 twos, as this is equivalent to having 5 2 pips. Furthermore, if you roll 5 consecutive numbers, it is considered as having no pips. For example, if the pips rolled are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, this is equivalent to 0. At this point, if the opponent calls 3 twos, you can boldly call open, because at this moment your hand is equivalent to having no twos. If the opponent only has 2 twos, then the opponent loses. Having thought it through, he immediately sat down at the betting table. The people around him cheered him on nonstop. This friend, don't be afraid of Don Batu's aura. Hey friend, you can bet 1 coin at a time, don't lose it all at once. Nan Muk hummed softly. That's right, that's my intention. I'll use 1 coin at a time. He looked at the dice on the table, thinking constantly, betting only 1 coin per round. Although winning is very slow, I can't lose everything immediately. But this will allow newcomers like me to grow in this casino. The more Nan Muk thought, the more he felt he was on the right path, and he turned his head to say, what I have to do is win back the coins that originally belonged to everyone. Looking at the faces of those who had been utterly defeated by Don Batu, his voice grew louder. The way of heaven is to take from where there is excess and give to where there is lack, while the way of man is the opposite. I, Nan Muk, am here to carry out justice on behalf of heaven. He said proudly, Don Batu, you're the biggest imbalance here. You have made this place no longer fun, preventing all the players from enjoying the pleasure of gambling. And today, I have come here to put an end to all of this. The people around were moved by his words. So passionate. What's going on? After that, as if he had lit a fire in them, they stood up one by one to protest. I want him to return the prize money and coins that belong to those people. Comrades, today we must take all of Don Batu's coins. Give us back our coins. I support this kid. Looking at the crowd roaring like a pack of mad dogs, Don Batu was a little panicked. What is this? Is there something wrong with your brain? But as an old player, he wasn't so easily intimidated. To regain his authority, he slammed the table and roared. If you dare to play, you dare to lose. The strong take all. Come on. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. I'll show you the cruelty of this world. I'll let you know what it means to wish you were dead. Nan Muk was not swayed by these threats at all. On the contrary, he became even more excited. Very quickly, the referee announced the start of the match. Classic 067 game. Please shake 5 dice. You can bet freely. The newcomer and Don Batu both bet 1 coin. Rules announced, stop. According to the 067 rules, the loser of the previous round opens first. The winner of the previous round was Don Batu, so this round, the newcomer calls first. Nan Muk thought nervously. This action is the key. Just like the rock, paper, scissors game before, as long as there's an action for me to see, there's the possibility of an eye in the back helping to cheat. Who is Don Batu's eye? Anyway, I've lost the moon rabbit's eyes now. This round I'm just betting purely. I'm really not cheating. Don Batu, seeing him not making a move, provoked him. What's wrong? Scared? Not gonna call. Didn't you just shout so loudly with your comrades? Hearing this, Nan Muk began to focus on the game. In this 067 game, a normal person would start calling from the smallest number, for example, 3 twos, then slowly probe, and then in the case of 5 of a kind, start to call open. That's the gambling psychology of this game. After a moment of calculation, Nan Muk shouted, 10 sixes. The crowd behind him, hearing him say this, were so shocked their jaws were about to drop to the floor. No way. Is he crazy? How can there be 10 sixes? Even Don Batu was baffled after hearing it. Hey, if you call that, I'll just call open right away. But Nan Muk still said very calmly, go ahead and open, it's up to you, as long as we follow the rules. He didn't hesitate and called open. The result was 5 ones, 2 sixes, 1 2, 1 3, and 1 4. Clearly, Ninmuk had lost. The referee declared frankly, according to the rules, there are not 10 sixes in this round. Don Batu wins. Seeing this, the people around discussed loudly, what the hell is he doing? Is this guy an idiot? Doesn't he understand the rules of this game? Only Nanmuk remained calm and said, what's important isn't winning or losing, but the joy of the match. Hearing this, the referee gave a satisfied smile. Then, he took out another coin. A match like this makes me very interested. Don Batu just sneered. Winning or losing isn't important, is it? Then I'll just keep winning. Win until you've lost everything. Just like that last guy, with nothing left and thrown out of this place. Nanmuk looked at him contemptuously, rolling 5 ones, and still saying you don't cheat. Who would believe that? You can win forever, not because you're strong, but because no one can find proof that you're cheating. In this cheater's paradise, cheating itself is the content of the match. What is your method of cheating? This is the problem I need to uncover. Thinking of this, he confidently picked up the dice bowl. Come on, second round. The people in the room were in a complete uproar at this point. What? He still wants to play? Doesn't he know the rules? Don Batu said sarcastically, you rotten kid, you lost just now. You'll be the one to call first again. Nanmuk couldn't be bothered with him and immediately shook the dice for the second round. It's still my turn to call first. He thought intently. The coins are my price to pay. For me, 10 coins are enough to probe what his problem really is. He slowly opened the cup, thinking to himself, let's see what medicine you're selling your gourd. The crowd outside was even more nervous than him, everyone whispering, he's nuts, calling 10 of a kind at once. There's no way to win, only lose. Someone even boldly shouted, referee, stop this match now. This person named Nanmuk doesn't understand the rules at all. There are only 10 dice on the table in total, and he opens his mouth calling 10 of a kind. It's impossible to win. Don Batu flashed a vile smile. Is someone here to give away money today? Nanmuk didn't hesitate for long either, and immediately revealed his dice. This time it was 1 3, 1 4, and 3 5s. The crowd was once again disappointed. Friend, what are you doing? And here I was, actually believing he could win. But Nanmuk just focused on analyzing the situation. This doesn't look like deliberately cheating to roll 5 ones either. He's really good at acting. Oh no, the score of the second round is the real act. The referee immediately announced, Don Batu wins this round as well. A spectator couldn't help but step forward to stop him. Hey, you only have 8 coins left. Maybe you should just stop. Nanmuk turned his head to look at him and said sincerely, thank you for your concern, but I still have to try in the next round. Hearing this, he shouted a little angrily, this guy's crazy. Only Don Batu had been grinning from ear to ear this whole time. Going bankrupt, are we? I advise you to listen to that friend of yours and give up. It's for your own good. He looked at him coldly. Otherwise, by then, what I want won't be coins but your life. Hearing these threats, Nanmuk frowned slightly. For him to have the upper hand, there's definitely something fishy going on here. You two also hurriedly reminded him, Master, they're also betting on you. He thought, this is the key to the so-called high score area. The high score area is also a casino for the bosses, with 100 people in it, each one a horse they bet on. At this time, the VIP room was filled with discussion. Although Don Batu's losing rate is the lowest, it doesn't mean it's non-existent. I'm still betting on Don Batu's day. Besides betting on Don Batu, is there anyone else? I bet on others before. One of them said with interest, Mr. Wang Jingwei, the joy of our horse betting has always been on the dark horse. Only you remain loyal to the white horse. Wang Jingwei just smiled faintly upon hearing this. This newcomer kid is very formidable. He makes unexpected moves, but he will also win once in the last few rounds. And what I have to do was betting on him that time. The other person laughed heartily. Mr. Wang is quite confident today. You two watched them sing each other's praises, feeling worried. This Wang Jingwei, why is he so sure that Master will win? Meanwhile, Wang Jingwei cheerfully raised his glass. Not at all, not at all. The most important thing in gambling isn't winning or losing, but having fun. You two observed for a moment and suddenly noticed something unusual. Why does he keep picking his ear? And at this moment, at the card table, the battle was gradually entering its most intense phase. Don Batu picked his ear while chuckling. Newbie, you lost again. Are you going to keep playing? Nanmuk stroked his chin, thinking, I only have 4 coins left now. But I've noticed something. Don Batu sometimes picks his ear, sometimes his nose, sometimes he pokes his waist or touches his shoulder. Do his many small actions have any special meaning? Nanmuk tried hard to think. What information are you sending me? He pondered. I only see the bosses betting on horses. That's right. I know I'm a warhorse for them, but what can I do? This person always seems to be trying her best. Don Batu impatiently called out to him, "Hey kid, if you keep messing around like this, I won't be polite. Otherwise, you'll really lose your life." Nanmuk wittily pointed at the people behind him and said, "Ask them if I'm messing around." Suddenly, he pulled out a gun and unexpectedly pulled the trigger. With a loud bang, the bullet grazed past Nanmuk and shot straight into the person behind him. That person immediately fell to the ground, blood pooling, causing everyone around to scream in fear. Witnessing this scene, Nanmuk instantly felt a chill run down his spine. He could just shoot and kill people at will? Don Batu looked at him coldly. "Kid, I told you if you keep this up, this time it was him. Next time it will be you." Nanmuk immediately reported to the referee. "He killed someone. Is this also reasonable? He used a game prop to kill someone. Shouldn't he be kicked out of the game now?" The referee gave a gentle smile, but his words made him completely despair. "You also know the gun is a game prop. So why is the prop in his hands and not in someone else's?" "Because he keeps winning. Others basically can't get their hands on this gun." Nanmuk thought in a daze. The winner can decide the life and death of others at will? Watching the person who was just shot dead being mercilessly dragged away, he couldn't help but feel heartbroken. Just keep winning. When everything here, there's not a shred of fairness. Afterwards, the body was mercilessly thrown downstairs by the guards, as if they were throwing away a bag of trash, not a human life. Nanmuk turned his head to look at the referee. "So as long as you keep killing people, regardless of winning or losing, you can stand here, right?" He calmly replied, "In theory, that's correct, but you have to consider this is just one gun. No matter how many bullets there are only 6. Nanmuk then threw all his coins and money onto the table. "Fine, if that's the case," he shouted angrily. "Kill me. Just take my coins and money. Isn't that enough? Since you can kill people at will anyway, why do you still have to play the game?" Don Batu also went crazy. Damn it. He looked at him coldly. "The money and coins are on the ground. Whoever wants them can take them. I'm about to die anyway. Why do you insist on playing this game? You're already the winner. You can also kill people at will. Where's your fun in that?" Don Batu was rendered speechless by his words, unconsciously rubbing his ear. "Are you telling me what to do? I find this very fun." This unusual action of his made Nanmuk suspicious. He's touching his ear again. Suddenly, he received a strange signal. You too. You have important news to tell me, don't you? You keep looking at this person. You too try to transmit information to him. Master, do you understand? They definitely have a problem." Nanmuk nodded slightly. "I understand. As expected, they are cheating." Don Batu, "I understand why you keep winning." Having figured everything out, Nanmuk laughed in anger. He has to keep playing, keep winning. The fundamental reason isn't him, but Don Batu was provoked by his smile into a rage, shouting, "Hey, what the hell are you laughing at?" Nanmuk looked at him contemptuously. "As long as you become the winner here, you can do anything, even kill people at will, right?" The referee maintained his gentle smile and said to him, "That's right. It's all up to the players to decide. As long as you can win, you can do anything." The people around also started to discuss. What does he mean by asking that? Nanmuk said bluntly, "But what if the opponent cheats? And what's more, they're colluding with some big boss behind the scenes." Hearing this, Don Batu, as if his secret was exposed, immediately jumped up. "What nonsense are you talking about? Damn it, you can't afford to play. I told you, if you cause any more trouble, I'll take your life." The crowd discussed in astonishment. Is it true? Don Batu is cheating? Not only was Nanmuk not intimidated by his aggressive demeanor, he became even more resolute. With this kind of cheating, what can we even bet on? It's completely unfair. His ice-cold voice rang out, startling even Wang Jingwei, who was watching the match. Now we want to see the proof of cheating between the mastermind and Don Batu's day. Seeing the situation was not good, Don Batu shouted, "You guys beat him to death. I'll split the coins with you." He tried to calmly say, "Nanmuk is the one destroying the fairness here. You don't beat him to death." "What do you mean by targeting me?" Nanmuk looked at his struggling appearance and just chuckled lightly. "What do I mean? You still don't understand?" Don Batu roared even more angrily. "Damn, I must kill you." Seeing the killing intent in his eyes, Nanmuk immediately grabbed the dice bowl and threw it straight at Don Batu, catching him off guard. Then he rushed forward like the wind and kicked the gun out of his hand. Nanmuk snatched the gun and pointed it straight at Don Batu. "Now, besides killing me, do you know how to say anything else?" He shouted loudly. "Brothers, if he can kill everyone, then we can kill him now. There has never been fairness here. It destroys humanity. Let's turn it upside down." The usually arrogant Don Batu was now like a trembling mouse in front of the gun barrel. Seeing this, the surrounding people, as if empowered, stood up in unison. "Kill Don Batu. Overthrow the death arena." The referee looked at the chaotic scene and hurriedly shouted, "Security. Security. Unfortunately, he hadn't run far before he was pushed down by the crowd. Get lost, you damn old man, daring to block our way. Don Batu was now completely terrified by this chaotic scene and could only take out that pile of coins. For you, all for you. Don't kill me. Nan Muk's gaze grew darker. He said to everyone, are you an accomplice of that boss Wang Jingwei? Have you two been cheating throughout this casino? Hearing this, Don Batu was immediately stunned. How did you know? Seeing this, he confessed everything. That bastard, he told me to keep cheating to win, so he could bet on me to win from the second floor, and he would also keep winning. Sometimes we even deliberately lose. He would bet on me to lose from the second floor, so he would still win. Wang Jingwei was so nervous, he broke out in a cold sweat. Damn it, this bastard actually dared to sell me out. Immediately after, the VIP room door was pushed open and a group of aggressive people walked in. To everyone's astonishment, the leader just said coolly, "Little Fei, why are you here? It's time to pay this month's dues, isn't it?" That sentence was enough to make Little Fei tremble with fear. Immediately, the pot-bellied bosses in the room, including Wang Jingwei, all knelt down. Mr. Ralph, you too was secretly delighted. Master, you're amazing. Just based on an ear-touching gesture, you confirmed that Wang Jingwei was actually cheating. Their behavior broke the basic rules of the casino. But this person now, he calmly assessed the arrogant boss who was stepping on Wang Jingwei, saying, "You've got some nerve daring to cheat in my territory." He said word by word, "And you even let a bunch of useless people in here to cause trouble." After hearing this, Wang Jingwei's eyes widened. "I'm sorry, Mr. Ralph." By now, it was chaotic outside. Nan Muk watched the aggressive crowd rush in and tear each other apart, sighing softly. The frenzied nature of humanity. I've reclaimed fairness for everyone, but at this moment, no one has come to check on me. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Brothers, we're charging to the second floor. Let's overthrow all those bosses." Nan Muk heard this and knew it was bad, immediately speaking up to stop them. "Hey, wait," he hurriedly shouted. "Don't go over there." But it was too late. A group of people came down from upstairs, blocking their way. What is this? That group of people didn't say a word, immediately drew their guns and fired into the crowd, and the few people in front were shot down on the spot. Nan Muk watched this scene, his whole body stiffening. He gritted his teeth and thought, to kill so many people just like that, is human life really that cheap? Then he saw a tall figure slowly walk out, who said arrogantly as he walked, "Well done. This bunch of trash should have died long ago." Nan Muk was immediately stunned. It was Mr. Ralph. He smiled and walked towards Nan Muk. "Thank you for helping me expose this piece of trash Wang Jingwei." Nan Muk guessed this might be the owner of the casino, so he softened his tone. "No need to thank me. I'm just a slave here. I should be thanking you for giving me a chance to live." Ralph said with satisfaction, "You call yourself a slave? I didn't say that. So now I ask you, how did you discover the cheating of Wang Jingwei and Don Batu?" Nan Muk frowned and thought to himself, even if there's only a 0.001% chance, it's still very possible. Ralph also doesn't know my and you two's secret, so he didn't tell the truth, just casually found an excuse. Intuition. Hearing this, Ralph immediately gave a cunning smile. "Intuition? Are you trying to fool me? Don't you see the dead bodies on the floor?" The subordinate behind understood and immediately pulled you two out as a hostage to threaten him. Nan Muk had no other choice but to explain. "Then I'd like to ask you something. Why don't you just ask them directly? Even though Don Batu is dead now, Wang Jingwei is still alive." Ralph raised an eyebrow. "I never ask a second time. I'm asking how you knew, not how they cheated. I'm not interested in how they cheated. I'm only interested in you. You're the first person to nearly turn my casino upside down." Nan Muk was not one to be easily bullied. He immediately pulled out the pistol he had snatched earlier. Seeing this, Ralph let out a surprised "oh." Nan Muk was seen raising the gun. Seeing this, he said, "What? Trying to scare me? You think if you die, I won't find out anything? Because I'm not afraid of death." He looked at the captured U2 and tried to calmly say, "I've already died once. I thought I would die again this time. But unexpectedly, I just came here in a strange way. I have a stronger desire to live than anyone else here. They're only here for money, but I'm different. I'm here for the girl your gun is pointed at." His voice echoed steadily in the room. "And also for my parents, the relatives and friends who have fought alongside me in this life, and even my enemies. For them, I must survive in this cruel casino of yours." Nan Muk coldly pressed the muzzle of the gun to his own head. "So I'm willing to take a chance. I bet that Don Batu was definitely a cheater, and so was the person sitting on the second floor of the casino. I said it was intuition. It was intuition. You just don't believe it." Ralph slowly took a drag from his cigar and said, "Kid, I started my career in gambling. I love gambling. Now I bet there are absolutely no bullets in that gun of yours. He said coldly, go on, shoot yourself. There are no bullets inside anyway. Nan Muk risked it all. Then I'll also bet your gun has no bullets. Let's shoot together. Ralph was amused by his reckless act. Truly someone who doesn't admit defeat. Afterwards, Nan Muk pulled the trigger. On the other side, the person holding U2 hostage also fired immediately. Little Faye saw this and was extremely anxious. This casino has been open for 20 years, and I've never seen anyone like this. Stop joking around. I beg you two not to get too agitated. Ralph laughed until his eyes narrowed into a line. Kid, you've won the bet. Meanwhile, Nan Muk, who was unharmed after pulling the trigger, forced a smile. You too. Can you let her go now? Ralph turned to U2 and said contemptuously, young lady, your man has skills and a lot of guts too. U2, having just escaped death, didn't want to delay for a second and immediately looked towards Nan Muk. Ralph raised a cigar. All right, you're free to go. Little Faye immediately took the opportunity to suck up to him. Boss Ralph, can I be free to go too? But Ralph just replied coldly, you have to stay and work for me until you've paid off your debt. Nan Muk hugged U2 tightly. Only now did he dare to relax. You too, Nan Muk. Ralph looked at their intimate display, his mood brightening considerably. Congratulations to you both. You have successfully won our most difficult bet. I express my respect. He said leisurely, I'm just a minor figure here. The real power behind High Gang are the four great families. They are in places you would hardly notice, possessing wealth you cannot possibly imagine. Hearing this, Little Faye thought to himself, the four great families. Meanwhile, Ralph said cheerfully, take this bit of money, get out, and you can leave High Gang. Leave this place before I change my mind. Nan Muk and U2 left immediately. Looking at the sunlight shining in the blue sky, Nan Muk remarked with emotion, the sun? It's been so long since I've seen it. U2 also followed his gaze. That's right. How long has it been since we've seen the sun? Nan Muk breathed a sigh of relief. We can finally go back to Jiangchen. I wonder if my parents and Meng Yao and the others are doing well. He wanted to see Zhang Pengyue, Kong Rue, Qin Yinong, Zhen, Xiaocheng. U2's eyes lit up. I miss everyone too. It really wasn't easy to get out of that underground casino alive. Back in Jiangchen, everything will start over. Nan Muk looked at the bracelet in his hand, the bit of money boss Ralph had mentioned. He clenched his fist. It's enough for us to get back to Jiangchen. At this moment, over on Luo Ziji's side, things were extremely busy. Hurry up, she said in a stern voice. Move all of Lu Zhe's things out quickly. Someone suddenly spoke up and asked, President Luo, all these things belong to the renowned Mr. Lu Zhe. Can we really take them away at such a low price? Luo Ziji said impatiently. That's right, that Lu Zhe fellow can't even save himself. Am I supposed to risk my life to save him? That person just gave a mysterious smile. Oh, all right then. Luo Ziji paid him no mind, following the movers and urging them on. Hurry up, stop dawdling. And that person was none other than the assassin phone. He looked at Luo Ziji's retreating back. TSK, still so arrogant even now. At the same time, in a coffee shop, there was a buzz of discussion. That Luo Ziji is a real parasite. She embezzled over $1 billion from Lu Zhe, and now she's doing this. It's terrifying. A group of people chattered endlessly. TSK, where has our model student Zhang Pengyue gone? Take this. This is all the technical data for Nebula technology that Lu Zhe stole before. Excellent. The man who took the documents exclaimed, Zhang Pengyue, you're amazing. You must quickly show this to Qin Yinong and the others. The woman reminded him, by the way, have you been able to contact young Master Tang Ning? Zhang Pengyue just replied, don't mention it. I can't reach him. He said seriously. Anyway, the great Miss and Ran has also completely disappeared without a trace. For now, let's just deal with the matter of Nebula and Fuda. Relying only on ourselves, I believe that during this period of Lu Zhe's complete downfall, we can build our own enterprise. The few of us will use this small shop provided by Xiaocheng as our base, and when the time comes, we'll strike back and reclaim our territory. The woman smiled. There aren't many of Lu Zhe's subordinates left. Tomorrow, take the money we've saved up, first by back Fuda, then block Fuda's Xia family. Time passed just like that. The apartment was now filled with golden sunlight. Lu Zhe said happily, little sister, I've done as you wished. This room has now been redecorated to be cleaner and and simpler than before. 90% of my businesses have gone bankrupt. From now on, we'll live a normal life here. Okay? Meng Yao looked at him coldly. What is it that you consider normal? Is it renovating a room like this in a residential area? Is it this simple furniture and kitchenware? Is it the sound of the neighboring couple arguing in the middle of the night? Is it wanting to take a shower, but having no water, wanting to watch TV, but having no electricity, wanting to eat something good, but not being able to buy it outside? Is it hearing this? Lu Zhe looked bewildered. Isn't it? Little sister, what are you talking about? I don't understand. She shouted angrily. Lu Zhe, what you call normal is my life. It's the life of tens of thousands of ordinary people. But for you, it has become a luxury. I ask you, are you willing to give up all your assets to live this normal life? Without thinking, Lu Zhe immediately replied, I am willing. Little sister, I just want a home. I'm willing to give up all my assets for you. Hearing these words, she took out a contract. Here, sign it. Donate all your assets to the charity association. Lu Zhe was a little flustered. Little sister, you must be joking, right? Meng Yao's eyes immediately showed her contempt for Lu Zhe. Your true colors should be showing now, shouldn't they? You can't give up all your assets, power, status, and reputation. You talk all day about loving me, wanting a home, wanting to be with me. It was all to deceive me, I've known for a long time. Every word she said was like a stab to his heart. It must have been hard for you to pretend for so long. Seeing Lu Zhe just bow his head in silence, Meng Yao said sarcastically, what? Am I wrong? Lu Zhe still refused to admit it, and even patted her head. All right, stop making a scene, little sister. I'll take you out for a nice meal later. Meng Yao was not polite, slapping his hand away. I am indeed your biological sister, wandering outside all these years. It's truly a twist of fate. You found me, only to use me to escape the darkness in your heart. She looked at him coldly. The money you gave me, I used it to bribe all of your subordinates. I never thought you would be so ruthless as to kill your own grandfather and father. I will hand this evidence over to the police. You're finished, Lu Zhe. Hearing this, Lu Zhe completely broke down. Little sister, I never thought you would treat me like this. With that, he lunged at her frantically and grabbed her. I promise you, I'll give up all my assets. Let's die together. I will kill you myself. His eyes were bloodshot now, like a beast that had lost all reason. I'll join you right away. That way we can be together forever. Meng Yao struggled to resist. Let go of me. Don't even dream of it. In this life, even if I die, I will not acknowledge you as my brother. My only brother is Nanmuk. Hearing this name, Lu Zhe became even more frantic. Nanmuk has been missing for months. He's long dead. You still don't believe me. Meng Yao said resolutely, impossible. My brother is definitely still alive. I've always believed that. Just then, the door to the room was kicked open with a single blow. Lu Zhe, that familiar voice rang out, snapping Lu Zhe's last shred of sanity back in an instant. You, how are you? Looking at Nanmuk standing at the door, he thought in terror, Nanmuk, and that you too, they're actually still alive. At this moment, Nanmuk was roaring in anger. What are you doing? Isn't she your biological sister? Meng Yao called out weakly, Brother Nanmuk. Nanmuk couldn't hold back any longer and rushed forward, kicking Lu Zhe away. He said through gritted teeth, I was a fool to believe you would treat her well. It's true you can't be trusted to turn over a new leaf. You two also hurried over to check on Meng Yao. I've already called the police. The police will be here soon. Nanmuk looked at him coldly. Now, spend the rest of your days living in prison. A few days later, after everything was settled, Nanmuk returned to the company. When everyone saw him, they all cheered joyfully. President Nan, you're back. Boss, we missed you so much. Kong Rue couldn't stop smiling. That's right. When you were missing, we all persistently waited for you to come back. Nanmuk replied, all right, everyone. Our current goal is to reclaim the businesses we lost before. He looked gently at the people who had been with him all along and said, although this period is difficult, we will not stop striving. He clenched his fist. We will work tirelessly, using our own hands, to create a glorious future that belongs to us. Hearing this, everyone,